This is Audible.
Royal Guard Publishing presents Leyline Magus, a progression fantasy, Book 2, written by Isaac Keyes and Marcus Sloss, performed by Adam Stubbs and Mia Fothergill.
So then, it all came to light when Devaro noticed something off about the other bakery's new offerings, and when he checked his safe, he found the entire collection of his family's recipes gone.
Sounds like the start of a blood feud, I said. Julius snorted loudly.
Start of? Oh, honey, it's been going on for decades.
Dueling bakeries and a blood feud. Amazing. It seemed like Mirras wasn't so different from Earth after all. The gossip wound down, and Vera asked for a roiling cloud with charred branches, which turned out to be sausage links with scrambled eggs. After she'd downed 2 cups of tea, some more life came into Vera's eyes.
Your sabatons are nearly done,
Belmora said.
I'd be delighted if you would give them a test run in a while. Sure, I'd love to.
Danic! Some random guy that I'd only ever seen in passing burst into the bistro. Yeah? I leaned out of the booth and gave him a little wave, unsure what this was about. He sprinted across the room, puffing heavily when he came to a stop beside us. There's... at the gates! Hey, just breathe first. He took a second to catch his breath and finally said, There's enemies at the front gates, like the one you killed before. Great Lords, or some lesser version. A human and Druza, then? He shook his head. A few humans, an entire company of Druza. I stood. Vera, go get your sword. I wouldn't try any of your new lacing, though. I don't want you field testing things in a real battle. Bell, go find the mayor and tell him, if no one else has yet, get people away from that gate and the town square. If they make it inside, I'll fight them there. There would be a fight, that much was certain. Vera and Bell nodded and we all headed out of the building. I didn't bother stopping for any weapons or armor. The lay was more than enough for me now. I preemptively pulled the lay of the earth up and wrapped it around myself. Just as the front gates came into sight, they exploded inward, showering the street with chunks and splinters of wood. A few pieces hit me, bouncing off my body with no effect. A company of Druza had been accurate. 100 scaled faces stood at attention behind 3 humans who were clad in their usual plate mail. They'd all worn it, from Vanguard Eric all the way up to Great Lord Jake. They all looked like normal, human guys. Their skin and hair colors varied, but they were nothing more than some random jerks that you'd pass by at a gas station without a second glance, despite their armor. Did I look like that too? Maybe I should grow my hair out or dye it blue like Vera's or something. I took a long, deep breath and pushed those thoughts away, willing my rising fear to subside. If all 3 of these men were as skilled and powerful as Jake had been, I was in for a real fight. Even with my recent training and my newfound level of power, taking on 3 lords at once might prove too much. Who knew what sort of tricks they had up their sleeves that I'd never even considered? False Lord! The one in the middle yelled, seemingly trying to address the whole village at once. No one besides me was standing in the road. I looked behind me to make sure. Yeah? You are the impudent pretender that slew our great master in the capital? Yep. The lord on the right pumped his arm and cried, Ha! He admits it! You should have slinked away while you had the chance, worm! Why do these idiots insist on going hard with the clichés but nothing else? I put my hands on my hips. They all laughed at me. The one on the left had the braying moron laugh like the late great Lord Jake had. You think you even have a chance against us? The one in the middle said. You couldn't defeat our Druser peons, let alone a single one of us. Chapter 1.
That's it, right there, just like that,
Riss said to her young apprentice, Tun. Riss and Belmora were supervising Tun, who was valiantly trying to focus on her work under their shared gaze. The sun shone brightly, and a soft breeze blew through Riss's forge. I sat on a chair to the side, watching with a small smile on my lips. It had been a few weeks since Vera and I had snuck into the capital and violently disrupted the Druser Master's plans, along with ending one of the Masters themselves. Underneath the palace, in a maze of catacombs, after a long search, we'd found the source of the defiled ley. It turned out to be more of a horror show than we'd anticipated. The Druser, a race of scaled near-humans, had been using living people as conduits to generate defiled ley, which was then seeping out into the land. We still didn't know what their ultimate plan was beyond creating the defiled ley. We slew the so-called master and his human underling, a Great Lord, who could wield the ley like I could. It turned out that humans from Earth had the ability to directly channel and use the magical currents, ley, that flowed throughout Mirras. Belmora had been the Druser Master's slave, lured by promises of greatness and renown, only to be used as a tool instead. Until we'd shown up. She still hadn't told us very much. Understandably, she was still processing everything from her long imprisonment and her sudden, unexpected rescue when Vera and I showed up. She needed time, and we were happy enough to oblige. In the following week, Vera and I spent the time like the happy couple we'd become. The change in Vera's personality after our successful adventure was thrilling to see. She wasn't a completely different person, but she'd seen the world. It had put this tiny village and its tiny problems into perspective for her. I'd seen her stand up for herself and shout down several people in the past week. Her newfound confidence was damn sexy. She knew it too, and I was pretty sure the whole village knew it too, as I gave her screaming orgasms each night, which she made no effort to keep quiet. I hadn't been an exhibitionist before, but knowing that everyone could hear her drove me wild. Thankfully, Julis, Vera's almost surrogate mum, offered her guest room to Belmora after 2 nights on Vera's couch. Life settled into a nice little rhythm. We all knew our adventure was far from over. The Druser and their human pawns were hardly defeated. According to Bel, their plans extended outside this kingdom and into their warring homelands. Before tackling that, though, we had to find out where the defiled ley was being taken and why. The human pawns, the lords, had been dispatched to the cities and villages, including this one, to collect the defiled ley. It coalesced inside each village's master Leyline, an intermediary device that funneled magic for the village to use. Belmora told us that after it was collected, it was taken to an unknown facility outside the borders of the Saldani kingdom. That was our next goal. But time, surprisingly, was not of the essence. Not yet. So we kicked back and relaxed before things would inevitably speed up again. We had a million questions for Belmora, especially about the glowing golden cracks in her chest. A Leyline had been implanted inside her body. I couldn't make sense of it. I could feel the ley swirling inside her, both from the Leyline and her own natural power, but I couldn't understand what it all meant. She promised us answers in due time. We were willing to wait. We also knew, based on what she'd already told us, that she didn't have all of the answers that we sought. what she told us would likely only give rise to even more questions. She was, however, willing to ply her trade for Vera's benefit. As a Yazendi, a somewhat rare and remarkable race on Mirras, Belmora was able to create Leyline on a level that was far superior to all other races' abilities. Vera, naturally, was over the moon about it. Before we'd left for our adventure to the capital, her lifelong friend and almost sister, Riss, had passed down a Leyline that her warrior father had used. The Leyline was set into her sword, and it whipped the wind into a deadly flurry of slicing gusts that sheared through armor, flesh, and bone, and it had done so many times. I struggled to replicate the effect with my own power. Belmora promised Vera that she could craft, with Riss's help, a full set of Leyline armor, which would make her nearly as deadly as I was, once she got used to using them. The thought of fighting again, with Vera at my side, got my blood boiling. She'd proven herself a clever and capable ally time and time again. During the week, I'd been diligently practicing with the ley. As a human, I held powers that no one native to Mirras possessed. I could directly manipulate the ley without the need of an intermediary device like a Leyline. And, according to Belmora, I was the most powerful Leyline Magus who had been summoned to this world. My battles against other humans from Earth confirmed this. None of them were even close to me in terms of raw strength. Their skill, however, had nearly been a match for me a few times. That wasn't going to happen again. While we trekked to the capital, I'd learned many things, but had no time to refine my technique. As these quieter days passed, I found that using the ley was getting easier and easier. My ability to levitate grew in leaps and bounds. It was euphoria to speed over the land with only magic holding me up. The experience was nothing short of living a dream. Levitating other things, however, proved to be much more challenging, especially the further away they were. But I'd get there. The most intoxicating power that I'd learned was one from the late Great Lord Jake. I wrapped the earthen ley around my body, intertwining it with my own inner ley and bolstering my body's strength and defenses. Not only did it protect me from harm, but it also gave me overpowering strength. It didn't directly make my muscles stronger, the ley did the work for me, but it was functionally the same thing. Testing it out the day before in the forest, I'd shattered a massive boulder that was twice as tall as me in a single punch. I'd barely felt it, and I wasn't even using all the magic that I could. My blood pounded with excitement as I watched shattered pebbles rain down on broken chunks of a once proud boulder. Intoxicating indeed. A small crowd had come for the demonstration. Naturally, Vera was there, and perhaps it was due to the electricity flowing through my veins, or perhaps it was the lust in her eyes as she watched my display of power. Either way, I'd wanted nothing more than for her to drop to her knees and take me inside her right there. We weren't quite that into exhibitionism, though, at least not yet. So I made up for it that night instead, giving her multiple screaming orgasms for the whole village to hear. But a worry had been creeping into the back of my mind lately, that I would eventually need to leave Vera behind. She had undeniable skill, but would there come a point where she could only do a tiny fraction of what I could in battle? Would she become a liability? I decided I'd cross that bridge when or if I came to it, and put those worries aside for now. Meanwhile, Belmora had made it clear that she wanted nothing more than to be useful and to help anyone however they needed it in order to atone for her past. The things she'd done were hardly by her own will, but that didn't seem to matter to her. She tried to hide it, but her facade cracked often, and regret and shame spilled out across her face. At Vera's soft inquiry into whether Belle could create Leyline for the purpose of battle, she'd practically leapt out of her seat to get started. She seemed thrilled to be able to help and to have a goal that could provide an interesting challenge. So it was that we found ourselves at Riss's forge. I woke up early, as was still common for me, even though alarm clocks didn't exist on Mirras. I hadn't mentioned them to anyone. I didn't want to be the arsehole that introduced such a horrible concept to this world. Riss often woke earlier than I did, even though she went to bed later. When I'd asked, she told me that she regularly napped for a few hours in the middle of the day, usually through the hottest part. It sounded like a really nice system. I dressed and made my way to Riss's forge, leaving a softly snoring Vera in her bed. I found Belmora and Riss already there and working on Vera's armor, or rather, watching Tun work on the armor. Riss towered over Tun. She wore a heavy smithing apron over a sleeveless shirt, showing her heavily muscled arms. The sides of her head were closely shaved, her stark white hair trailing down her back in a loose braid. No one had commented on it, and I never asked, but she was the only person I'd seen on Mirras with white hair, and it wasn't from age. She was likely around my own age, maybe a few years older. She had the pointed elf ears that all the Dollari did, and I found myself thinking it odd on her. Still, except for her height, an inch or two taller than me, she might as well have been a classic dwarf. Tun looked like a child standing next to her. She was dressed in much the same way, but her arms held only a quarter of the muscle that Riss had. Tun's black hair fell down her back, the colour very common among the Dollari. A long, thin tail snaked out the back of her dress, swishing slowly. She worked on one of a pair of sabatons that had already been made to fit Vera. With a smithing hammer in her hand, a lace in itself, she moulded and weaved the magic at Belmora's constant instruction. Despite her panicked eyes, her hands were steady, and the magic flowed smoothly under her blows. I still didn't understand how all the lacing devices worked. Even though I could literally see the power they directed into and around their target, how they did it was a mystery. Not to Belmora, though. As a Yazendi, she had an innate understanding of the ley that none of the other races, humans included it seemed, could match. During the initial construction of the armor, Riss and Belmora worked closely to mold the materials and weave the magic into them. The finishing touches, however, were left to Tun. Riss bellowed at her often, swearing like a sailor as she did. It was all in good humor. I didn't think I'd seen Riss get legitimately angry even once. She had an air of loud joviality that I found infectious. Vera mentioned that many people around the village didn't like her, but I concluded that they all must have been arseholes. Vera agreed.
What the fuck are you doing, Ton?
Riss yelled.
I'm done!
Tun squeaked, her shoulders coming up to her pointed ears.
Done? Done? Are you kidding me?
She brushed the younger woman aside to inspect her work, holding the sabaton up and examining it closely. She set it back down and gave Tun a hard slap on the back.
Looks great. Excellent work, as always.
Tun bowed low.
Thank you, ma'am.
Now, go take a break. You've earned it. I don't want to see you back here for at least a few hours. Get something nice at Julius's. Tell her to put it on my tab.
Yes, I will. Thank you, Matt.
I said get the fuck out of here.
Tun squeaked again before turning on her heel and sprinting out of the forge toward Julius's place. Belmora and I watched her go, chuckling to ourselves. Are you like that with all your apprentices, Riss? I asked.
Nah, only the ones who roll with it.
She started cleaning up the area that Tun had been working in, putting the various lacing away in their places.
Not everyone does. I don't get it.
She shook her head.
Why even bother living if you're not joking around constantly? Life's a total shit show most of the time. You might as well try and enjoy it as much as you can.
I stared at Riss's back as she continued cleaning up. Shit, Riss, that's a profound thought to be doling out in casual conversation. She shrugged, not looking back.
As if there's a better time for it.
Good point. I glanced over at Belle, who wore a soft smile, her eyes downcast. Her short, dark and wavy hair was unbound as usual, framing her light skin and bright golden eyes. They shone with a light from within. I had assumed they were a Leyline too, perhaps insanely advanced ones, but she'd just shaken her head and explained that all Yazendi had eyes like hers. The most disappointing news had been that they didn't even see differently from anyone else's. They were beautiful, though. She wore gilded armor that I'd never seen her take off. It sat on her shoulders and ran down her arms, covering her hands but allowing her sharp claws to peek out. As far as defense went, it was pretty terrible. Her whole chest and stomach were left exposed, but it hadn't been made for that. It was a series of highly advanced Leyline. What they actually did, though, hadn't been discussed. It was one of the many questions she had left to answer. The day when she felt ready for our interrogation seemed to be getting closer. For most of the time in the village, she'd been going on walks by herself or spending time with us at Julius's or out in the forest. The conversations had all been of mundane things. We didn't press it. Since beginning work on Vera's armor, her mood had improved. A few rare smiles appeared at times, and she was intensely focused on the forging, which was a change from her listless and melancholy behavior before. I gently put my hand on her arm. Hey, want to go get some fiery retorts? It's probably going to be a while before Vera crawls out of bed. She's really taken to sleeping in lately, now that she has no responsibilities and all.
Yeah,
she said, her light cheeks colouring just slightly.
I'd like that.
Julius's bistro didn't have a sign or anything. It was just an extension of her own house. As the only restaurant in the village, I guess that she didn't need to advertise anything. Everyone already knew. When we walked in, it was only a minute or two before Julius descended on us. Her light blue hair was pulled back in a severe bun, and she wore an apron much lighter than Riss's.
Danic! Lady Balmora!
We hadn't been able to talk her out of giving Belle a title just because she was Yazendi, so we were rolling with it.
So glad to see you. Where's Vera?
Still sleeping. Julius snorted.
That girl's gonna go soft. Anyway, come in. Sit. What can I get you? Do you need menus?
During my many trips to the bistro, I'd never seen a time when Julius wasn't working, night or day. She had other employees, but she was always here. Just tea and some retorts, if you would. I raised an eyebrow to Belle, and she nodded assent.
Of course, of course.
She led us to the booth by the window that she knew I liked. I leaned back into the seat and lazily took in the bistro. As I was doing so, Geron walked in the door. Our eyes briefly met. He paled, rapidly turned away, and hurriedly took a seat on the far side of the room with his back to me. Belle raised an eyebrow at me.
What was that?
I snorted. That's Geron, Vera's once boyfriend, a long time ago. A mistake, her words. He gave us a bunch of shit when I first came here, but I put him in his place. Here, actually, right over there. I pointed at a different booth. He was in here being an arse, so I punched him in the face. It's one of my favorite memories, actually. She chuckled.
Poor guy.
You know, I'd almost agree with you. If he wasn't such an arsehole, that is. Belmora leaned over and rested her chin in an armored palm. Since her armor only covered her shoulders and arms, it was hard not to notice the considerable cleavage now showing above her stylish dress. The golden light shining out of her skin did nothing to detract from it. I tried not to stare. Vera was sure that Belmora would be leaping onto my cock as soon as we rescued her. What was even more shocking, though, was that Vera was into the idea. She assured me that harems were common enough on Mirras for powerful men, which I counted among. I was, of course, highly amenable to the idea, often imagining both Vera and Belle bent over in front of me, kissing each other and waiting to be fucked. My hands would slowly glide over their soft, round asses as I decided whose lips to stretch out first. I took a deep breath and looked out of the window. As much as I, and Vera, wanted it, I hadn't said a single word about it to Belle. She was beautiful and enticing, but now wasn't the time. She still had a lot of emotions to work through. I didn't think I needed to add, "Hey, wanna fuck?" to the list. Not that I would word it like that. I kept my eyes off her boobs. Our steaming tea came, the flavor a surprise as usual. The cups and saucers weren't brought by Julius, so I didn't have to field any more conversation. I took a small sip. Most of the flavors on Mirras were strange and foreign to me, and this tea was no exception. It tasted of wild fruit with a lingering sweetness. Nothing on earth compared. I caught Belle's eyes. "So, those sabatons you made, what do they actually do?" She brightened immediately, a broad smile spreading across her face.
Well, aside from their aeronomic matrices that allow for unparalleled verticality, which is for some reason what everyone focuses on, they include dissension stabilizers coupled with inertial dampeners that completely negate the rigors of surface rejoining.
I blinked at her. "Look, I'm not a stupid man, but you're gonna need to dumb that way down for me, please." She giggled, her clawed hand at her lips. It was the first time I'd seen her do it, and it was fucking adorable.
Okay,
She licked her lips and paused before she held my eyes again.
Jump real high, land soft, on your feet, every time.
Wow, really? And thanks, that was suitably dumbed down. She laughed again.
Sorry, I often forget that most people don't know all the technical terms. I get excited and then, you know.
It's quite all right. So, these things can help Vera jump really high then?
Yes, really high. Like over a house in a single leap.
Oh, damn, she's gonna like that.
I should hope so.
She took a sip of her tea and scrunched up her face, apparently finding it too hot.
And like I said, everyone focuses on the jumping part. I'll admit it is fun, but as far as the Leyson's functionality, the landing matrices are much more complex and enjoyable. They'll correct her landing if she starts tumbling in the air, letting her land on her feet every time. And they'll soften the landing itself. It'll be like she jumped down a single stair step.
That truly is impressive, Belle. Her cheeks coloured a little, and she looked away. She wasn't the non-stop blushathon that Vera was, but she had her moments. This time it was partially the praise, but I thought it resulted mostly from my use of her shortened name, which she'd mentioned that few people had ever done in her life.
Thanks. It's nice to be of use, and appreciated for it.
Our fiery retorts came. They were so similar to French toast that I had to stop myself from calling them that each time. Belle had been eating them most mornings. Since Vera only had dried bars for breakfast, we'd been coming to Julius's every day. Julius had to be convinced to let us pay, even a little. She relented, but only for the barest amount, and under a lot of duress. Belle closed her eyes and savoured her breakfast. I hadn't yet asked what life as a Druza lackey had been like, but it clearly hadn't involved nice little moments like this. Feeling a little bold, I asked her about her early life, treading lightly around anything that could bring up recent events.
Well...
Her gaze trailed out the window.
My upbringing in Yazar was pretty standard.
Yazar?
Yeah, it's the Yzendi's one and only homeland. A mid-sized city in the mountains far to the west. Nothing but reaching towers connected by bridges and various Leyline. It's... well, please don't think I'm boasting, but it's one of the most wondrous places in the world.
The Yzendi only have one city. That's it.
We're not a numerous people. You might think we'd have died out by now, but the rest of the world's races are very hesitant to kill us, since we can fabricate Leyline better than anyone else.
A thought came to mind, one I'd noticed a while ago but hadn't given voice to. Belle, do you know exactly why and how your people are skilled at that? She tilted her head.
What do you mean?
Well, you can't actually see the ley, right?
No, only humans can.
Right, but when anyone uses a Leyline, their own inner ley reaches out to interact with it.
Yes, this is known.
Well, the Yzendi ley reaches out much more than anyone else's that I've seen. I've watched you during your forging. You're not at the level of a human in many ways, but your power flows much more smoothly, even more than any human I've seen. I don't think we'll be replacing your people anytime soon. I'd meant that as a joke, and was very relieved when it landed.
Interesting. Such things have always been assumed, but never proven. I wonder what things might be possible with a skilled Yzendi and a human working together.
We met each other's eyes. My thoughts spiraled to the endless possibilities, and I guessed hers were doing the same. Our retorts sat untouched for a few minutes. Eventually, she shook her head and smiled.
Well, anyway, I was telling you about me.
Ah, right.
I spent my childhood and adolescent years in Yazar. Like most, my time was either spent helping tend our terraced farms, or more often, deep in learning and study. Not all Yzendi become artificers, but most do. It's our calling.
She took a bite of her retort and a big gulp of the now cooling tea.
I told you once before that the Yzendi are plagued by greatness. I was...
She sighed deeply.
And am no exception.
My retort was already gone. I waved at Julius for more tea.
All Yzendi learn of the most accomplished and famous people from our history. It's required to know who they are, to praise their achievements and all that.
A curled lip clearly said what she thought of that.
I don't know. Maybe it's a good idea. Maybe it's not. But it creates a culture of chasing success and fame at all costs.
She chuckled humorlessly and gestured at the bistro around us.
This idyllic little scene right here wouldn't happen in Yazar. We have places like this, but every table would be piled high with books that had been brought in with each patron. The retorts would be shoved between a few dry treaties about the matrix overlay. The conversation would be heated. Everything would be a subtle or not competition to prove you're smarter than whomever you're speaking to. There's collaboration, of course, but it's underpinned by the notion that you'll be the most robust contributor.
I gave her a pained smile. That, sounds like it sucks. She lowered her head and laughed.
It sucks so much. You have no idea.
Is that why you left? Her face dropped into her clawed hands. Between her metal-covered fingers, she said,
No. I left to become one of the greatest Yzendi that had ever lived.
Ah. She raised her head, and the smile she gave me was filled with both humour and sadness.
Plagued by greatness. At that point, young and stupid me hadn't even considered another path in life. Not that I blamed my younger, dumber self. It wasn't like a single person in my life had ever truly questioned our ways. Complained and whined a lot, yes, but no one I knew had ever said, "Hey, maybe all this isn't worth it."
A new cup of tea clicked down in front of me. I gave the dollar-eye waitress a charming smile. Turning back to Belle, I asked, "So, what do you want now?" Her glowing golden eyes locked onto mine for some time before she answered.
I still want it. To be the best there's ever been. But
she idly tapped the table with a claw.
I also don't. I know it's not worth it. To spend your life striving for achievement and damning everything else? What joy is there in such a life? And yet...
It's hard to let go of something you've spent most of your life wanting.
Indeed. But maybe I still can. When this is all over, perhaps I can slink away to a little place like this and live the rest of my life in comfortable obscurity.
She smiled brightly.
We'll see.
Chapter 2. It was nearly time to begin the long negotiation to convince Julius, again, to accept any amount of payment. Before I could wave her down, though, Vera stumbled in the door, her eyes still heavy. She blinked and slowly peered around the room before finding us. She plopped down beside me and muttered something incoherent. "Just wake up?" I asked. She glared at me. "Better get some tea into you." Belmora hid a large smile under the guise of scratching her nose. Our tea arrived, delivered by Julius without being asked. She launched into some next-town-over gossip that she assumed Vera would want to hear. She probably did want to hear it, but she made no effort to acknowledge a single word Julius said. That didn't stop Julius, of course. She yammered on about people I didn't know and wouldn't care about if I did. According to her, there had been some sort of incident involving particular flour and bread-making techniques. Someone had actually broken into somewhere and stolen these things. It sounded like the most small-town bullshit I'd ever heard. Nevertheless, I found myself getting a little interested in it.
So then, it all came to light when Devouro noticed something off about the other bakery's new offerings, and when he checked his safe, he found the entire collection of his family's recipes gone.
Sounds like the start of a blood feud, I said. Julius snorted loudly.
Start of? Oh, honey, it's been going on for decades.
Dueling bakeries and a blood feud. Amazing. It seemed like Mirras wasn't so different from Earth after all. The gossip wound down, and Vera asked for a roiling cloud with charred branches, which turned out to be sausage links with scrambled eggs. After she'd downed 2 cups of tea, some more life came into Vera's eyes.
Your sabatons are nearly done,
Belmora said.
I'd be delighted if you would give them a test run in a while. Sure, I'd love to...
Danic! Some random guy that I'd only ever seen in passing burst into the bistro. Yeah? I leaned out of the booth and gave him a little wave, unsure what this was about. He sprinted across the room, puffing heavily when he came to a stop beside us. "There's... at the gates!" "Hey, just breathe first." He took a second to catch his breath and finally said, "There's enemies at the front gates, like the one you killed before." Great lords, or some lesser version. A human and Druza, then? He shook his head. A few humans, an entire company of Druza. Well, shit. I stood. Vera, Go get your sword. I wouldn't try any of your new lacing, though. I don't want you field testing things in a real battle. Bell, go find the mayor and tell him, if no one else has yet, get people away from that gate and the town square. If they make it inside, I'll fight them there. There would be a fight. That much was certain. Vera and Bell nodded, and we all headed out of the building. I didn't bother stopping for any weapons or armor. The lei was more than enough for me now. I preemptively pulled the lei of the earth up and wrapped it around myself. Just as the front gates came into sight, they exploded inward, showering the street with chunks and splinters of wood. A few pieces hit me, bouncing off my body with no effect. "Oh, fuck," I muttered. A company of Druza had been accurate. 100 scaled faces stood at attention behind 3 humans who were clad in their usual plate mail. They'd all worn it, from Vanguard Eric all the way up to Great Lord Jake. They all looked like normal, human guys. Their skin and hair colors varied, but they were nothing more than some random jerks that you'd pass by at a gas station without a second glance, despite their armor. Shit, did I look like that too? Maybe I should grow my hair out or dye it blue like Vera's or something. Anything to look different to these bastards. I took a long, deep breath and pushed those thoughts away, willing my rising fear to subside. If all 3 of these men were as skilled and powerful as Jake had been, I was in for a real fight. Even with my recent training and my newfound level of power, taking on 3 lords at once might prove too much. Who knew what sort of tricks they had up their sleeves that I'd never even considered? "False lord!" the one in the middle yelled, seemingly trying to address the whole village at once. No one besides me was standing in the road. I looked behind me to make sure. Yeah? You are the impudent pretender that slew our great master in the capital? I'm the only other human here, dipshit. Yep. The lord on the right pumped his arm and cried, "Ha! He admits it! You should have slinked away while you had the chance, worm!" Why do these idiots insist on going hard with the clichés but nothing else? I put my hands on my hips. I'm gonna give you guys one chance to fuck off. They all laughed at me. The one on the left had the braying moron laugh like the late great Lord Jake had. "You think you even have a chance against us?" the one in the middle said. "You couldn't defeat our Druzer peons, let alone a single one of us." I scanned their little army. Your Druza are meaningless. You could have brought literally everyone in existence and it wouldn't have mattered. 50 or 1,000,000, it makes no difference. As for you, you think Eric, Steve, or Jake thought they'd lose to me either? They didn't, but they did. I was getting to the one on the left. His laughter died down as he looked around at his allies, probably reassuring himself that they were enough. Yeah, that one first. The time for talking was over. They didn't think so. The middle one kept babbling about something, but I wasn't listening. I reached down and sliced a sizable chunk of the stone street out, my power cutting cleanly into the rock. I whipped it at Lefty's head, feeling my newfound strength surge through me. Even though I felt far stronger than I had been a week before, a sliver of nervousness remained that these 3 would be able to outskill me. It turned out they couldn't. Lefty tried to stop my attack, batting the stone away. His lei snaked out, earth and air twining together to push it aside. And he just couldn't. He couldn't even alter my rock's course at all. His magic was nothing compared to mine. The stone smashed into his head, knocking it messily off his shoulders. It continued on, slamming into a few Druza behind him, maiming them too. His body wobbled and slumped to the ground, his plate mail clattering as it fell. I stared. The other lords stared. The Druza all stared. I smiled. I took a step forward. They flinched. All of them. It was insanely satisfying. "Where's your bravado now?" "Now, wait a second here!" The middle lord took a hesitant step back. He was really selling the act, but I could see his lei extending outward, a mixture of power that would summon a fireball. In a flash, he summoned the fire and sent it hurtling toward my face, leaving only a split second to react. I didn't even bother. I could feel the amount of lei that he'd used to perform the casting, and it was small. The power that I'd wrapped myself in before was more than enough. The fireball hit me right in the face. His aim was really good, exploding in a bright rain of flame. My lei rippled softly under the attack. Feeling more cheeky than I probably ever had in my life, I asked, "Oh, hey, did you drop this?" I wasn't nearly as fast at forming and throwing the fire, but it hardly mattered. The two remaining lords were covered in bolstering lei like I was, but it warped and dissipated under the power of my fire's explosion, which knocked them to the ground. They weren't dead. Not quite. The Druza directly behind them had gone down, their fresh corpses smoking heavily. As I casually walked toward my enemies, I wondered what would be best. Naturally, the Druza were going to break any second now, scattering out into the forest. If I left any alive, they would almost certainly make trouble for the village. People might die from my negligence. I didn't want to slaughter that many people, even though they'd probably come here to do just that to this place. It felt wrong. Still, they were a threat. The two lords were down on the ground, feebly trying to get up. They weren't any danger to me at the moment, not that they really had been to begin with. The first time I summoned spikes from the earth during the fight with Vanguard Eric, I'd managed 7 at once, and my aim had been pretty unreliable. Nearly 50 Druza now stood in a rough approximation of formation. They were starting to break, running in all directions. Fuck, I'm gonna kill them with their backs turned. 15 spikes erupted from the ground in a loose fan formation. Every single one was a kill shot. 2 more rounds of spikes, and aside from a few stragglers, the Druza were mostly dead. They'd been skewered cleanly, their bodies hanging from the spikes I'd summoned from under their feet. Just like that. I stood and gazed numbly out at the horror I'd caused. Their lifeless bodies dangled, dripping blood, their heads down. A few still lived, moaning, but they'd shortly be gone. It was hardly the first time I'd killed, but the other times had been in battle against someone actively trying to kill me. This was butchery. Plain and simple. While I stood there, dazed, middle guy's hand came down on my shoulder. He spun me around. I let him. His lei coalesced around his fist, which he ploughed into my stomach. It would have been overkill on a normal person. The force of the blow sent a little shockwave through the air. It forced me to take a small step back, and I grunted at the unpleasantness of the attack. I gazed down at his fist and back up to his eyes. How are you so weak? I hadn't really meant to say anything, but the question slipped out of my brain and past my lips by itself. It was rhetorical, of course. Inwardly, I sighed. I was going to have to butcher him like the Druza. The fight, if it could even be called that, was over. There was nothing he could do to me, and we both knew it. That last punch had been the most he was capable of, I was sure. I met his eyes as I reached up, grabbed his head, and snapped his neck. Oh man, that memory's gonna stay with me. That one, and the next. The last remaining guy rifled through a small satchel slung around his body, trying to find something inside, his eyes wide with panic. What in the world could he even be looking for? Some junk spilled out when he brought out his hand, which held one of the small black cubes used to contain the defiled ley. Ah, I said to myself. He opened it, somehow. The cubes were some kind of lace-in adjacent devices. The roiling power flowed out of the cube and into his body. He grunted, his face screwing up in revulsion. I'd worked with the defilement once before when cleansing the village's master lace-in of its corruption. It felt terrible, even during the short time between plucking it out of the device and putting it into the cube. I could barely stand to think of what it was like to take it into your body with the intent of using it. He held out his hand, a grimace still on his face. The wind whipped into life around him. It wasn't like Vera's lace-in and its deadly blade winds. A small vortex formed around him. As tall as he was, the defilement laced into the attack. I braced for the attack. The dark magic surged forward, enveloping me in a cyclone of power. Well, some power. Not much, really. It battered me and threatened to knock me off my feet, but it didn't hurt. Not even a little. "This all you've got?" I wasn't able to finish taunting him. It had been a diversion, one I'd fallen for, hook, line, and sinker. While I'd been standing there feeling invulnerable, he'd conjured a second attack, a nearly solid spear of pure defiled ley. It sliced through the winds and struck me in the stomach, slicing cleanly through my ley and into my flesh. It hurt. A lot. I grunted through the pain, trying to heal myself as I had a few times before, but the defilement actively blocked my ability to do so. A third assault came, another spear. This time I felt it and rolled to the side, the wound in my stomach screaming as I did so. I reached into myself with my ley and pulled out the defilement, much as I had when working on the master lace-in. It hurt even more. A wave of nausea rolled over me as I touched the horrid power. I pulled it out, throwing it into the land itself. "Sorry, Mirras." With it gone, I closed my wounds quickly, the natural ley in my body immediately responding to knit my flesh. Another spear appeared. I pushed myself up and away with the ley and landed on my feet just as the whirling winds died down. The last lord gaped at me, surprised I wasn't dead, I guessed. I braced for more, but it was already over. He dropped the cube, now devoid of any power. With a panicked yelp, he turned on his heel and sprinted away, heading out the gates. I sighed and levitated the same stone I'd started this with and whipped it at the back of his head. It sailed clean through, decapitating him. His body fell to the golden grass. Chapter 3.
You didn't save any for me?
Vera had shown up a few minutes after the fight was over, wearing her new sabatons and a pair of gloves that Riss and Belle had just finished for her. I didn't remember what they did. I was still reeling from the enormity of what I'd done, which Vera belatedly noticed. Her half-mock anger bled away, her hand coming up to my arm.
Are you, okay?
Yeah, I nodded. It's just... look. I waved a hand at the masses of bodies around us.
Yeah, you murdered the shit out of them.
That's what I mean. It's just so...
sexy.
My brain short-circuited for a moment before I was able to look at her. It's... sexy? She bit her lip.
Yeah, look how strong you are now.
Her hand trailed up and down my arm. The horror I was feeling warred with unexpected arousal in a truly confusing sensation. Huh? She laughed, not a trace of revulsion on her face. Her eyes briefly surveyed the corpses.
Feeling sorry for them, are you?
Something like that. It was barely even a fight. There was nothing any of them could do. Aside from that last guy, it was obviously a last-ditch effort on his part. Her bright blue eyes met mine, full of sympathy.
You never killed anyone before coming here, right?
Nope.
Maybe things are different on Earth, but here, often it's kill or be killed. They came here to kill you. And do you really think they'd have stopped there?
No, that's exactly why I didn't let any of them go.
And you were right to do it. You probably saved my friends' lives by doing this. Imagine if you'd let them go and they'd come back in the night, snuck in and killed Riss.
Yeah, I know you're right. It's just a little hard to feel that way.
I felt like you when I first put down a bandit who'd wandered close to the village, but you get used to it. Besides,
She said, firmly pressing her hips against me.
I can help you get past those feelings, if you want.
She wrapped her gauntleted hands around my neck and pulled me in for a deep kiss, our tongues instantly against each other. My first instinct was to see if anyone was around, but that thought was pushed swiftly aside as she pressed her body against mine. She moaned faintly in her throat, one hand trailing down to slide against my rapidly hardening cock. It was a little weird with the gauntlet, but I rolled with it. The lei wrapped around my body still, giving me more than enough strength to lift her off her feet. She weighed nothing in my arms. Her legs slid around my waist, and I wanted to rip her pants off right then and there. With my power, I could have easily slid her up and down my cock while standing in the street. Her moans as we kissed told me that she'd be into it.
Is it safe?
Belmora's voice rang out from down the street. I set Vera down, her eyes locked on mine and filled with lust. When I was able to tear myself away from her, I turned and saw a few of the villagers watching from windows or a considerable distance away. They just stood there, watching as I killed a shitload of people and then made out with my girlfriend. It had been a weird fucking morning. "Yeah, it's safe," I called out.
Oh,
Vera said quietly. I raised an eyebrow at her. What? Did you want me to rip your pants off right now and fuck you in the street for everyone to see? A hand trailed down her body and between her legs, just for a second.
a little bit, yeah.
She stepped in close and put her hand on my chest.
They already know what we get up to every night. We'd just be showing them what they've already imagined.
I couldn't tell, even a little bit, if she was serious or not. I wanted nothing more than to be balls deep in her right now.
Oh, fuck.
Belmora caught up to us and saw the devastation. Vera and I turned to her, the moment lost. I thought Belle might double over and puke in the street, but she barely reacted to the gore. Then I remembered what we'd rescued her from underneath the capital, and it was clear that she'd seen a lot worse. She seemed impressed by the magnitude of what I'd done, turning and looking me up and down. She shook her head, a distant look in her eyes.
Imagine if I'd let you fall into the Master's hands.
She'd been the one to personally summon me to Mirras. When she'd felt the possibility of my power, she'd diverted me to this village instead of handing me over to the Druza. I would never have joined them. She gave me a sad little smile.
Some of the great lords said the same thing at first. But then again, all who do ultimately refuse are killed. Anyway, Vera, you didn't get to try out the new Leyline? No, Danic didn't leave me a single druser.
I just shrugged, still ambivalent about the whole thing. Belatedly, my thoughts caught up with me. I looked her up and down. Didn't I tell you not to field test your new toys? She gave me a cool look in return.
Yes.
We stared each other down. She cracked first, giggling, before I joined in and laughed. Seriously though, trying new things during a real fight is a bad idea. She scoffed.
Whatever. I wasn't going to join in until I knew you had a handle on the lords. I had planned to help you mop up the Druser and make sure none got away.
She'd pre-planned murdering them all. Huh. That kinda makes me feel a little better about it all. So what did the gauntlets do, anyway?
This!
She quickly drew her sword and swung it through the air. Her father's lacing activated, but before they could summon the deadly winds, the gauntlets stirred to life. A complex web of power flowed through them from the sword and back out into the air. The deadly winds were summoned. 10 times stronger and larger, it sounded like a hurricane. Holy shit, I muttered. Vera beamed, but Belmora looked fit to explode with pride. A euphoric grin lit up her face.
Isn't it amazing? I'm so proud of it.
It really is, and you should be. She launched into a very technical description of how it worked, but upon seeing my face, she shortened it a great deal.
The first lacing activates, and the gauntlets pick up on it. They chain the casting to happen over and over again. Honestly, the effect makes it seem like I did more work than I really did. Vera's lacing is beyond even my capability to reproduce. A true master must have made it. But still, I was able to amplify its power many times over. I could have taken down all the Druser with it,
Vera said.
I'd leap in with these new sabatons, land in the middle of them, and with a swing to each side, that'd have been that.
You, tested those boots yet? She gave me the same cool look, but her cheeks quickly turned crimson. I'll take that as a no.
It would have been fine. Test them now,
Belle cried. The street was filled with people at this point, but there really wasn't a reason not to trial them. The danger had passed. Why not? Vera gave me a huge smile and leapt high into the air. I craned my neck, following her ascent. The growing crowd murmured as we all watched her sail into the air, do a flip, and speed back down to the ground. I nearly reached out and tried to catch her, but the lacing activated in time. It didn't seem like they slowed her down much, but she landed lightly on the street, her smile still firmly in place.
That was amazing,
she cried while jumping excitedly up and down. Normal jumps. A second later, Belmora was crouched down in front of her, examining the sabatons. I felt her lay reach out much further than any non-Yezendi could do, poking and prodding the lacing and the magic matrices inside. She nodded.
Excellent. They performed as expected and with no destabilization.
She clapped her hands and stood.
What was it like?
She asked Vera.
Like flying. Kinda. Close enough.
You might as well go have fun with them for a while, I said.
Don't have to tell me twice.
Off she went, bounding over houses and across the village. The mayor of the village, an older man named Dawn, came up to me.
Danic, I can't tell you how much we are in your debt.
I grimaced. If you say so, but they were here for me anyway. He shrugged.
Still, if you hadn't been here, do you think they'd have believed us when we politely told them you weren't here and asked them to leave?
Well, no, I said as I gazed out over the carnage. I only hope they don't send more, as we will be leaving soon enough. He smirked.
Just how many humans do you think they have to send after you? But either way, don't worry about us. We're not helpless, and you have bigger things to concern yourself with than the fate of this village.
As we'd been talking, the crowd of spectators began to funnel out the gate to the killing field. For a moment, I thought they were there to get a close look at what had happened, but with oddly cheerful faces and what looked like practiced efficiency, they started to process the dead. Oh, I can help with that, I said.
No, Dawn replied. It's not the first time. Granted, we've never had a bandit raid this large, but we know what to do with some offal outside the gates.
It was everyone. Hardly anyone seemed fazed by the carnage. A few stayed back, vague revulsion on their faces, but they seemed squeamish at dealing with corpses rather than passing moral judgment for the mass killing. I shook my head. If none of them cared, then why should I? Fuck the Druser and the Lords, then. Mayor Dawn went off to join everyone else, leaving me and Belle standing in the street. Hey, there's something I wanted to talk to you about. She took her glowing eyes off the scene in front of us and tilted her head.
Yes?
That last lord used one of the black cubes that contained the defilement. He channeled it at me in a desperate last-ditch effort. It didn't do much good, as you can see, but is that what the masters are working toward? Using the defiled ley as a weapon? She shook her head slightly.
I don't think so. Not really. It is something they do, as you saw, but I don't believe it's their end goal.
Still no idea what that actually is. She crossed her arms and curled in on herself.
No. I wish I had anything to tell you, but all I knew was that they were taking the collected ley to a certain location. But they never spoke of their long-term plans. I doubt that even their human pawns know anything. And besides, until this, I've never seen a human use the defilement. They only collected it.
Well, it feels awful to do so. I can't imagine wanting to use it like normal ley. She glanced up, her eyes full of curiosity.
What does it feel like?
I curled my lip. Using normal ley feels good. It's like it wants to be used, for lack of a better description. But the defilement is the opposite of that. It's this rank stagnation that almost resists manipulation. You kind of have to force it, and it's like pouring sewage into your soul. Does any of that make sense?
A little,
she said with a wry grin. Here's another question. This has all happened before, right?
What?
The defiled ley. Didn't the ancient Saldani Empire do this shit?
Oh, yes, they did.
Why did they do it? A moment passed before Belle answered. We watched as the village took the Druser off my earthen spikes and threw them into a large pile in the swaying grass outside the walls.
As far as the records say, of which there are very few, they used it as a brutal weapon of war. They would invade their enemies, press far into their territory, and create conduits like the one you saw.
Using a living person.
Well, living is questionable, but yes, they did not, however, do anything like the Druser and humans are doing now. The conduits were left to vomit out as much defilement as possible, effectively blighting their enemies' lands.
Oh, shit.
Aside from that, it was used as a method of torture and execution.
How so? As if I really wanted to know.
You recall the anchors that bound the conduit?
Yeah. While the conduit spewed out the defilement, 4 other people were connected to them in the horrific ritual. It was a memory I could really do without.
Only the conduit needs to be Saldani. The anchors could be anyone. The process is... well, again, you saw it.
Unpleasant, let's say.
Indeed.
So the Saldani used it in a pretty barbaric way, just as a blanket attack on their enemies.
Yes, but what the Druser masters are doing now is much more refined. Honestly, it's one of the reasons I decided to join them, although at the time I didn't know exactly what their Leyline did.
Did they develop these defiled Leyline themselves? She dropped her head and chuckled.
Is it arrogant to say that I think a Yezendi must have been involved?
I patted her on the back and laughed along with her. Probably.
Yes, probably. But That's yet another thing I don't actually know.
Well, we'll get to the bottom of it. Or just murder them all, either way. The villagers went about their task, and before they added the lords to the pile, I decided to see if they had anything useful on them. Just as I knelt down to loot them, Vera soared down from above, landing beside me with very little noise. I jumped and then gave her a flat stare. She laughed in my face.
You should be happy. I can dive bomb people like this. They won't even see me coming.
That is a good thing, yeah. The three of us went through the humans' few possessions, coming away with 2 more black cubes, a couple of bulging coin purses, and a rolled-up parchment. We unfurled it and found written instructions.
It reads,
Belmora said,
that they were supposed to come here in search of you, and if they couldn't find you here, they were to head to Darin and join up with the others.
Darin? Where's that? Belle stared at me for a second.
The city I appeared to you from. The city you fought Steve in.
You know, now that you mention it, no one ever said its name. Belmora gave Vera a flat look that I couldn't interpret.
What?
She asked, holding her hands to the sides.
Why would I bother mentioning it?
I arched an eyebrow at her. Why wouldn't you? She pressed her lips into a thin line and said,
Oh, shit. Don't tell me humans have an obsession with naming everything like the Saldani and the Isendi do.
I stood and gave our previous adventure some real thought. You know, you never said anything about names. This village, the city, the capital.
Well,
Belle said,
the capital is just called Saldani, so everyone does refer to it as the capital. But not naming the others is a old-fashioned Dollarite thing.
I tilted my head at Vera. Does this village even have a name?
Of course not. Why would it need one?
To differentiate it from...
Oh, blah, blah, blah. Don't give me that Saldani crap. Even the Druza have the good sense to realise that not everything needs a name. But the Saldani, Isendi, and apparently now you think everything must be labelled. It's all so exhausting.
You seem disproportionately mad about this, I said, stifling the urge to laugh in her face. She was being so damn cute.
Ugh.
She kicked an errant rock away and stormed off. Belle looked at me, suppressed laughter making her eyes sparkle.
It's an age-old debate. The Dollarite have always been this way. They don't have family names, and hardly have they ever, in their long history, given any settlement a name. Their thinking is that it takes away from the place, plucks it out of nature to give it a name. Without one, it's no different from the trees.
That is kind of poetic. She shrugged.
Sure, but also irritating. Anyway.
She waved the parchment at me.
Back to the matter at hand.
Ah, right. We should be heading toward, what is it? Darin? I can't let anything happen to those people there any more than I could let it happen here. Belle nodded.
I feel the same way. Anyway, I should focus on completing Vera's armor. I can have it done tomorrow if Riss is willing to stay up late tonight.
You know she will be. She smiled.
I do.
Chapter 4. For once, I slept in late. I awoke briefly to find Belmora knocking on Vera's bedroom window. Vera crawled out of bed and headed, I was sure, down to Riss's forge to test out the new armor. I rolled over and went back to sleep. Later, I pulled myself out of bed, ate a dried breakfast bar, and made my own way to the forge. As expected, I found Vera standing outside in a full suit of armor that covered everything but her head. It looked much like the rest of the plate mail I'd seen on Mirras, but underneath that facade lay a complex maze of different types of ley. I couldn't even begin to guess what it did. Not that I had to ask.
There you are. Want a demonstration?
I grinned. Well, yeah.
Great!
Strange shapes were moulded perfectly to her cuirass. They began to levitate off it and into the air, forming a helm that solidified perfectly into place. Before I could say a thing about that, she spread her arms and said,
Okay, hit me.
Hit you?
Yeah.
Belmora and Riss stood off to the side. I gave them a questioning look. Bell nodded.
Don't hold back.
I was gonna hold back. Vera stepped in front of me, and based on her posture and her tiny little hops, I guessed she was grinning wildly.
Come on, punch me in the stomach.
And yet another supremely weird morning it was. All right, I finally said. I coiled the lei around my body and gave her about 1/10 of what I could really do. When my fist made contact, a weird reverberation swept through my body and my hand was knocked back. Vera didn't move.
Oh, come on. I said really do it.
Okay. I went up to about 1/4 of what I could do. The same thing happened, except my arm was blown back even more, threatening to knock me off my feet. Vera took a step back before marching straight up to my face, leaving hardly any room between my nose and the metal of her helm.
Danic,
She hissed.
don't make me ask you again.
You're so much bolder now than when I met you. Her shoulders came up, and I could only imagine the fierce blushing that was happening under her helm. She stammered a bit. I chuckled and stepped back. Okay, a serious punch this time, huh? She didn't reply, but assumed a fighting stance. I still couldn't bring myself to hit her with full force, but it was a damn solid punch that I gave. My entire body shook wildly, and my arm was thrown back with such force that it sent me twirling around before landing on my arse. Vera sailed backwards into one of the forge's metal walls. When she made contact, her cuirass activated again, and she bounced wildly off. During the brief time that she was in the air, she tumbled head over heels, her boots righting her just in time to hit the ground. She took a tiny step for balance, but otherwise she stood unharmed. Belle, very uncharacteristically, jumped up and down, clapping her hands. Riss stood with her hands on her hips and gave Vera an approving nod. I noticed some dark circles under her eyes. She and Belle must have stayed up all night for this.
How about that?
Vera asked. Her helm melted away, breaking into pieces that slipped down and melded seamlessly into the cuirass. That's pretty amazing, seriously. You could withstand a punch from any of the lords with that stuff.
Yeah, and then I could slice their stupid faces off with my upgraded sword and gauntlet combo.
A tiny, nagging thought had been at the back of my mind since our adventure at the capital. Vera was good, that was without question, but against a human and their ley magic, she'd be at a severe disadvantage, possibly unable to fight them effectively. I knew how easy it was for me to kill someone. A great lord could, if he got the right opening, kill Vera before I could stop it. I told myself that I wouldn't allow such an opening to occur in the first place, but still, I worried. Now, though, with these new lacing, Vera would have protection far better than any mundane armor could provide. I'd hit her with a strike more powerful than any of the lords could have managed. My nagging worry evaporated. So it's done, right? I asked Belle. She nodded.
It is. We were up most of the night, but we got it done. And what a night it was!
Riss said.
Truly, the work we did was amazing.
Her eyes slid reverently over to Vera and her new armor.
I think I can safely say that I won't make anything else in my lifetime that comes close to that armor right there.
She and Belle shared a look. They'd clearly become friends. Vera had told me when I'd first met Riss that some people loved her and some people hated her. I was pleased to see that Belle was in that first category.
So,
Vera had turned to take in the sight of the village.
I guess we're off again. I think we'll be away longer this time. I bet our adventure is going to be even more exciting, too.
Her voice carried a tone of hope along with a note of sadness. You don't want to leave this time? She smiled and shook her head.
Oh, no, it's not that. I do. It's just that last time I'd never really left before. I'd never seen the world. Not that I've seen much of it now. But back then, as if it was even that long ago, all I'd ever wanted was to leave, never really thinking about how much this place means to me.
I slipped a hand around her armoured waist. We'll be back. She melted into me, leaning her head on my shoulder.
Yeah, we will. I'll worry about Riss while we're gone.
You can write her some letters when we have time. Dearest Riss, we killed a bunch of arseholes today. It was nice. Thinking of you, Vera. She snorted and turned into me, laughing.
I might word it a little differently, but that's actually a good idea. I'll do that.
With a heavy sigh, she pulled away from me.
I'll go get my things ready.
I already packed my stuff. I'll come get it soon. She leapt away, bounding over houses, laughing as she went. Belle left as well, for the same reason, but she just walked normally. That left me and Riss standing alone in her forge. I was about to say something light-hearted when she turned to me with tears running down her face. She stepped up to me and put her hands on my shoulders, looking slightly down into my eyes.
Danic!
Her breath came raggedly as she attempted to get her emotions under control.
Please, keep.
I'll keep her safe, I promise. I'll do everything in my power. Her tears flowed freely and a sad smile blossomed on her lips. She released her grip on me and took a few steps back to lean against her workbench.
You know, I meant what I said about that armour being the most amazing thing I might ever make. And part of it is that it's just objectively high-quality advanced stuff. Working with Belmora was a wonder, but what drove me to do the absolute best work I'm capable of is that it's Vera's. It's her protection. Every strike of my hammer had to be perfect. Every fold in the metal, every tiny little detail had to be perfect. I can say without ego that it's the best work I've ever done. The most technically precise, flawless, or as close as I could possibly get. If she...
Her lips trembled. It was some time before she could get the thought out.
If she dies, it won't be because I failed her.
I reached out and took her hand in mine, meeting her eyes. I'll bring her back to you, I swear. If I don't, it'll be because I died trying. She closed her eyes and squeezed my hand.
I'm glad it's you she's going with. When I saw your demonstration with the boulder and how easily you broke it, some of my worry eased. But still, you never know. So I made her the best armour I could.
We'll be back, and we'll have a shitload of exciting stories to tell you.
I hope so. And Danic, don't tell her about this.
She wiped away the tears and shook her head.
So far I've mostly kept it together around her. I don't want her to worry about me. I'll be fine. I want her to stay focused on herself and your mission.
You got it. I spread my hands. She needed a hug. We wrapped our arms around each other tightly. You're a good sister, I said. She heaved a sob and I felt her body trembling.
You might want to brace for this.
I didn't know what she meant, but at the last second, I pulled the lei up into my body. She gave me a crushing hug. Wrapped up in the magic, I was fine, but I felt the strength she was putting into it. She would have, without exaggeration, broken most people's ribs. I let her go as long as she needed to. When we finally let go, she was wearing a little smile.
You know, it's been a long, long time since I hugged anyone as hard as I could. It was Nice. Thanks for that.
Of course. I made my way back to Vera's house and let myself in the door. I found her in the bedroom, still in her armor, ruthlessly stuffing some clothes into her pack and swearing loudly. You, need some help there? She looked up and smirked.
No, I'm fine. This thing's just being troublesome. But I'm done, essentially.
I helped her get the last of it sorted.
Hey,
She said with lidded eyes.
think we have time for a quickie before we go?
With a level look, I said, Yes, I do think that. Do you want to announce our departure to the entire village? She giggled.
I'll be quiet.
No, you won't.
I'll scream into the pillow.
I nodded. Much more believable. Now, do you need help with the armor, or...
No, just watch.
She stood and held out her arms. The armor split open along lines I would never have noticed, opening up so she could step right out.
Huh? Huh?
Holy shit!
Right? All the pieces connect together and you can take it off and put it on like this, in seconds.
The armor still stood upright. As I stood there, amazed, she deftly stripped everything else off in under a minute. Yes, right, I said. My shirt wasn't even over my head by the time she'd undone my pants and had my cock in her mouth. The swiftness of it all nearly had me tumbling backwards, but with a little push of the lei, I stayed standing. Getting my pants, socks, and shoes off while she was blowing me was difficult, but I managed that too with some more help from the lei. Her hand wandered down between her legs so she could rub herself while my cock became fully hard in her mouth. I laced my fingers behind my head while I stood there and watched her. Her tongue felt amazing sliding over my length, and the soft way she moaned drove me wild. Get on the bed. The biggest grin split her face as she did what I ordered. She climbed on top of the covers on her hands and knees, her eyes flashing at me playfully. I grabbed a pillow and set it in front of her. My fingers slipped through her bright blue hair as I pressed her head softly down on it, her arse in the air and waiting for me. Wasting no time, I slid the end of my cock between her already wet lips. Her arse shook and she moaned into the pillow. I desperately wanted to slide it all in at once, but I eased inside her until she started to stretch for me. I gripped her ass tight and reined in my desire to pound her senseless immediately. Instead, I gazed down at her body, reveling in the sight of her. I'd had plenty of women before, none of them like Vera, though. It wasn't just her exotic nature, her beauty, or her generous curves. It was so much more than that. We'd been in literal life-and-death battles and come out unscathed. A bond existed between us that I'd never had with anyone else, and never could have had in my old life. That connection made our intimacy stronger than anything else I'd experienced before. I spent a few moments slowly easing my cock into her wetness until I finally slid the last of my length deep inside her. We moaned together.
Do it, Danic. Hard and fast.
I put my hands on her waist as I sped up, watching her round ass bounce and jiggle with each thrust. Her toes curled and her hands gripped the sheets tightly. I didn't hold back. I fucked her as fast and nearly as hard as I could. Her face was buried in the pillow as she took it, throwing her ass back into me as I went. Minutes later, I grunted, "Fuck, Vera, I'm gonna shoot it inside you!" She started to tremble as I exploded. Her hand shot up and pressed the pillow tightly against her face as she screamed into it. I leaned down and wrapped her in a hug as we both shuddered, fighting to stay upright. Once I was spent, we fell sideways onto the soft covers of the bed. Vera quivered for a while longer. I pulled her in close. Our breathing had calmed down, and she muttered,
We don't have to get up now, do we?
Unfortunately, we do.
Shit.
Chapter 5. We cleaned up quickly and took a brief shower, Vera's legs still shaking from her orgasm. After we'd dried off and put our clothes back on, Vera in her armor, of course, we slung our packs over our shoulders and headed out the door. We found Belmora back at the forge, having an animated conversation with Riss, which turned out to be about their favorite teas. Apparently Yazar made some rather odd varieties that Riss had never heard of. Belle wore a long, dark dress that fully covered her chest. The material must have been rather thick, as none of the usual light shone through. The metal lacing that looked like armor sat on her shoulders and forearms.
What took you two so long?
Belle asked. Vera's cheeks colored instantly. A bunch of little last-minute things to get done, I said. For a second, I thought the lie was going to work. Belle's eyes flickered over to Vera's crimson face. Then, for a brief second, she looked me up and down. To my surprise, she blushed as well, although not nearly as much as Vera was. If I hadn't been looking, I probably wouldn't have even noticed it. No one said anything, and the moment passed. We all exchanged hugs with Riss before we headed out. While her arms were around Vera, I noticed a subtle but constant trembling in her lips. Her eyes were shut tight. Still, she didn't break down, and when she pulled away, her bright smile hid whatever she was feeling. Not going by Julius's? I asked.
I said our goodbyes earlier. If we go there now, we won't be leaving for another couple of hours, and I'd prefer to get on the road.
Fair enough. Once we'd turned and the forge was almost out of sight, I surreptitiously turned and looked. Riss was hugging Tun, picking the poor girl up off the ground, likely blubbering into her shoulder. I just hoped she wasn't cracking her bones. Soon enough, we were outside the walls and headed into the forest. It seemed like the time to ask. So, Belle. Her golden eyes shot over to me. She'd heard my tone. With a tiny smile, she said,
All right. Ask away.
Well, first of all, before I get into anything more serious, why are we walking to Doreen? Why not just teleport there?
Oh, that. There are a few reasons. The first is that teleportation takes a lot out of me. I could potentially do it, to the place in Darin where I appeared to you before, but I'd be functionally useless for a day or so after. A liability, like after we came here. It was acceptable that time because of the intense danger we were escaping from. And I can't just teleport anywhere because I want to. It takes time and preparation. Our escape to Vera's village was a special case. I could do such a thing again, but it would take a lot out of me. How do you teleport people all the way from another world, then?
Vera asked before I could.
The summonings are different. While they're functionally similar to teleportation, the underlying mechanics are entirely different. Plus, there were far more lacing and power sources available when I performed the summonings. Neither of you saw the rooms where they occurred. There was a mountain of lacing, cosmological charts, and the diagrams necessary to pinpoint your home world.
Fair enough, I said. Now on to the biggest question. Belle snorted.
My chest.
Yep. Her clawed hand strayed up her body, a faraway look in her eyes.
It's a lacing that I designed with the help of the Druza. This was long before I knew their true plans or realized I was already trapped. You must understand that our relationship for over 2 years was one of scholarly research and development. I truly thought I was walking the path I had always wanted to.
Greatness? I asked.
Indeed. The Druza didn't invent the concept of bodily integrated lacing. They already existed, They're exceedingly rare, but still, nothing a Yizendi hadn't heard of. Mine, however, was a new spin on such designs. I poured myself into the work, positively drowning in my own cleverness. Despite what happened, though, I'm still very proud of it. Teleportation and summoning also predated our partnership. The magnitude of summoning humans, however, was far greater than anything I had done before. I needed more power and precision. My Leyline enables both. Why does it,
Vera asked,
have to be, inside you? The feedback necessary just isn't possible with an external Leyline. With it inside my body, I can feel things faster and clearer, so I can manipulate the ley much more precisely than I could otherwise.
Oh, here's a good question that just popped into my head, I said. Are you the only summoner the Druza have? She'd been walking tall with pride as we went. At this question, she wilted.
I don't know. I'm not aware of any others, but the Druza know how I created the Leyline. It's possible they found another candidate.
I slammed my fist into my palm. Whatever. They can summon as many humans as they want. I'll put them down, and we'll stop whatever their plans are. Belle smiled sadly.
I hope we do.
Our trip through the woods settled into a quiet, comfortable silence, broken only by the cries of wild animals or our own footsteps trampling over dry branches. Well, Belle and I did that. Vera didn't make a sound, which belatedly reminded me of the muffling magic I had used last time on the trip. I made a point to practice it as we went after that, getting much more skilled with it as the hours went by. I saw a few birds as we went, pleased to find something so familiar. They weren't exactly like Earth's, but they were pretty close. Whenever one flew into our sight, Vera would tell us about them. Our nights were spent high in the trees, just like last time. Belle was much worse at climbing than we were, so I levitated her up, which she found a little terrifying and very exciting. I very much wanted to bang Vera in our hammocks in the treetops, and although we exchanged many loaded glances over the days, neither of us made a move with Belle there. Perhaps one day she'd be in on the whole harem thing, but for the time being, we just let it go. Halfway through the trip, while foraging, we did find a few minutes to sneak off for an intense quickie. Vera couldn't keep silent, so I used magic to stifle her screams. It was incredibly challenging to do while simultaneously coming inside her, but I managed. Barely. As we approached Doreen, a subtle feeling of dread crept over me. For some time, I thought it was just anxiety about what we were going to find there. I was worried for the townspeople, hoping they hadn't faced any sort of retribution after I'd killed Lord Steve. That wasn't it, though. As we got closer, it became obvious that the feeling came from the area around us and wasn't just low-key dread. Belle grimaced. You, feeling that too?
I am. What?
Vera looked at us both with a tilted head. There's an awful feeling here, which is getting worse as we get closer. Belle nodded.
I'm feeling it too. I think I know what it is.
Shit. I shook my head. It's an arseload of defiled ley, isn't it?
Almost certainly, yes.
Shit, I repeated. Oh well, nothing to do but press on. Hell, this is even more reason to pick up the pace. We went faster, and the city's massive walls came into view in the early evening. The feeling got worse. I gazed out from the tree line. I don't think we need to waltz right in the front door. Let's set up camp, get a little sleep, and we'll sneak in the same way Vera and I did last time. The other two gave me nods of agreement. We took some glorified naps in the tops of a massive tree, the city laid out in front of us. As the sun went down, the city lit up in a breathtaking display of twinkling lights against the pink and orange skyline. "It's beautiful," I said softly. The others watched with me, smiles lighting their faces. The rest of the evening passed uneventfully as we all awoke sometime after midnight. Vera nimbly descended from our perch, her armor giving her no trouble at all. I levitated myself and Belle down, my eyes locked on the lights filtering through the trees, wondering what horrors we'd find inside. We passed silently out of the tree line and into the plains surrounding Doreen, where we noticed flickering torches from a few Druza patrols. "Well," I whispered, "that's not really a surprise. Let's just avoid them for now. Between my muffling magic and the darkness, we'd need to royally fuck up to be caught." Luckily, I didn't ruin our chances by saying that out loud. The patrols were few and far between. Only a handful of torches even graced the top of the city walls. Our soundless footsteps carried us through the tall golden grass and up to the smooth stone of the Doreen's outer wall. Finding our previous entry was easy. The lines I'd cut into the stone last time had caused the flow of ley to drift a little bit. It would have been invisible to anyone else. I slipped the improvised door out of its frame, muffling it as it went. Vera kept watch for anyone who might see. We passed into the city like shadows, the stone sliding easily back into place. It all went so smoothly that I just knew that things were going to go to shit soon. I didn't give voice to that thought, though. The aura of oppressiveness lay much thicker inside the city, and it made my stomach queasy with revulsion.
"Oh, damn. Even I feel it now,"
Vera muttered.
"Something awful's going on here."
Belle shuddered. "Okay, here's the deal." I pulled them both further back into the shadow of the building we stood near. "There's definitely going to be a fight."
"Good.
Vera slammed her fist into her armored palm.
Bring it on."
I gave her a charming smile. "Love the enthusiasm, but first, I want you to find Belle somewhere safe to hide, and only join in the fight if I need you to, okay?"
"But—"
"Look, you whipping in with your new toys could be absolutely devastating to a crowd of people, human and Druza alike. I don't want to throw that advantage away. And before you say anything, I'm not coddling you. I know very well that you can handle yourself." For a second, a fire lit in her eyes, but it cooled.
"Damn. Okay. I suppose that makes sense."
She gave me an exaggerated eye roll.
"But if I can be of use, I'm coming in. After finding me a safe place, right?"
Belle's bright eyes were wide as she looked imploringly at Vera.
Of course, of course. Your safety is more important than me killing a few upstart lords. I just hope there's time for both."
I chuckled and shook my head. You really have come a long way. The shadows covered us all, but I didn't need the light to see that Vera was blushing pretty hard at my words. "I'm going to make my way to the center of the city. I can only assume that's where everything's happening." Belle sighed.
"You're likely right. I can't imagine what it is, though. This doesn't feel like the routine collection of defilement that they were up to before."
No, it does not. Chapter 6. Putting Vera and Belle out of my mind proved nearly impossible. The memory of watching them turn a corner and disappear from my sight stayed lodged in my thoughts. "Focus, damn it," I muttered to myself. I tried, as much as I could, to keep to the shadows. Depending on the street, it varied from easy to practically impossible based on how many streetlights there were. There didn't seem to be the slightest rhyme or reason to the streetlight placement. I rounded a corner and almost walked straight into the enemy. Their loud complaints alerted me at the last second, and I was able to slide into a recessed storefront. What are we even doing in this fucking backwater? I was promised more than night patrol. I'm a lord, for fuck's sake. I'm above this. Lord Whiner and his entourage of 4 druser in decent armour came around the bend in the road. His heavily polished armour reflected the street lamps as he stomped down the path like a petulant 4-year-old. I sighed softly. We're here to kill these bastards, right? Should I start now? The pros and cons of starting the slaughter now warred in my head. Do I want to find out what's going on before I kick this off? Or is stealth killing this jerk better than having him fight me when things really start happening? Oh, fuck it. I still hadn't figured out how to kill people by simply severing their natural ley lines. I knew I could do it, but it was going to take a lot of testing. And that testing was going to be pretty damn brutal, based on the one time I'd attempted and flubbed it, inadvertently torturing some poor bastard. Based on his screams, it had not been pleasant. Now wasn't the time to try new shit. I carved out a heavy stone from high above Lord Whiner's head. I sliced easily into the stone and muffled it for good measure. In a bit of inspiration, I sliced off a tiny piece and whipped it off to the side of the group, where it clattered down the street. As hoped, all 4 of them stopped to look. I didn't trust gravity to do all the work. With as much force as I could, I brought the stone down on the top of Lord Whiner's unarmoured head. It crushed his head into a spray of bone, brain, and blood, and continued down through his entire body, barely slowing, bursting out of his armour, and burying itself deep under the stone of the street. His ruined body wavered for a moment before it fell to the ground. Holy fuck! I just stared. I knew my training had made me stronger, but not that much. All 3 druser froze, unable to process what they were seeing. I lit a fireball in my palm, split it into 3, and whipped them at the drusers' heads. I didn't put all my strength into it this time. All 3 fireballs hit their targets, dropping the druser as they stood there, confused. I peeked out into the street, sure that this had attracted some attention. But there were no cries of alarm or surprise waiting for me. Might as well hide the bodies for now, I said to myself. I turned to peer inside the windows of the storefront I'd hidden myself in, which appeared to be a jeweller's shop. Well, sorry, whoever owns this place. I worked my way through the door, turning the lock from the inside, figuring out this new use of ley as I went. I muffled the door for good measure before I reached out, wrapped the bodies up with my power, and quietly flung them on the floor of the shop. There was little I could do about the blood, bits of ash, and the new hole in the street, but they weren't in the direct light anyway. Good enough. One less lord to deal with later. I continued my trek through the city, grimacing as I went. The defilement here made the bile rise in my throat. Something about it was wholly different from anything I'd encountered before. Ah, shit! I recoiled before dashing into the nearest shadowy overhang. A massive blob of defilement had passed right by me, nearly travelling through my body as it made its way through the natural ley in the air around me. I'd avoided stepping into it by a split second. I willed my racing pulse to slow as I stood there frozen. That was new. Up until now, I'd only encountered the defiled ley as smaller bits of corruption that mostly became lodged inside the master leysin that powered villages and cities. I sure as shit hadn't run into any free-floating defilement before. My fear that something insanely bad was happening in Doreen escalated to an alarming degree. Throwing a little caution to the wind, I leapt up to the roof of a nearby building, peeking over the edge before I hauled myself up. Small spots of torchlight dotted the rooftops as well, but not nearly as many as down below. Now that I wasn't hindered by traveling through the streets, I quickly made my way toward the center of town, dodging more floating blobs of defilement as I went. This is bad. I took out a Druza rooftop soldier on my way, decapitating him with another stone. I should really just get a couple of swords to whip around with the lay. Why didn't I think of that earlier? Fireballs were nice, but flashy, and there wasn't always going to be a bunch of convenient stones. Probably. I finally came to the center square, where I'd battled and killed Lord Steve. It had been a real fight, only ending when I'd backed him into a surprise killing blow delivered by Vera. I could crush him with little effort now. When I peeked over the edge of the rooftop, my jaw dropped. Laid out before me, taking up nearly the entire square surrounding the Master Leyline, was a series of machines, tubes and wires, and caches of defilement. The machines were obviously Leyline, and instead of siphoning the defilement out of the Master Leyline, they were funneling it in. What the fuck? The black containers they were using were huge, many times the size of the dark handheld cubes I'd seen before. Arrayed out across the place, lords and Druza milled about, either standing idly or checking the machines. There was another, however, who caught my eye. He was Druza, but not like any I'd seen before. The rest had all been essentially human with leathery skin and scales across their faces, torsos, and limbs with smooth sections showing through. This bastard! He stood head and shoulders above anyone else in the square. Instead of a smattering of scales, his entire body gleamed with them, reflecting the Leyline's light as he made his way in a circuit around the Master Leyline. He wore massive metal shoulder pads, vambraces, and greaves that appeared to be a few inches thick, all painted a dark blue. It struck me as a little odd to wear such heavy armor, but only on certain parts of his body, none of which were vital. Even up high as I was, I could hear him bellowing orders constantly. His deep voice made him a little difficult to make out. I caught snippets here and there. Whatever they were all doing down there, time was of the essence. Or, more to the point, anyone caught wasting it would be severely punished. In addition to being fully scaled, something else about him caught my eye. When his endless circuit of the square brought him closer, I could see that his body sported something more than the heavy and odd armor. Black protrusions stuck out in random intervals. It took me a moment to make the obvious connection. They were Leyline. Defiled Leyline, most likely. But that meant that he could use the defiled ley. A Druza. But then again, that made some sense. The one master I'd slain had similar Leyline, although his weren't implanted in his body. He'd been using them like anyone from Mirras would use any Leyline. Was this monster down below fundamentally different? I didn't have much time to consider this new mystery. A cry of alarm rose from the other side of the city, followed by a loud tone that echoed across the night. Everyone in the square turned as the sound ripped through the sky. Big Guy started stomping off in the direction of the sound, bellowing incomprehensible orders as he went. I couldn't make out his words, but based on what everyone else did, they amounted to, "Keep doing what you're doing, or I'll kill you." I was bounding over the rooftops a second later. I knew what was happening. It could only really be one thing. Vera and Belle had been found out. The time for sneaking was over. I threw out fireballs rapidly, exploding the heads of any Druza sentries I came anywhere near. Big Guy's cries preceded me. He was going at least as fast as I was. The alarm tone, a reverberating sound made by a series of Leyline, didn't stop. I gazed down at the streets as I hopped from building to building, seeing an increasing number of Druza and a smattering of lords following the noise. Shit, shit, shit! I conjured and dropped a few big fireballs onto the streets, throwing them behind me as I went, hoping to distract someone, anyone at all. Even a few less opponents at the coming battle would be a huge boon. I leapt across one more street. As I glanced to the side, I saw Vera facing down a small but growing crowd of Druza, with a few lords nearly upon her. Already around her feet lay a pile of butchered Druza, the severed pieces of their bodies staining the flagstones a deep red. I pivoted and gathered all the magic that I possibly could before I threw myself into the fray. Chapter 7. Fuck! As far as battle cries went, it left a lot to be desired. Still, many of Vera's opponents turned as I soared down, a rain of fireballs falling ahead of me. I stumbled over the pieces of Druza before I managed to find my footing. Vera's Leyline sang into life, rending more Druza into sanguine chunks. I whipped the air around us into a tornado. I still hadn't got the hang of making air into deadly, slicing winds, but in the small area between buildings, it was deadly enough. I picked up all the Druza that closed in around us, battering and buffeting their bodies into the stone. The buildings cracked, and the Druza crumpled. Vera, let's get up! I felt a shower of stones coming for us before I saw them. Before I could move, Vera's arms wrapped around my chest, under my shoulders. She crouched slightly and leapt, the ground zipping away from us as we sailed high into the air. I couldn't have achieved this kind of speed with my power alone. Belmora and Riss had done an impressive job creating these Leyline. Vera was also doing a bang-up job using them. I said as much.
Thanks,
she said breathlessly, before we landed on another rooftop nearby. Is Belle safe? Vera nodded, her face obscured by her helm. Her voice still came through clearly.
Yeah, for now. I was able to hide her and distract the guards who were about to find us. Don't worry about her. Worry about us.
She dove into me, knocking us both to the roof as a ridiculously big chunk of building flew over our heads. They're coming! I helped Vera up and we stepped away from each other, falling into fighting stances. Several lords, more than I'd faced before, levitated up from below, murder on their faces. I reassessed my initial assumption that they were all lords. Some were, but most were not. I felt the power they each controlled, and a good chunk of them were probably like Vanguard Eric, the first arsehole I'd killed back in Vera's village. Not that there was a lot of time to think about any of that. They attacked. For the briefest second, I thought they might actually attack one by one, like B-movie bad guys, each wanting to score a clear killing blow. Unfortunately, they weren't quite that stupid. Vera sped off into the night sky again. She's fine. She'll be fine. Let her handle herself. Save her by killing as many as you can, as quick as you can. Come and get me, you weak shit-asses! My taunts really needed some refinement, but they worked well enough. In the first few seconds, I danced back again and again, avoiding the rain of fire, stone, and lightning that they hurled at me. Lightning? That was new. I screamed out, "Oh, fuck!" in a panic a few times as I went, trying to lull them into a sense of impending victory. It worked. Like, really well. They thought I was almost done. Tension eased out of a few of them, triumphant grins on their faces while they kept up the assault. I threw out 5 fireballs at once. 4 connected. 3 were kill shots. The fourth was going to be a kill shot in a few agonizing moments. The smiles left the faces of the ones remaining. After that, they started taking the fight seriously. I pulled the bolstering lei around me as hard as I could. I took blow after blow, fireballs and stones smashing into me constantly, threatening to break my magic and throw me down. I concentrated on anticipating and dodging the lightning, which I assumed to be the biggest threat. Mostly, I was buying time. I was absorbing as much damage and, more importantly, attention as I could before the real death blows came. One arsehole, probably a great lord, kept chain-casting lightning at me. Dodging and pushing his magic away took most of my focus. I avoided direct hits from him by taking a staggering amount of direct hits from the others. Getting slammed in the face by boulders over and over again was not how I'd envisioned this trip. My patience paid off. Vera descended from the black sky and landed right behind Great Lord Lightning Happy. Her lacin whipped the air into a huge area of death, eviscerating him and a few lesser lords beside him. I took a second to breathe while the rest of them floated in the air, dumbfounded by the swift brutality that Vera had brought to our fight. Naturally, I capitalized on it. Fireballs and chunks shorn out of buildings slammed into the lords, ripping through their own bolstering magics, their bodies dropping out of the sky. Vera didn't pause for a single second. Sometimes she used the slicing winds, but often enough she just leapt toward a lord from behind or above, cutting off their heads or cleaving them in two. In short order, the rooftops and streets were littered with gore. The real battle, however, hadn't even started, and I knew it. The last few lordlings turned and fled. It should have been apparent minutes before that they were losing badly, but some stayed out of idiotic pride, only to get turned into chunks of meat. Once the warm-up was over, Vera dropped down beside me, panting heavily. I turned to her, taking in the bloodied state of her armor. It was pretty hot, I had to admit. When the big guy comes, I don't want you to face him with me. Stay away unless you see a good opening. She turned sharply, and I could only imagine her wide, angry eyes underneath her helm.
You want me to?
I do. She grunted and kicked a severed head off the roof.
Fine. I see your point, I guess. I don't like it.
We don't know what this guy's capable of. Big guy shot up from down below, leaping much higher than necessary, probably so he could make the building shudder when he came down on it, which he did. I glanced back, pleased and relieved to see that Vera had disappeared. She'd be waiting, I knew, for the perfect shot. All I had to do was line it up. I stood, resting my hands on my hips, saying nothing. Big guy casually looked around at the severed lords and scoffed. His dark eyes met mine, and he looked me up and down, unimpressed by what he saw.
Human.
Druza?
I am Zendar. What are you called?
Civility? This was new. I'm Danic. He tilted his head and, a moment later, laughed softly.
Surely you were just Dan before, yes?
I shrugged. What can I say? You're right, I was. Would it offend you to know that I thought the rest of your lords were stupid for keeping their old, boring names? He chuckled as his eyes swept over the lord's remains again.
No. Say what you will about them all. They are nothing but cattle, a means to a greater end. Not that they understood this.
A means to what end? His eyes drew down, a sad little smile appearing on his lips.
What end indeed?
Before I could say anything more, he shook his head and held out a hand.
You could have been the greatest of them,
Instead, you were diverted by her. Oh yes, we know what happened now. It's not particularly puzzling. I won't insult you and ask you to join us. You'd refuse.
I would.
That only leaves us the one path, then.
I've got to say, Zendar, you're a lot more well-spoken than I assumed a muscle-bound, dark lacin-imbued monster would be.
Yes, well, so far, you've only fought your own, mostly. I have not been impressed by them.
I scoffed. I'm pretty sure you and your masters butchered the impressive ones. You only kept the most worthless, power-hungry assholes. His foot slid through a pool of blood. Ponderously, he bent down and picked up a piece of severed head and gazed into its one remaining eye.
Would it surprise you to know that more humans agree to join us than those who do not? We cull less humans than you might expect.
He turned to me, still holding the bloodied head. Honestly, no. He laughed heartily and threw his head off the roof.
I'd mock your entire race, but mine is no better.
Well, this sure as shit isn't how I thought this conversation would go. Does that mean that you're not a willing participant in all this?
Oh no, Danic, I am. What we masters desire is for the good of all.
Of all? Are you including everyone else in that? Not just the Druza?
Not just the Druza, no. Everyone will reap the benefits of our gifts.
He held up a hand, forestalling what I was about to ask.
Why don't we ask for their cooperation, then?
He shook his head.
Because they won't see the wisdom in what we seek. The future must be forced upon them, ignorant as they are.
So you bastards know better than everyone, then, huh? That's it. He met my stare and held out his hands.
Yes.
I had to laugh. Well, at least you've got conviction. I'll give you that, Zendar. You know, in another time and place, maybe we could have been friends. For whatever reason, I didn't hate this guy. I was going to kill him either way, but he wasn't like his arrogant human lords. His mouth split into a wide and authentic grin.
Perhaps, Danic, but not here and not now.
Then, to my utter shock, he bowed low to me. You know what, Zendar? I'm not going to enjoy killing you like I have all your lords. He nodded.
Yes, I feel the same way. Now, let's begin.
A split second later, he was right in front of me, his defiled lacin bleeding disgusting power directly into his body. I'd barely seen him move before his fist was careening toward me. It was too fast, and I was unprepared for his speed. He struck me hard in the face. My magic protected my bones from breaking, but my skin tore, and my entire body shuddered from the impact of the blow. On top of that, the defilement slipped past my power, leaching directly into my flesh, preventing me from seeing, healing myself, or even thinking. Fuck! I tumbled across the roof, desperately trying to right myself and leap away. I almost managed to do both, but Zendar was right there, following my every move, battering me with a flurry of strikes as we both flew through the open air. Gotta try it! Attempting new things in the moment was never a good idea. Not once, not ever. But I had no choice. My power flared in all directions. Heedless of the pain and the damage I'd already sustained, I flung wild lightning everywhere, the energy erupting in a wave around me. Of the hundreds of bolts that I created, only a single one struck Zendar. It hit him square in his chest. He gave a strangled cry and lost his balance, rolling head over heels, pitching over the side of the building to the street below. I hysterically pulled at the defilement searing the inside of my face. The pain was a new and unique experience. I lay on my back, ripping out the corruption, desperate for some relief from the agony. I came to my senses just in time to roll away from an overhanded blow that shattered the roof underneath me. I danced away, dodging a whirlwind of strikes, all aimed at my face. Zendar's focused expression struck me as weird after fighting nothing but sneering, pompous arseholes during my time on Mirras. His blows were precise and his form perfect. He stood much taller than me, and his armored, lace-infused body dwarfed me as we fought. I ruthlessly suppressed the wild thoughts and burgeoning terror that threatened to overwhelm me. Nothing mattered but evading his blows and avoiding another infusion of defiled ley. Still, I couldn't avoid it all. I didn't take another direct hit, but the horrible energy seeped into me anyway. Each blow carried with it a sickening miasma. In between the maddening fight and the mental battle inside my own head, I noticed that Zendar's Leyline were funneling defilement into his body, which he then used like natural ley. He was something completely different. I didn't even bother trying to counterattack. Very few openings presented themselves, and even if they had, I didn't have the means to capitalize on them. But I wasn't alone. I kept up our stupid little game for a while before Vera appeared. I'd been backing up in a reasonably straight line for some time, keeping Zendar's attention in one direction. Vera slammed down behind his back, her Leyline activating before her feet even hit the rooftop. The slicing winds materialized, about to envelop Zendar completely. His eyes flicked back. A nanosecond before the winds tore him apart, he screamed and exploded with a wave of defiled ley. His dark power crashed into Vera's winds, slicing them apart. The clashing magic created a little pocket that missed Vera, and I was able to form a shell of my own and split the defilement around me. For the first time, Zendar slowed. Vera launched right into another attack. Zendar countered in the same way, but afterwards he sprinted away from her. The three of us stood in a triangle, staring each other down. The game had changed. He moved, insanely fast, directing a deadly blow at Vera's chest. Chapter 8. My fist slammed into his face. I heard his skull crack. He tumbled across the rooftops, flailing wildly before he managed to right himself. Unfortunately, he could heal himself with the defilement, somehow. His eyes flicked between us, and he launched into another attack at Vera. I couldn't get a good punch in, but I did manage to keep him off her as she leapt away, time and time again. His expressionless visage cracked, finally, and he grunted with exertion. Vera peppered him with more slicing winds. Zendar countered them again and again, but as we kept it up, I could feel the bile-inducing miasma beginning to fade. He's only got limited power to draw on in those Leyline. I redoubled my efforts. Between that and his increasingly desperate attempts to finish off Vera, I managed to get in some solid strikes, fireballs, and lightning. I tore his skin, singed his face, and electrocuted him over and again. Each time, he instantly healed himself, but it took more and more of his power to do it.
Ah, damn you both!
He cried as he leapt back from us, his composure fading away. Naturally, we pressed the attack even harder. I could barely feel the defilement anymore, at least not from him anyway. The entire city still reeked of it a little bit. In a moment of panic, he sent out a massive wave of corruption, knocking us both back. I pulled Vera in and tore a gap through the magic. It passed around us, and we saw Zendar's back as he fled, leaping from building to building, heading toward the center of the city. "Let's finish this!" Vera nodded, and I imagined her vicious smile underneath the helm. We wrapped our arms around each other, and she sent us flying into the night sky after him. "He's probably trying to recharge his Leyline or something," I said over the rushing wind.
We'll cut him down before he gets the chance.
"Did you hide Belle somewhere safe?"
Yeah, she's in a random house on the other side of town, the door locked behind her.
"Did you break in or something?"
No comment.
I laughed as the night air whipped by. We ended up in the city square again, Zendar landing awkwardly in front of us. He pushed some smaller Druza aside as he scrambled through the mess of machines. Druza screamed in surprise as they tumbled over the Leyline in Zendar's wake. We couldn't stop him before he made it to the huge master Leyline in the center of the square. As I came close to it, I could feel the horrid aura that it gave off. The defilement filled it nearly to bursting. A chill of terror ran through my body as I waited for Zendar to start siphoning off a huge amount of magic, but he just didn't do that. Because he couldn't, it turned out. Instead, he ripped open a large chest and pulled out some of the smaller black cubes that we'd seen before. Vera and I were too far behind to stop him from using it. With a roar, he ripped one of his implanted Leyline open and threw away a seemingly empty cube before ramming the new one in. Based on how much he trembled and bellowed, it must have hurt a lot. I wondered if it was always like that, or if there was a slower, less painful option. Either way, we only gave him time to use one cube. Judging by how many Leyline I could see in his body, he had room for many more. I slammed into him, wrapping my arms around his midsection and forcing him to the ground. We struggled. I tried punching him in the face, and he tried to throw me off. I'd expected a huge burst of ley like he'd done earlier. That seemed to be magic intensive, though. Perhaps he didn't have enough stored to do it now. Still, he managed to slip away, pelting me with awkward blows as he went. In a moment of inspiration, I pulled a thick layer of ley over myself where his fists were going to land. The magic had protected me from the force before, but the stronger magic allowed me to shrug off the defilement that laced his attack. I was getting tired, though. After he'd escaped my grasp, he immediately turned to run again. I plowed my fist into his retreating back, aiming for his kidney. He grunted in annoyance, turned, and released a small wave of power that knocked me back. Belatedly, I noticed that no one was interfering with any of this. Not that the other Druza could do much to me, but they weren't even trying. I spun for a moment to find Vera slicing them to shreds. They actually had been trying to help Zendar, but she was running interference for me. She wasn't even using her Leyline. Her sword itself was fine for that sort of work. I flung myself back at Zendar, who'd leapt over the mass of machines. With a burst of power, I plowed directly through them, sending bits of Leyline in all directions. I caught Zendar just as he landed, sending a strike right into his back. He growled and turned, his face a mask of rage. A long time ago, I would have been afraid to face someone so much taller than me, let alone someone wearing heavy armor and studded with evil artifacts. But that was then, and this was now. This bastard, as strong as he was, wasn't going to beat me. I knew it, he knew it. He still tried, though, since running wasn't an option anymore. He grabbed my shoulders and tried to kick me in the crotch. I brushed his arms aside, sidestepped, and punched him in the stomach. He fainted, and in a moment of my stupidity, he grabbed my face. His hands were big enough that he just palmed my head. It was unpleasant. The world spun. I crashed through a mess of machinery and tumbled across the ground. None of it hurt at all. He was on me in seconds, raining down a shower of blows. My lay extended behind him and pulled a jagged piece of metal from the ruined machinery around us. I pulled it in hard. It slid through his abdomen. He screamed and tried to force it out with his lei. My hands wrapped around it. I held it in place and twisted a little. He reached back, screaming in agony, and sheared off the metal. He forced himself back. The shard I was holding slid brutally out of his flesh, tearing more as it went. He fell backwards onto the ground, flailing wildly. I stupidly thought it was almost over. I stood and threw the metal at his face. He managed to get his hand up, the piece puncturing his palm. Blood poured from his stomach, but he leapt away, screaming something unintelligible. The other Druza, the ones Vera hadn't finished, ran around the Master Leyline, trying to escape. Her armor reflected the streetlight as she came down in the middle of them, seeing an opening to take them all out. That had been part of Zendar's plan, it seemed. He slammed down behind her, and before I could stop him, he grabbed her arm and whirled her around, bashing her into various Leyline and Druza. Her sword slipped out of her grip and clattered across the square. My feet hit the ground, and I bolted toward them, eager to rip his arm off and free Vera.
Stop!
He yelled. He spun to face me, Vera in his grip, her feet dangling in the air. In his other hand, he held a circular ring of black metal, yet another Leyline. I wasn't particularly worried. He wasn't going to kill her. He wasn't stupid. He wanted to get away from me. Killing her would only ensure that this fight didn't end until he was dead.
This isn't the intended use,
he said, holding the ring.
But it'll do.
With a tiny surge of power, it opened up. He pressed it to Vera's neck, where it snapped shut again. She grunted and struggled in vain. I'd half expected her to zip them both into the air. Did her feet need to be touching the ground for that? Defiled lei snaked out of his body and into the ring. Vera gasped, her body bucking against the pressing corruption. In the split second before I raced forward, Zendar dropped her and leapt away. As he sailed through the air, his eyes were locked on mine. Vera's strangled cries got louder. Well, fuck. Easy choice, though. I let the bastard go. A moment later, I wrapped my hands with as much power as I could before I tore the ring off Vera's throat. It wasn't physically choking her. She still wore her armor. The defilement crept through it and into her flesh. I didn't even look up as I chucked the bent and broken ring behind me and pulled the bits of dark lei from inside her body, letting them dissipate into the night air. As soon as they were gone, she calmed down.
Is he?
I turned to see, but I knew what would be there. Nothing. Zendar was gone. He only needed a few seconds of a head start to make finding him unlikely. Gone.
Damn. I'm sorry.
She sat up and surveyed the area around us. Bent and broken machines littered the square. Our brief but intense fight had wrecked most of what had been here. Don't be. We did what we came here to do. The pressing miasma of the defilement sat heavy on all my senses at once. Well, okay, some of it, but don't worry about him getting away.
What was he?
Fucked if I know. The square lay silent and empty. The remaining Druza fled during the end of our battle. Still, I could see a lot of heads poking around corners.
They're still here,
Vera said softly. Indeed. A few lords escaped our rooftop battle, and I imagine the city's still packed with Druza minions. This isn't even close to over. Are you okay to keep going? She nodded.
I am. But we should check on Belle first.
Good idea. We made our way through the side streets, seeing the occasional Druza poking their head around a corner or out of a window, unwilling to face us. You know where you're going? I asked.
Probably.
Very reassuring. She stamped her foot.
I looked at the street names. I kind of know where it is.
Very reassuring.
Oh, fuck off.
She shoved me to the side, but I could hear the humour in her voice. Even though we joked, I remained vigilant, scanning our surroundings. I was reasonably sure that Zendar had meant to escape. That was just an assumption, though. He'd probably fled to another store of defiled cubes and refilled his lacing. Still, I didn't think he'd try fighting me again. Not here. Not now. We wandered a little, taking 2 wrong turns before Vera found the street name she was looking for. She'd taken her helm off, which integrated neatly into her chest plate. We came to a long building with a series of small porches up into front doors. They looked similar to townhouses.
681.
Vera hurried up the steps and knocked loudly on the door.
It's our spell! Open up!
We waited. No reply. Just kick it down, I said. She shrugged and did as I suggested. When she stepped inside, she gasped. Chapter 9.
No. No. Fuck!
I ran up the stairs and inside to find a ransacked room.
It wasn't like this before,
Vera wailed. The place mirrored a contemporary apartment on Earth, except any electronics were replaced by weird lacing whose function I could barely guess at. There weren't any TVs. Doreen seemed a lot nicer and wealthier than Vera's village, which I shouldn't have been surprised about. None of those thoughts were relevant, though. Belmora wasn't there. The townhouse stood 3 stories high. We both raced through the entire thing, opening closets and any cabinet big enough for a person to hide in. We found nothing. I found Vera nearly hyperventilating in the downstairs living room.
Oh, fuck!
I wrapped her in my arms. It'll be fine. She wilted into me, muttering incoherently. It'll be fine. They won't hurt her. We'll find her.
But how do you...
She's too valuable. That got her to relax a little.
Oh, right.
They'll want her to do what she was doing for them. But come on, she can't be far. We won't let them take her.
Oh, okay.
She felt responsible. She didn't have to say it. The guilt was written plainly on her face. I didn't bother reassuring her, telling her that she did what she could and it wasn't her fault. It wouldn't have mattered. She wouldn't have felt it. Our best course of action was finding Belle as fast as we could. We combed through the place again, a lot less quickly. The only thing we found was a broken lock on the back door. It was something. Out in the street, there were no signs. Nothing.
Fuck!
Vera said through gritted teeth. The fuck is that? I wandered down the road, my eyes still scanning the sky for Zendar. Hey, do you see? I came upon a tiny ball of something floating in the air. Vera bounded up beside me, a hopeful expression on her face, which quickly morphed into confusion and disappointment.
See what?
This. I gestured at the thing. She blinked and swept a trail of blue hair out of her eyes.
Are you okay, Danic? Did that last fight do more to you than you thought?
I looked at the thing, the floating ball thing, and back at her. I'm going to assume that means you can't see it. She glanced down the road. I leaned in, squinting. It's this thing. Vera side-eyed me pretty hard, but said nothing. I poked it. Oh! It was... Ley? I walked a brief circuit around it. When I really concentrated, I could see the thinnest line of power heading down the street. Vera stayed silent. I poked at it again, reaching out with not only my finger, but with my lei. The ball thing rippled. The feeling was familiar. A tiny ghost of a memory clawed at my subconscious, almost dredging something up. I funneled a little power into it.
Oh!
Vera took a step back as the thing lit up and made a subtle and very weird sound. "Oh shit!" I exclaimed. "It's a fucking portal!" The tiny sensations were shadows of the lights and sounds that the portal had made when I was brought to Mirras.
A portal? To where?
This way. The minuscule thread was impossible to follow until I channeled an extra bit of ley into it. Even then, it faded quickly. "Belle left us a trail," I said. Vera's helm floated up from her armor.
Let's go get her!
We ran down the road, and I funneled a little power into the portal string, which ended abruptly at an intersection between buildings. A second little portal ball hung suspended in the air. The other end. Shit.
What?
It ends here. No. Surely something else had been left behind. We wandered around the intersection, although Vera couldn't have actually seen anything. A little ways down one of the side streets, I noticed another ball. Relief flooded through me. "Hey, it's here! I found another one!" And so it went. Each time one trail ended, another picked up somewhere close by. In our haste and excitement, we stopped being subtle. We yelled to each other and made precisely zero attempt to hide ourselves. I knew Vera was wound up even more than I was. Eventually, after finding around 20 different portal trails, we came to one of the city's minor gates, which was guarded. "Fuck off or die!" I screamed, tearing chunks of stone out of the ground in front of us. I hurled them at the collected Druza guards, not really trying to aim. The stones crashed into the gate and surrounding buildings. One of the guards was hit, although it wasn't a fatal blow. Another leapt out of the way. I'd startled them. Their weapons appeared in their hands, and they fell into fighting stances. "I said, fuck off!" I tried some lightning. It arced into the stone above with a deafening boom. Chipped stone rained down on them, and a black, smoking smear was left on the wall. One of them broke and ran, throwing his weapon down as he went. The spear clattered to the street. He didn't look back. That was enough for one more to go, and then the rest. Once we'd actually arrived at the gate, they'd all scattered. I wrapped my fist in the lei and thrust it into the wooden door, which exploded in a shower of splinters. We'd barely even slowed down. Mentally, I patted myself on the back. It had been the least taxing thing I'd done all day, but for some reason it felt the coolest. Outside, there were more portal trails. We quickly passed through the clearing around the city's walls and headed into the forest. I pulled in the lei and conjured a few balls of light, which I made float in front of us. The sudden transition from tall stone buildings into a nightmare forest of dancing shadows was scarier than it should have been. I was no stranger to the outdoors, but the way the magic lit up the trees and flung their shadows on top of each other creeped me out. It didn't help that I kept imagining Zendar flying out of the darkness to assault us again. That was stupid, though. If he'd wanted to do that, he'd have already done it inside the city. The portal trails didn't stay on the winding path, but led through trees and small hills. They seemed to eventually connect back with the trail, though, so I hoped that we were taking a faster route.
Danic!
Vera hissed. She grabbed my arm and pulled me to a stop.
Get rid of the light!
I did.
Look! See that?
I peered through the trees to where she was pointing. It took a minute, but I could faintly make out dancing lights similar to my own. Well, shit. Looks like there's a lord up there. I was kinda hoping it would only be Druza.
Yeah, me too. Can you use your quiet spell?
Of course. We traipsed through the trees, muted by magic and heedless of how many dried leaves and branches we stomped on, which was a lot.
You know, this is kind of fun.
Vera said.
Way easier than sneaking.
The lights in front of us were speeding ahead. The lord or lords conjuring them must be running through the forest. We kept our pace quick in order to keep up. With my quieting magic, we blundered through the underbrush with reckless abandon and caught up to them rapidly. Still, we tried to do a bit of reconnaissance first. Only one lord led the band. The rest were Druza soldiers. They yanked Belmora along. The lord seemed terrified. That much was clear. He stage-whispered constant commands to his soldiers. Some were to scout ahead, some were to scout behind. If any of them had done that second thing, we hadn't seen them. The Druza just ran along with him, all probably assuming someone else could do this scouting. Or perhaps they realized that the Lord wasn't following up on anything, just belting out more commands, his head often turning to see if he was being tailed. By us. He was afraid of us. That was nice. He was right to be. With little warning, the path angled sharply and opened into a small clearing. Before we knew what we were doing, Vera and I blundered out of the tree line and into the Lord's light. I immediately brought us to a stop, but it was too late. One of the Druza saw us, perhaps alerted by reflections from Vera's armor. Either way, he didn't say anything or sound any specific alarm. He just screamed. He pointed and screamed, and, a second later, sprinted off in the opposite direction from us. For a second, I'd hoped that they'd all assume he'd been frightened by shadows, but too many heads turned, and too many of them saw us, even as we leapt backwards into the shadows. Well, shit, I muttered. I wrapped the lei around myself in preparation for this fight. Vera, I'm going to lay waste to them all. You hop into the canopy and... There was no time to plan, no time to do anything fancy. Every single Druza started screaming and running, all in different directions. In the chaos, some of them ran right by us. Vera and I just stood there, dumbfounded, and watched them go. It wasn't like they were a threat. The Lord stayed where he was. I'd hoped to see him run as well, leaving Bell free and clear. "Come out where I can see you!" he wailed. Despite giving us a loud command, stark terror ran through his voice. Vera and I looked at each other and shrugged. We stepped out into the clearing. "Shit," I said through clenched teeth. He had his arm around Belle's neck, pressing her close to his body. His other hand hovered near her face, a ball of bright fire in his palm. "Stay right there! I'll kill her!"
You kill her and you're dead!
Vera yelled. She took a step forward. "Stay back!" The fire flared. I held out a hand. "Do as he says," I whispered. She turned to me and whispered back,
What are we going to do?
Well, this was one hell of a standoff. He wasn't going to get away. He had to know it. The only thing he could do was threaten Belle. But he couldn't kill her. Vera was right. We'd just kill him back. "Let her go and we'll let you walk," I said. Naturally, I was going to kill him the second I got an opening, but I had to get this guy talking. "No, you won't! I saw you kill the others! She stays with me!" "You're going to run with her all the way to... wherever you're going?" "Yeah!" The fireball blazed again. Shit, this guy's a real idiot. "Back off! Go away! I don't want to die! I want to go home!" Belle's shining eyes perked up.
I can send you home, you know.
A cool breeze wafted by as we all stood there in the wake of that statement. Finally, Lord Idiot said, "What? No, you can't! They told me there's no going back!" "The Druza Masters told you that?" I asked. "And you believed them? They also told you that you'd be commanding godly power too, didn't they? Are you actually doing that? We wouldn't be standing here if you were." "Shut the fuck up!" he yelled at me, but his eyes were on Belle. "You can't really do that! Can you?
course I can,
she said with a calmness that she couldn't have been feeling.
I brought you here, Alan. I can send you back. The masters wouldn't let me do such a thing while I was their captive, but here and now, I can send you back. I didn't know it's what you wanted.
Can she send people back? Could she send me back? Who cares? Like I'd even want that. Alan's eyes were wide and focused entirely on Belle. I could probably have sniped him in the face with a rock, but I wasn't about to risk it.
If you want, I'll send you back to Earth, Alan.
He shook his head violently. No, you wouldn't. Not after the things I've done. You're the enemy. You just want your friend over there to kill me. She slowly shook her head and smiled at him.
No, Alan, I don't want that. I know you are just as much of a prisoner of the Druza Masters as I was. I know you didn't want to join them. They forced you, didn't they?
Mirras's weird version of crickets chirped for a while in the night before Alan stammered out, Yeah, they did. They made me do it all. This guy's the worst liar I've ever seen in my entire life, and I've dealt with them for a living some days.
I know, Alan.
Belle's soothing voice sounded softly.
That's why I'm willing to send you home. You know I can do it. You know who I am. Please, release me. I'll tell Danic and Vera to stand down, all right?
His head whipped back and forth between us.
Danic! Vera!
Belle said.
Please step back. Alan doesn't need to die tonight.
Reluctantly, we did as she asked. I didn't want to spare this asshole, but if it was the only way to save Belle unharmed, then it was worth it. Okay, we're doing it.
Now, please let me go, Alan.
You're going to send me back to Earth now, right? I don't want to die.
Yes, of course.
Relief flooded through my body as he slipped his arm off Belle's neck and actually stepped back, but he held on to the fire. His gaze locked on mine. He subtly gestured at Belle with the magic. Try it and she's dead. Don't you dare double-cross me, he said to Belle.
Of course not. I'm going to create the portal now. You don't need to do a thing, Alan.
I felt the magic inside Belle flare. Tiny flashes of light poked out of her heavy dress. The anomaly slowly grew behind Alan's back, the familiar but alien sounds of the portal echoing through the forest. Immediately following the sounds, lights burst into life, swirling around each other and coalescing into a proper portal. It felt odd, small. A portal from Mirras to Earth should have been a powerful thing, layers and layers of magic intertwining and carrying off into the cosmos. The trail from the anomaly did actually curve directly upwards, but all the way to Earth?
It's done, Alan. You did your part by letting me go. Now I've done mine. Here's your door home.
Alan didn't thank her. He just turned and, even though it floated only steps away, sprinted into the portal. It swallowed him up, the lights crashing into one point as he passed out of view. Still, I could feel him, or his lay, racing up toward the sky, where the portal ended. I could barely see him. His body wasn't visible against the black sky, but he'd still held onto the fire as he leapt into the portal. A tiny, bright speck popped into view and began falling. For a brief second, I wondered why he didn't just start flying. That, however, wasn't what any of us did. We pressed out against the lay of the earth or buildings, but never just the air. We could float or hover, not truly fly. Vera, Belmora, and I watched silently as Lord Alan fell from the heavens, screaming all the while, never letting the fire go. If it had been me, I might have been able to survive. Maybe. It was possible that I could reach out far enough and with enough power to slow my fall before impact. Alan hadn't been one of the more powerful lords, though. I had sensed his somewhat meagre power. Right before the end, he threw out a slew of fireballs in random directions. He couldn't have thought they'd help. He must have been flailing. He slammed into the ground with a wet thud. We all winced. Just in case, I ran up to the small crater to finish him off, but it wasn't necessary. He was dead. Like, super dead. Aside from dented armor, there wasn't an overwhelming amount that pointed to it being a human, just splattered gore. I turned away. Chapter 10. When I came back, Vera stood next to Belle, her helm tucked away. Neither of them said a word. They shared a look suffused with low-key horror. I said what we were all thinking. That was some ruthless shit, Belle. She burst out laughing, her shining eyes wide and unfocused. We listened as she cackled, eventually doubling over and holding her face in her hands. I could see the light in her eyes through her fingers. They shone with madness. Vera and I each gingerly took one of her armored hands in ours, and we all slowly sat on the ground. After a few shaky breaths, Belle closed her eyes and shuddered violently.
Fuck. Hey, it's okay,
Vera said as she ran her hand up and down Belle's arm.
It's okay. Can I assume that's the first time you've killed anyone?
Belle nodded.
It's rough, huh?
Belle laughed humorlessly.
He
was a piece of shit, I finished for her. Look, I don't want to diminish how much it sucks to have to kill someone, but if there's something you want to focus on, it's how much of a stupid bastard that guy was. I don't need to tell you that he accepted his power gladly. I'm sure he thought he was hot shit right up until tonight. She closed her eyes and sighed.
You're right. And let's not forget,
Vera said,
that he was willing to kill you to save himself, or that he was dragging you back to be a slave again, probably just to impress the masters.
Some steel came back into her spine.
You know what? You're right. He was no better than a slaver.
I nodded, and I think we can agree that slavers are shit. She glanced over to where Alan's crater lay and sighed.
Still. Yeah, still.
Vera rubbed her back. Belle gave us both a sad glance.
How do you two do it?
Vera and I looked eyes. Neither of us said, it's easy because they're shitbags.
Sometimes it's kill or die,
Vera said. As you found out just now, I added. It sucks, but I'd much rather you be alive and shaken than any of the other alternatives. A little time passed while we sat there on the trail. I summoned a few more lights, not particularly afraid of anything waiting for us in the dark, including the scattered Druza. We were the most dangerous things out there. When Belle had calmed down a little, we helped her stand and leisurely made our way back toward the city. No one knew what we were going to find when we arrived, but I was willing to bet that we'd find Doreen more hospitable than earlier. The brunt of the danger had passed. As we went, Belle filled us in on what had happened with her, which amounted to pretty much what we guessed. The only bit that turned out to be news was that the townhouse had been commandeered by Alan when the Druza had occupied the city. He'd returned to it hastily while trying to flee after Vera and I had annihilated the other lords and beat down Zendar. Other than that, it was all standard kidnapping stuff. They found her, realized what and eventually who she was, grabbed her and fled. She conjured tiny portals to show us the way, hoping they wouldn't fade before we got there.
You know,
she said softly,
a part of me just knew you'd find me. I was terrified, of course, but it didn't really occur to me that I might actually fall back into the hands of the masters.
Of course not, I said. We'd have found you one way or another, but let's be glad it was over quickly. We spent the rest of the walk back in companionable silence. As we went, I noticed Belle standing a little taller, the horror of what she'd done falling away. A little, at least. She'd probably have some nightmares about it. The sun had started to peek over the horizon before we actually made it back to Doreen. Despite my confidence earlier, I really had no idea what we would be walking back into. It wasn't what I'd expected. It was a fucking madhouse. We heard the cries before we got close to the walls. The three of us shared a confused look.
I'll stay back, huh?
Belle said. That's fine, yeah. I stopped to stare up at the city, wondering what in the world was happening. Surely another wave of lords hasn't arrived, right? I shook my head. Let's go, I said to Vera. Her helm flew up to form around her head. The gate I'd punched open had remained that way, so we stepped easily through. No guards, Druza or otherwise, made a move to stop us. Vera unsheathed her sword, and I wrapped myself in the lei, ready for whatever fight came our way. We turned a corner to find a group of bloody Druza bodies. Did we make those? I asked.
I'm not sure. I don't think so.
We poked and prodded them to find numerous slashes and punctures, all consistent with swords and spears. Nah, we'd have left them in a lot more pieces, I said. Vera nodded. The cries became louder as we got closer to the square. Multiple Druza bodies decorated the streets. We rounded the last bend that opened up into the square and stopped and stared. A battle raged in front of us. Druza were everywhere. Based on what we'd seen, they'd all been pressed into this place from the surrounding city. They fought a completely pitched, unwinnable battle against Saldani troops who featured armor and tabards with a long red sash through a blue field. Are they, like, city guards or something? I asked.
Yeah. Didn't you notice them last time we were here?
I did not. She snickered at me.
Well, I guess I can't blame you. Not many of them go around in the tabards and whatnot. Looks like they brought them out for this special occasion.
The lords were dead. Zendar was gone. The people of Doreen saw their chance, and they went for it. The city square was a charnel house. The Druza had fallen back there, perhaps hoping their dark lacing could save them. None of them could use any of it, though. It looked like they were still trying, but their bodies piled up, and their blood covered everything. It was a total rout. Not a single Druza was left alive. When the final one had been cut down, Vera leaned in.
I'll go get Belle.
Yeah, was all I managed to say. We probably should have gone for Belle earlier. There had been no danger. We'd been transfixed by the sight, only able to move now that it was fully over. Just in case, I wrapped myself in the lei before I stepped out into view. It turned out to be a wonderful idea, since most of the guards turned on me instantly. I stood still, my hands on my hips, as their mundane weapons bounced off me. They struck me over and over, still gripped in the fervour of battle. A few strikes managed to nearly poke me in the eyes, which I flinched away from, but most were ineffectively slammed into me. It took them a little while to notice that I wasn't even trying to fight back. A few hung back, less bloodthirsty, apparently seeing that I wasn't going to be killed. It was a weird minute or two. "Hey, dickbags!" I finally yelled. "I'm not the enemy! I'd be fighting you if I was—" "Yes," I yelled, cutting off any potential retorts. "I know, I'm human. I look like the lords. I'm not one of them. Please find magistrates sooner for me, huh?" 2 guards paused while I spoke, but resumed hitting me with their swords when I was done. I said fuck off! A wave of ley flowed out from me, knocking everyone around onto their asses. Sooner! Magistrate, sooner! I want to talk to her, okay? I wasn't handling this very well, and I knew it. I understood where they were coming from. People like me had just invaded their city. They were terrified and didn't want to hand their leader over to me. Still, though, it was fucking irritating. After my little outburst, everyone stopped attacking me, which was a decent improvement. I stood in the square, surrounded by dead Druza and wary Saldani, counting the seconds until Suna arrived. I was impressed that I had remembered her name. Our meeting had been rather brief. Finally, with an escort of no less than 10 soldiers, she marched through the square, deftly avoiding the corpses and pools of blood. Her lips were drawn taut and her eyes narrow. That all fell away when she got close. Her head dropped back in relief, her long white hair falling back, and she brought a hand to her chest.
Danic! The wild rumours were actually true. You've come back.
She waved her guards away and strode up to me, giving me a little bow, which I returned.
It was you who took care of the lords, then.
Who else would it have been? She chuckled while she glanced around at the devastation.
Oh, who knows? The reports I heard were so varied that anything could have been happening out here. The only thing that turned out to be verifiable was that the lords were gone, mostly dead, on a rooftop of all things, and those masses of Druza had fled.
She curled her lip.
Did you finish him off?
I spread my hands. Unfortunately not. I don't even know where he fled to, but it seems he's not in the city, right?
I believe we would know if he were.
Both our gazes turned up toward the blackened Master Leyline and the strange devices surrounding it. So... Suna shook her head.
No, I have no idea. They came in force and demanded entry. When we saw the amount of lords present, well, there was nothing to be done. We let them in.
You made the right choice. She nodded.
Yes, galling though it was. They made many demands, of course, dwarfing what Lord Steve asked of us last time. The hotel wasn't enough. They barged into people's houses and threw them out into the streets. Recompense was not discussed. We did what we could, although hope was in short supply.
Her eyes trailed up and down my body.
I must say, the last time you came, you were a match for a single lord. How have you attained so much power in such a short time?
I shrugged. The only real answer is practice and training. For whatever reason, I'm more attuned to the ley than anyone else is.
What a bit of luck that you turned out to be on our side, then.
Yeah, it wasn't all luck. I turned to see Vera striding into the square with a wide-eyed Belle. I have a little story to tell you once our new friend picks her way through this bloodbath. Belle and Vera arrived, introductions were given, and Suna suggested we retreat to the hotel lobby like we did last time. I'm gonna need 100 beers after this one, I muttered on the way, recalling how much I'd needed a drink after Vera and I had killed Lord Steve. Shortly, we found ourselves in a slightly bigger sitting room than last time, cold beers in all our hands. I hadn't thought Suna would be one to like such a thing, but she downed hers just as fast as anyone else while we told her Belmora's story. She stared down into the remnants of her drink when we were done.
You'd probably like it if we could shed a little light on the enemy's plans here, wouldn't you?
I arched an eyebrow at her. I assume that means you can't.
Correct. Everything that happened in the square baffled us all. I sent scouts out to spy, but what they had to say made no sense to anyone.
Belle leaned forward.
I might be able to ascertain what they were doing, but I'll require a lot of leeway to do so.
Suna waved a hand.
Of course, Lady Belmora. Anything for a Yazendi artificer, but that goes twice as much for a friend of Danic's. He and Vera have saved Dareen twice over. You will have whatever you require.
Can we stay in the penthouse again?
Vera asked. Suna snorted.
Yes, that's perfectly acceptable.
Her lips turned up in the tiniest smile, and it lasted a split second. I was pretty sure she'd either heard Vera orgasming last time, or someone had told her about it. The first one seemed likely enough, though. We'd been out on the balcony at the time. I wouldn't have been surprised if half the city heard her. My thoughts strayed. Belle spoke quickly, listing off a wide array of things she'd need to begin her investigation. I didn't recognize some of her words. I couldn't tell if Suna did or not, but it seemed moot either way. One of her attendants furiously scribbled notes as Belle spoke. My eyes suddenly became heavy, the weight of the fight and long night pressing down on them. I set my empty glass on the table before I fell asleep right there and dropped it. My hand slid over Vera's gauntlet. She jumped and blinked herself back to reality. "Shall we?" I asked.
Definitely.
Suna, I'm sorry to interrupt, but can Vera and I adjourn to the suite?
Of course,
She said with a knowing smile.
although it was occupied by one of the lords again. That didn't seem to matter last time, though.
We'll just kick his stuff to the side. Can you have the staff send someone up when it's dinner time?
Of course.
Belle resumed once we stumbled out into the foyer. We were led up to the penthouse, and an attendant unlocked it for us. Once the door closed behind us, Vera's armor split open and she stepped out. The armor closed behind her, still standing upright. So damn cool. Our eyes drifted to each other. "Wanna fuck?" I asked. She sputtered and laughed.
No! Do you?
Not really.
Good.
We stripped, dropping our clothes on the floor before stumbling into the bedroom and falling onto the bed. We didn't even bother pulling the covers down. Chapter 11. I awoke a couple of times during the day, but I didn't even bother opening my eyes the first time. The second time, I stumbled blindly to the bathroom, hardly opening them at all. The curtains hadn't been drawn, but I guessed it was sometime in the middle of the day. Sleep came again easily both times.
Excuse me?
An unfamiliar woman's voice pulled me from the depths of a dream.
Hello?
What?
Hello? Sir Danic? Lady Vera? I was told to wake you at this hour.
The bedroom's double door stood wide open, giving an unobstructed view of our naked arses to anyone standing in the living room. I managed to raise my head and blink the sleep from my eyes. "That's great, we're up. Thank you very much."
Of course.
The front door of the penthouse clicked shut. Vera rolled slowly over.
You think she saw us?
Her voice was heavy with sleep. Probably. I'll bet she came in and saw what there was to see before she went back to the door and just yelled in from there, pretending she hadn't. I gave her ass a firm slap. At least she got a good show.
Uh-huh.
She slid her hand up and down my cock.
I bet she really liked looking at my ass.
She rolled her eyes at me with a smile. You never know, she might have really enjoyed both. Vera rolled face down on the bed.
Maybe,
she said, her voice muffled in the pillow. Well, I'm gonna take a shower. No way I'm meeting anyone else first. Wanna join me? She grumbled.
Just a little bit longer.
Okay, but if you fall back asleep, I'm gonna drag you in there and throw you in a cold shower. She turned her head so I could hear her better.
You'd better not. I'll kill you. And then regret it really hard.
I gave her ass a few more pats. Better not fall asleep again, then. I plodded out into the living room to see that new clothes had been provided. A few neatly folded piles sat on the couch in a decent array of styles. I assumed they were all nice by the standards of Mirras. I didn't think they'd give me dorky-looking things. Still, I chose a reasonably simple set of dark pants and a buttoned shirt. I threw them down on a stool in the bathroom. The shower, which we hadn't used last time, had 3 glass walls, the 4th being a window that looked out over the city. The controls were vastly more complicated than the shower in Vera's house. It took me several minutes to figure out how to work them. One of the levers added various scents to the water, all of which were pretty nice. I idly wondered why no one on Earth had thought of such a thing. I'd had clients who would have paid insanely well for that kind of crap. I stood in the warm water and wondered about what had happened. The plan had been to only briefly stop in Doreen. Worst-case scenario had been that a few lords had taken up residence and we'd kill the shit out of them in a few minutes and be on our way. The trouble with the Master Leyline weighed heavily on my mind. We were going to be here for a while, it seemed. The windows steamed, and I laughed softly to myself. In my head, for some reason, I'd imagined us killing the Druza masters quickly. I was more powerful than anyone else, so it was going to be easy. The fight with Zendar, and the fact that such a powerful adversary existed, had seriously thrown a curveball into my plans. Instead of a swift and painful death for our enemies, followed by building a mansion for me and Vera out in the wilderness by a creek, this was shaping up to be a long fight. Hell, we still didn't even know what the Druza truly wanted. My mind drifted back to Zendar's mysterious words about bringing a gift to all the people of Mirras. At the time, it didn't sound like he meant the gift of a swift death by conquering Druza hordes. I wondered again what he meant by it. Vera's footsteps finally sounded on the tile floor. "Hey, I didn't have to drag you in here and then get murdered by you." She turned to me, her eyes barely open. She chuckled softly. I opened the glass door, letting out a trail of steam. "Room for one more." She absently waved a hand at me.
Nah, too much standing.
She fiddled with the tub's controls and got the water flowing. Conversation didn't seem to be what she wanted, so I resumed my pondering while I looked out over Doreen in the afternoon light. When the tub was full, she slipped in, sinking almost all the way under the water. Her bright blue hair fanned out over the top. If we'd been on Earth, I'd have taken a picture. Nothing but the sounds of the shower echoed around the room for some time, each of us lost in thought. I checked often to make sure she hadn't fallen asleep and slipped under the water's surface.
Hello?
Vera barely moved in response to the voice from the living room. "Yeah," I said.
Where are you two?
It was Belle. "In here." The bathroom door swung open and Belle stepped in, her eyes sweeping over the scene.
Oh, I'm sorry.
She turned and started to rush back out. "Oh, wait, it's fine, stay." I turned the water off and pulled one of the towels down, quickly drying my hair before I wrapped it around my waist. I caught Belle's eyes gliding up and down my body. "We can talk here, it's no big deal. Unless you're too embarrassed. We can always dress and head out into the living room." Her eyes were on my chest. After a pause, she blinked and stammered,
No, it's fine. No problem.
Her cheeks were nearly as crimson as Vera's usually were. The considerate thing to do would have been to send her out into the living room, to get presentable before we had this conversation. A part of me said that I should really do that. A much larger part, however, intensely enjoyed the effect I had on her. Her gaze went up and down my body, lingering on my chest and my towel. I very much wanted to slip it off and give her the show she'd briefly had when she'd come in. I glanced over at Vera. Her body was still nearly submerged in the water. Only the top of her head poked out, just enough to breathe. I'd thought she'd barely been awake. The calculating look in her eyes said otherwise. She wanted Belle to be part of our fun too. One more vote for having this conversation in the bathroom. So, what have you been up to while we napped the day away? I gave her a wide and charming smile. Her eyes locked onto mine, a little too rigidly. She was trying very hard not to ogle me while we spoke.
I, spent most of the day overseeing Darin's cleanup of the bodies.
Oh, you stayed for that? She shrugged, her gaze drifting out the window, the situation momentarily forgotten.
I did. I didn't want to, of course, but someone had to make sure the defiled Leyline weren't damaged any more than they already were.
How much is intact?
It's not an easy answer, honestly. Not yet. The destruction was pretty widespread. Until I know what the Leyline did and how they work together, it'll be unclear just how much is salvageable. It's possible that only redundant pieces were destroyed. It's also possible that anything we need to get answers from is ruined. There's just no way to tell yet.
All right. Well, one question then, if you can answer it. It seemed like they were putting defilement back into the city's master Leyline. Is that true?
It seems that way, yes.
She'd unconsciously resumed her ogling of me, but more interestingly, she started stealing glances at Vera as well. I loved it, of course. Any ideas as to their final plans?
No, I couldn't even hazard a guess at this point.
You mentioned that during the Saldani Empire, the defilement was used as a scorched earth tactic. Could this be something similar?
I don't know.
Her claw tapped on the tile beside her.
That doesn't seem likely. Why Darin? Why this particular city in the middle of the Empire? No, based on all the Leyline down there, it must be something more.
Yeah, I was kind of expecting that answer. She smiled.
Indeed.
So, next question. We're going to be staying here for a while, aren't we?
I think it's our best shot at understanding what the Druzar are actually doing, yes.
I grumbled. Damn, not what I wanted, but if it's how it is, it's how it is.
Yes.
The colour had remained on her cheeks for the entire conversation.
I should get back down there. I wanted to see how you two were doing. Also, dinner will be served soon. We can speak more then.
She tried to exit the room with some decorum, but it was obvious that she was hurrying as much as she could, without looking like she was hurrying. When the door clicked shut, Vera emerged from the tub, a devilish look in her eyes.
She wants your cock, Danic. Bad.
I flung the towel across the room and stepped into the tub with her. Oh, you think so? I didn't even notice her eyeing me as hard as possible. We both chuckled before I added, Did you see her looking you up and down too? We wrapped our arms around each other, pressing our slick bodies together.
I did. I liked it.
I leaned in and kissed her softly before I pulled back. Me too. You know, I have this mental image that I keep thinking about. The two of you, both bent over on the bed, waiting for me, kissing each other and looking back. Between Vera's body and the excitement of describing this little fantasy to her, I was quickly becoming hard. She writhed against me, her hand slipping down to slide along my length.
I love it. I want it.
She giggled as we kissed.
I want my tongue in her mouth while you make her come. I want her tongue in my mouth while you make me come.
That was that. We didn't talk anymore. We made out in the tub, using our hands as much as the angle allowed. When that became too hot, we got out and turned the shower on to a cooler temperature. Vera turned and pressed her breasts and hands up against the window as I slid inside her. Fucking her while we looked out over the city was a fun experience. Her moans sent lightning surging through my body as I gazed down on her wet skin and bouncing ass. We moved out into the bedroom after making a token effort to dry off. She laid down flat on her stomach before I slid back inside her. Thoughts of Belle raced through my mind, and I let them, knowing Vera wanted her just as much as I did. Neither of us lasted long after that. I grunted and groaned as I erupted inside her while her entire body shook. Out of respect for the people down below, outside our open windows, I did my best to remain quiet, and Vera screamed into the pillow. Afterwards, we lay in the crumpled sheets, heedless of the dampness from our bodies. I turned to her. "You know, I feel like I should admit that I was thinking about another woman while I was inside you." She giggled and slapped my arm.
How dare you? I can't believe that... Oh, wait, I was doing the same thing.
She leaned in and gave me a conspiratorial look.
So, how do you think she'd react if she knew that right after she left we fucked while we both fantasized about her?
I burst out laughing. "Oh, shit! She might turn redder than you ever have." A bit of colour came to Vera's cheeks at that statement.
I don't know, that's a high bar.
Chapter 12. We got up, finished drying off, and dressed. I wore the dark clothes I'd picked out before, and Vera put on a flowing purple dress with a golden belt which accentuated her generous curves. An attendant waited for us outside the door.
Sir Danic, Lady Vera, we'll clean the room while you're dining downstairs. Is there anything of the late lord's that you'd like us to leave?
I hadn't paid attention to the junk filling the room. We'd fallen asleep, showered, and banged. Not a single item in the entire room had worked its way into our thoughts. Nah, just trash it all, unless there's important-looking papers or journals. Anything else of use would already be down in the square. Instead of a large, formal dining room, I was pleased to be led to a small room off to the side of the main sitting rooms. A smaller table sat in the middle of the rectangular room. An elaborate chandelier hung overhead, with countless strands of crystal suspended from its curving gilded arms. In tiny stemmed glasses at each of the 3 places, a fragrant booze waited for us. Vera and I sat and gestured for menus. Thankfully, no one tried to put my napkin in my lap for me. I'd had to endure that a few times in my life, and while it was fancy in theory, the reality was an awkward affair where I felt more like a helpless child than a privileged elite. I could unfold my own damn napkin, thank you very much. The menus came. I couldn't read them. Vera side-eyed me until I said it out loud. "Yes, I need you to read the thing for me," she snickered.
You've got 3 options: grilled fish, steak, or vegetable soup.
"Steak, please. Just pick whatever sides you think I'll like." I pondered what sort of animal this so-called steak would come from. Aside from some birds in the forest, I hadn't seen a single animal on Mirras, which struck me as a little weird. It was probably moot. A steak was a steak, right? It might taste a little different, but that's all. The door opened, and instead of waitstaff, Belle stepped into the room. I stared at her. Vera stared at her. She stopped, her eyes wide.
What?
"You're stunning," I said.
Shit,
Vera remarked. Belle wore a black dress that only came up over her breasts and left her shoulders and arms bare. Gone was her ubiquitous golden armor, showing off a whirling mass of tattoos up and down her arms and over her shoulders. The bright golden lines formed complex and intricate designs that flowed naturally with the curves of her body. Against her skin, they fairly shimmered. Her upper chest lay bare, showing the cracks of her implanted lacing and their golden light. All this, combined with her perpetually shining eyes, made her look like a true goddess. A little colour came to her cheeks at my words and our unabashed gazes, and she smiled self-consciously.
Oh, I'm glad you like it.
We both tried to rein it in as she came and sat down. So, can I ask about the tattoos? I wanted to get some conversation going before Vera and I ogled her so hard she simply had to leave.
Oh, yes, right. You've never seen them before. Can I...
Vera tentatively reached out a hand.
Of course, although they don't feel like anything. Still.
Vera ran her fingers up and down Belle's arm, which triggered a soft shiver. She smiled.
They're Yizendi patterns. Nearly all practitioners like me get them, although the style varies quite a bit. Mine are meant to be the inset matrices of Yezar's suncatchers. Lacing that harness the power of the sun to do many things. They're fiendishly complex things that require an expensive amount of reagents, which is why they're not more common.
You're certainly a bright, shining sun, Belle, I said. Even more colour came to her cheeks.
Thank you.
She smiled and turned away.
Do they do anything?
Vera asked.
Yes, actually. The ink used is conductive to special kinds of ley, so they allow me to use my armoured lacing a little more easily. That is, I'll admit, the secondary reason for getting them. They're somewhat of a rite of passage in Yezar. Not having any invokes the image of still being a child.
The waitstaff reappeared and took our orders. Vera got the fish, Belle got the soup. Vegetarian? I asked after the staff had gone.
Oh, no.
Belle shook her head, her dark hair waving as she did.
I just can't really think about eating meat after...
She glanced in the direction of the city square. Yeah, I could see that. It wasn't going to stop me from trying out this steak, though. How's the clean-up going, anyway?
When I left, most of the druser on the ground had been, gathered. It's my understanding that the city guard is planning to create a pyre outside the gates. There are far too many bodies to do much else. They're also having a bit of a time dealing with well, I don't want to say bodies so much as pieces on the rooftops.
Vera and I both had to stifle laughs. It got pretty messy up there, yeah, I managed to speak with a mostly straight face. We'd really done a number on those bastards. Any word on that big druser?
No. A few people saw him leaping over the city's walls. No reports of him after that. Can you tell me, Danic, about his lacing?
I went into as much detail as I could, which wasn't a lot, considering that I'd been fighting Zendar so I couldn't get a close look. Still, everyone was suitably concerned about a druser that could directly use the defilement.
Not even the masters could do that,
Belle said softly.
They had many horrid lacing that I personally witnessed, but they all functioned as normal lacing, channeling the magic for the user. These new varieties that this Zendar used, there's no record of anything like them.
Her eyes gleamed for a second. I see some visions of greatness dancing in your head, I said. Her eyes flicked over to mine before she deflated a little.
Ah, yes. How transparent I am. Still, youthful ambitions aside, I believe the Druza have truly created a new type of lacing. In the long history of the devices, there has been very little variation in fundamental design. They all shape the energies of Mirras for the user. Very, very few function differently.
What about the translation engines? I asked.
Oh, yes, those are on that short list.
So how do they work? Can you even tell me in words I'll understand? She chuckled.
Not really. I'll try, though. Speaking to someone is more than making sounds. the intent exists in your mind, and when you speak, that intent ripples through the most fundamental layer that exists, a layer deeper than I think even you can manipulate, Danic. Those ripples then travel to whomever hears it, and they resonate with the listener. The translation Leyline, spaced throughout all of known Mirras, helps the ripples resonate with the listener, tuning them to an appropriate frequency. Does that make sense? No,
Vera said. I guess, conceptually, but I'm assuming the reality is 1,000,000 times more complex than what you just said.
If not more,
She replied with a smile.
Would you like me to... There's something fun I can do.
Vera and I just raised our eyebrows at her. She laughed.
Watch. Well, listen.
She raised her hands. Power flowed through her body, although not to the lacing in her chest. She had others, elsewhere it seemed. A growing sphere of energy expanded around all three of us. I couldn't feel anything from it. Should I be waiting for something? Vera started.
Danic, zur Uris Jandikala.
Oh, shit! I stared, dumbfounded for a second. Is that what the Dollarai language sounds like? She laughed, a wide smile on her lips.
Shalesh! Zini Dollarai Jandisin.
She pointed at Belle.
Torshinan! Ki Urazizendi Jandifalagnarek.
Belle grinned from ear to ear. She enjoyed this immensely.
Unisasina yana, uz olonoris selazunu.
Vera leaned back, her smile as wide as I'd ever seen.
Zini vaccine!
She turned to me, gesturing wildly with her hands, and added,
Torshinan!
What? You want me to just, keep talking or something?
Shalesh! Zani! Torshinani-kes!
Based on her excitement, she did just want me to say more things. All right, well, you're incredibly beautiful. Every time I look at your hair, I'm a little surprised, even after all this time together. It's such a bright and vivid blue. Even people who dye their hair on Earth don't get it anywhere near that colour. On top of that, you're just amazing in so many ways, not the least of which is how much of a warrior you are. Having you by my side in battles feels right, and always has. I know I can count on you and trust you implicitly. I made sure, surreptitiously, that Belle's spell was still in effect before I went on. I'd say all this to Vera, but only to her. You're incredible in bed, too. You are, without a doubt, the hottest woman I've ever known. So beautiful, with a stellar pair of tits and ass. And your pussy feels so damn good wrapped tight around my cock. Sex with you is the best I've ever had, every single time. I couldn't stop laughing a little as I made this proclamation out loud at our fine dining event. I didn't know if Vera was getting the gist of a single word, but based on her rapt expression, she enjoyed every minute of it. Well, I asked with an arched eyebrow.
Zani vaccine! Kizini zora narek! Sasnin ilin?
Belle asked.
Unisavas.
She gave us an apologetic smile. We all exchanged looks. I shrugged. Belle released the magical field.
Okay,
Vera said.
Can you understand me again?
Yep, sure can.
That was fucking great!
She practically yelled.
What did you say to me?
I felt a little heat come to my own face for once. I, said some really nice things about you.
I thought you might be talking about me. What was funny about it?
My spine stiffened. I eyed them both and said, I might have, mentioned a few positive things about you. I cleared my throat. In bed. Vera threw back her head and laughed. Belle turned much redder than I was. "Thanks, Belle," I said. "That really was a lot of fun. Your language is beautiful too. I'd like to hear more of it sometime."
We can do this from time to time if you want. It's a little tiring, though, so I can't do it for too long at once.
That's fine. Oh, a thought just occurred to me. Does this mean that no one gets to hear anyone else's native language? Belle shrugged.
More or less. There are places where Leyline exists to interrupt the translation effect for the reason of study or cultural exchange. But, by and large, you're correct. No one gets to hear anyone else's language.
That's a little sad.
Yes, it's actually one of the downsides that gets discussed whenever the topic comes up in academic situations. It's just that the benefits outweigh it 1,000 times over.
Yeah, I could see that. Oh, another thought. If I spoke to Vera in $I words that I heard her say, would that get translated? Belle stared at me for a moment.
It sounds to her like you're speaking $I all the time. It wouldn't sound any different than anything else you said. But you could ask what something meant, if that's where you're going.
I snorted. Right. That makes sense. I turned to Vera. What does Zani vaccine mean? She chuckled.
Yeah, it sounded to me like you just asked, what does "this is great" mean? It, of course, means this is great.
All three of us kept smiling like idiots until the food came. I felt like I had seen a little more of who Vera truly was, hearing her speak in her own language. Based on the furtive glances she gave me, she was having similar thoughts. Belle, by my guess, felt pretty fancy for being able to put on that show. By the time the food came, we'd all downed our tiny glasses of booze and asked for more. It tasted like liquid flowers and went down smoothly. The waiter told me what it was, but I had, of course, never heard of it before, and couldn't really understand the word he said to me, so I let it go. The steak looked like a steak. A thick red sauce sat over the top of it, and while it didn't really taste like cow, it was amazing. It enamored me so much that I hardly even looked at what the other two ate. The waitstaff brought a third round of flower booze without being asked. Once we were done, a thought popped into my head. So, how are we going to pay for this? Belle shook her head.
Oh, no. We're honored guests of the city. We won't be paying for anything. More to the point, Suna had arranged for a one-time dispensation for you and Vera. It's considerable. She would have told you this directly, but you were both asleep.
Just us? What about you?
Well...
She looked away.
I am, She's rich already,
Vera said. When I looked over, she added,
All Yazendi are, pretty much. Yazar's drowning in cash at the best of times. And if you're good enough to actually leave that place and travel around, you're good enough to have a personal expense account that's, considerable.
I tried to hold Belle's eyes for confirmation, but her cheeks had become rather red again, and she wouldn't turn back.
It's fine, Belle,
Vera said.
Nothing to be ashamed of.
She finally turned back toward us.
Thank you for saying so. Some people don't like to hear about Yazar's wealth. Many have opinions on what we should be doing with it. None of these opinions are that we are doing the right things.
I chuckled. This all sounds like a lot of politics. Everyone's pissed at everyone else all the time. Sometimes for good reasons, sometimes not. Let's not get into any of that. The only thing that matters is you. And I doubt you're the reason that Yazar does anything that it does. Some tension that I hadn't noticed before left her shoulders. Her eyes met mine, and she said,
It's so nice to find accepting friends. Most of the time, people either can't stop bowing to me and giving me titles I don't have, or they're like Vera said, vaguely angry about our people in general. No one says anything, though. Speaking aggressively to a Yazendi is not done.
Her grimace showed what she thought of that.
Not that I want people to do so, but I'm just me. It's rare that I can find anyone to have a normal conversation with.
After that, a very normal conversation ensued, which Belle must have enjoyed. None of us were in the mood to talk about the battle or its aftermath, so we went around and delved into random things we liked. The two asked me many questions about Earth, which I was more than happy to answer. After dinner, Belle retired to her room, a lavish room next to our penthouse. Vera and I, having slept all day, wandered through the city. I lifted us both up to the rooftops, far away from the ones where we'd slaughtered the lords, and watched the sun go down. We stayed up late into the night, chatting about nothing and wandering around within the walls, and, for a little while, on top of them. The sight from the battlements dazzled us both. Street lamps shone through the city, a web of lights resembling closely packed stars. Eventually, we went to bed again. Thankfully, the sheets had been changed. Chapter 13. In the late morning, I turned over to find Vera's side of the bed empty. I pulled myself up and into the bathroom for a quick shower before I dressed and headed downstairs. As I buttoned up my shirt, I noticed that Vera's standing set of armor wasn't in the living room anymore. A cursory search around the penthouse didn't turn it up either. I made my way out of the hotel, politely declining various attendants' offers of breakfast. With nowhere else to go, I went to the city square and the half-corrupted Master Leyline. As expected, I found both Vera and Belle there. Vera wore her armor, but, oddly enough, her helm was up as well. When she saw me, she sprinted over, making a beeline for me.
Danic, you're up!
Yeah, I am. Is everything okay? She laughed, a little maniacally.
Well, nothing's wrong, if that's what you mean.
I blinked at her. Except
that...
She leaned in and whispered,
Everyone wants me to answer questions.
About?
Anything? Everything. Apparently I'm supposed to know things or some crap.
I leaned in, my brow furrowed. Who's asking you?
Everyone! I fucking swear! They want to know about the lords, about the defilement, about me, and they definitely want to know about Belle, but they're all too afraid to chat up a real live Yazendi face-to-face, apparently. They think I'm some fancy important person who knows things.
I patted her armored shoulder. Well, you kind of are, and you kind of do.
That doesn't mean I want to chat about it.
Too many people? Too much talking?
Yes!
I kind of thought you'd overcome that, at least a little. She tilted her head at me.
What? Oh, you mean back home?
She sighed and shook her head.
What I got over was my people's dumb shit, village politics and mean petty grudges for no reason. It all seems so small, but this isn't that. This is just, attention. I hate it. It's so draining to have to deal with it.
Well, yeah, I can see that. But can I ask, why are you wearing your armor? Maybe people wouldn't be flocking to you if you weren't. She grumbled and turned away. What?
Promise you won't laugh.
I do, I promise.
It's, another layer of separation between me and other people. It's one thing to talk with Sooner in a small room and all that, and it's one thing to be in battle, but it's completely different to have to stand around and converse with people I don't know.
Why didn't you just leave and come back to the room? She threw up her hands.
Because that would have been weird too. I just leave? With no explanation? It's not like I could say, oh, hey, standing next to you is awful. I need to leave now. And I doubt you'll be surprised to hear that I'm a terrible liar.
I pulled her in close, which was only a little awkward with the armor. No, that's not unexpected, but I'm here now. I'll field all the questions for you. Not that I think I'll be able to answer them any better than you did.
You mean you won't have any more answers, but you'll be way better at telling people that?
Fair. We headed toward the center of the square, and I did field numerous questions along the way. One woman, a gorgeous red-haired Saldani, even asked me to join her back at her home right away. Since I didn't really want to start a harem of randoms, I explained to her that the silent, imposing, armored woman beside me was my girlfriend. Vera didn't say a thing. She held the woman's gaze from behind her helm and very subtly tilted her head. The woman looked her up and down, her sword included, and paled. Still, she managed a polite withdrawal before scampering away. I patted Vera on the back. How was that interaction? Better? She laughed softly.
You know, I don't think I've ever intimidated anyone before. Certainly not like that. It was nice.
Get used to it. You're a badass now.
Well, as long as it's the kind that people are afraid of and don't want to talk to.
I smirked. You'll get there. Just start punching people who dare to speak to you. She laughed brightly.
Yeah, I'll get right on that.
We found Belle in an opposing mood. She, very uncharacteristically, yelled constant commands to the people around her, which they scrambled to follow. She was back in her normal attire, her armor sitting on her arms and shoulders. Hey, I ventured. She spun, a verbal assault on her tongue and ready to launch. When she saw it was us, she calmed down.
Ah, yes. Hello.
Bad morning? She sighed and leaned against one of the large devices the Druza had left. All of them had been crafted of dark metal in a variety of strange shapes. Some had tubes and wires, and some sat inert, leaving me unable to guess at their function.
You could say that.
She scoffed, pacing around a lacin she'd disassembled, its pieces laying in neat rows on the stone.
I thought this would be easier.
Oh, having trouble figuring it all out? I mean, it's new tech. You can't... She held up a clawed hand.
Yes, I know. It's reasonable that this would take even the best Yezendi some time to piece together, and yet...
You feel like you should be making more progress than you have?
Exactly.
She slumped down to the ground and wrapped her arms around her legs.
Here I am, the only Yezendi in this city, given exclusive access to this unknown technology, and all I've managed to do is break a few open and stare at the innards like an idiot child. Do you have any idea how much of a dream this would be to my colleagues? If word of this spreads, and it likely already has, others will come. If I don't make any breakthroughs by then, this once-in-a-lifetime chance I'll have squandered...
Her head dropped between her arms, and her breath became ragged.
I thought I could. I should have been here last night, all night, not sitting around eating a fancy dinner while my one chance at true greatness...
Her voice became more high-pitched as she spoke. I was about to say something, anything, when she went on.
And now? Here I am, blubbering like a baby instead of getting on with it. I fucked it all up already.
Her shoulders heaved as the sobs came, quiet and low. Vera moved before I could. She slipped down beside Belle, her helm melting away. In one smooth motion, she wrapped her up in a crushing hug.
It's okay. You're okay. You didn't lose your chance. We're here for you.
Belle leaned into her and sobbed for a while longer. I sat down beside them and waited. When Belle quietened down, I said, "We are here for you. You've got this. And don't forget, you've got something that no other Yezendi does." She raised up to look at me with bloodshot eyes. I tapped the side of my head. I can see the lay. Surely that's worth something. Her shining eyes widened and darted around while the thought marinated in her head.
Yes. Yes. If you could... Okay.
A tiny smile graced her lips.
Okay.
We can do this, all of us together. Vera chuckled.
I don't know what help I'll actually be, but I'm here for you.
Belle looked us both in the eyes, and her tears began flowing again.
Thank you. So much, both of you.
She shook her head.
I've never had friends like you before.
Really? Not even in Yazar? I asked. She scoffed.
Fuck no. I told you what it's like there. I had colleagues and sycophants who wanted to steal my research. The only friends I had were people who were interested in completely different things so that we couldn't steal each other's work. But even then, relative social status was always at the back of everyone's minds. It was exhausting. Honestly, I was so relieved to get out of there and be on my own.
She extricated herself from Vera's arms and stood.
But I can tell you all that later. We have a mystery to solve now.
The tension stayed firm in her body, and her eyes betrayed the fear she still felt, but her voice was steady. Let's fucking do it! We'll get you in those history books yet, Belle! She froze at my words. For a second, I was afraid I'd misspoke, but then she smiled.
Yes, let's.
For the rest of the day, we were elbow-deep in evil, corrupted machines. The defilement lay thick in the air, a constant reminder of what we were really doing. With a newfound sense of purpose, Belle started issuing orders faster than she had been when we'd arrived. The Saldani rushed to do her bidding. Some wore expressions of awe, apparently honoured to be able to do anything for a Yazendi. Some scurried around like she would smite them if they failed to bring a heavy hunk of junk in time. When I found a small moment of respite, I asked Vera, "So, how rare are Yazendi out here anyway? People are looking at her like she's a queen or something."
Pretty damn rare, really. You know that one that made my father's lace in before I was born? People still talked about that event when I was a child. And I don't mean the forging, just that a Yazendi was in our village at all. A place like Doreen probably sees them once in a while, every couple of years maybe, 2 or 3 times in 1 year if they're lucky. They're probably a common enough sight in the capital and larger cities, or areas around the coast where they can sail out into the oceans. No idea about Druza lands. I doubt they'd go there often, if ever.
Here's a topic switch. What are Druza lands like?
Well, I've never been,
she said, chuckling.
But I hear they're constantly at war. There's a shitload of factions, and they all want to be the big one. Sometimes in history that's kinda happened. One faction becomes supreme for a while. It never lasts, though. There's always infighting and assassinations that fuck everything up. And it all collapses right back into what it was. Whatever almost empire they had breaks up into little city-states, and it all starts again. As far as I know, that's how they've always been. I think they're just aggressive arseholes.
What's your take on all this defiled lay business?
Oh, I don't know. That's above my pay grade. Despite me ending up where I'm sitting right now, I'm really just a village girl. No, don't try to correct me. That wasn't an insult to myself. Just the truth. I sure don't know what to make of all this shit. If I had to guess, I'd say the Druza found a new weapon that they want to crush their enemies with. No idea why any of this is taking place here, though, and not in Druza lands. They could have kidnapped all the Yazendi and Saldani they needed, without all this stuff from the crown.
I sighed and grimaced. You know, I've been thinking about that a lot, too. A whole bunch of this just doesn't seem like it's adding up. Vera snorted.
Remember when we were all, this mysterious Yazendi's going to have all the answers. Then we met Belle, and she didn't know any more than we did.
Yeah, I nodded. I'm impressed at the Master's ability to use her power and keep her in the dark at the same time. I looked around quickly, making sure we weren't being overheard. As much as it was true, it might have hurt Belle's feelings.
Same. Well, you want to get back? Mistress might crack the whip any time now.
Yeah, we better. Over the course of the day, Vera's anxiety evened out. She actually took her helm off a few times, even if it always ended up back on. It helped that people started to talk to me or get ordered around by Belle and didn't have the chance to pester her with questions. Belle spent the day in grim focus. We had to remind her to eat and drink a few times. I ended up being a glorified lab tool. Belle had me describe the lay in and around the devices constantly, peppering me with extremely specific follow-up questions that I struggled to understand, let alone answer. Through it all, though, I was happy to be of use. All of this was Belle's once in a lifetime, and I wanted very much to do anything and everything I could to help her make the most of it. The sudden change in her personality was striking. She'd been so soft-spoken for our entire trip. We'd never, it turned out, seen her in her element. I didn't think she liked barking orders all day, but she knew how to do it. She was an expert and understood that. While she listened to what people had to say, especially me, it was clear that she held a vastly deeper understanding of the lay and its uses than anyone else. She glanced over her shoulder constantly, and, at first, I thought she kept expecting Druza to leap out from behind a pile of refuse, but that wasn't it. When I asked, she groaned.
No, it's not the Druza. At the back of my mind, I know more Yizendi are coming. They'd have to be, wouldn't they?
Would they? Who's going to tell them? She gave me a level look.
You think word of what happened here is going to stay contained? It's not like the city's on lockdown. Even if the truth gets wildly distorted, the malformed lies that circulate will be enough. I should know. If I heard even a fraction of what happened here, I'd drop everything and come running.
How long do you think you have, then?
Impossible to tell.
She shook her head, looking down.
Depends on where everyone else is. Bah, let's get back to work.
Chapter 14. The stack of notes on Belle's table in the city square grew impressively over the next few days. She'd requisitioned 6 different Saldani to act as scribes. I didn't ask where she'd got them. They, however, seemed pretty happy to be working with her. For her. For a while, Vera made a point of being out and about, but as the hours went by and she had nothing else to do, she retreated to the penthouse more and more. Early one afternoon, after Belle had no more use for me, I came back to find Vera on the balcony, listlessly leaning against the railing, watching the flurry down below without interest. Hey. She jumped and spun.
Oh, shit, you scared me.
Zoning out pretty hard, huh? She fell back into a padded chair and grumbled.
Yeah, nothing else to do.
Read a book? She waved a hand at a small stack on a nearby table.
I've been doing that all morning. I asked the hotel staff if they had any, and they produced quite a few from who knows where, but I can't get interested in any of them.
I squeezed down in the chair with her. Want to go for a walk in the woods? She perked right up at that.
Seriously? Shit, yes I do.
With a big grin, I asked, Did you think you weren't allowed to do that?
Fuck, I don't know. I've been low-key sitting here kind of hoping more lords would show up or something. Or a big contingent of the Druza, just for something to do. I thought I should be down here in the action, but it's super clear that everything that's happening down there is over my head. I couldn't even scribe for Belle. And it's not like she needs me to guard her. I don't know. I got tired of people and came up here. I would love to get out of this damn city, though. Can we go right now?
Yeah, sure. Why not? I'll admit, I'd like a little solitude as well. Vera practically sprinted into the penthouse and slipped into her armor. You, wearing that everywhere now? She hadn't pulled the helm up, so I could clearly see her blush hard before she turned away.
Maybe.
Hey, that's not a judgment from me. I think it's really cool. She turned back with the biggest smile.
It is, isn't it?
Her eyes swept lovingly over the shiny metal, her fingers caressing her arm.
I feel so powerful when I'm in it. I cannot overstate how mind-blowingly fun it is to be able to jump onto a rooftop like it's nothing. It's like living a dream when I'm awake. Not to mention all the combat stuff, but the freedom of movement is something I'm quickly realizing I couldn't live without.
My fingers slipped between hers, and I pulled her in for a kiss. You want to jump us across the rooftops and up over the wall? She tried valiantly to suppress the wide smile that came to her lips, and failed.
Yes, I do want to do that.
I slipped my arm over her shoulders. Let's go then.
Should we tell Belle?
I think enough people will see us going that she'll know.
Great.
We walked out onto the balcony with our arms around each other, and, before I was ready, we sailed out into the open air. The wind whipped by, and I enjoyed the sight of everyone below us in the streets. Vera's boots corrected any potential fall, and I used the lay to slow us down as needed. Every time our feet made contact with a surface, we soared off again a second later. Vera didn't seem to want to stop, and I felt the same. Talking took a little more effort over the noise of the rushing wind, but I asked, "Are there any Leyline that are capable of actual flight?"
Not really, no. I mean, not that I know of. You probably want to ask Belle that,
she said with a wry smile.
The big exception is the translation Leyline. They're supposedly high in the sky, just floating there.
Shit, really?
Yep. Sometimes you can see one if the conditions are right. They do move around a little, so it's hard to really keep track.
How do they do it? I knew I could make myself hover a little way off the ground, up to a few stories high, but that was it. No way I could come close to touching the clouds. She shook her head and laughed.
Still not the right person to ask.
Oh, right. We leapt off one last roof toward the perimeter wall, and didn't make it.
Oh, shit!
Vera yelled. I slipped my arm off her shoulder and under her arm as I reached out and grabbed a crenellation with a tendril of ley. It kind of worked. Oh, shit! I grunted as well. We weren't in any danger. I could have let go and we'd have been fine dropping to the ground, even from this height. Still, though, grabbing onto something like this proved a new and challenging experience. I'd picked small things up and thrown them hundreds of times. I'd brace myself against the ground or building to hover and fly around. Pulling us both up this way turned out to be incredibly awkward. I fumbled, bumping us into the stone of the wall over and over. Vera tried getting enough footing to leap off again and failed. After a few graceless moments, we both got our arms up on the walkway, disentangled ourselves from each other, and flopped over. A second went by before we both burst out laughing.
Oh, shit,
she said.
I hope no one saw that.
Wow, I hope not. Would kind of take away from our elite soldier status, huh? We peeked over the edge.
No one's doubled over laughing or pointing up this way,
she muttered. That's a good sign.
Let's get out of here just in case.
The descent went much more smoothly. The wall stood extremely high, and the trip down was a harrowing straight drop of probably 6 or 7 stories. Between Vera's boots and my lay, we slowed ourselves enough to gently land. We power-walked out of the city's clearing and into the woods, Vera setting the pace. I didn't question it. The second we hit the tree line, Vera stopped and let her head drop back. She closed her eyes and let out a long, deep sigh.
Fuck,
she whispered. I couldn't help but laugh in her face. She didn't mind. She ran a gauntleted hand through her hair.
You know, I thought I knew how much the city was getting to me, but now that we're standing here, it feels like I just stepped out of an oven and into a pool, if that makes sense.
It does.
I don't know how city people do it. Just crammed in there all the time.
We started walking, the view of Doreen's massive wall falling away through the trees.
I thought it was bad enough back home, you know? But there I had my own house and I patrolled outside the gates nearly every day. We've been here for how long? Less than a week, and I want to punch someone or run screaming.
We really should have taken this walk before now. She snickered.
I should have thought about it. My mind's been on the task, I guess, even though I'm personally not much help.
Well, I have been of help, and it's exhausting. Not that I mind, but I'm enjoying this walk at least half as much as you are. She smiled and shook her head.
Poor Belle.
Yeah, poor Belle. I wanted her to get away from that gotta-be-the-best mentality. Instead, here she is, chasing it as hard as possible. Not that I blame her, and, you know, we do need to know what the Druza are doing.
Is she making any headway?
Impossible for me to tell, honestly. I let my senses stretch out, my magic flowing through the land itself. Hey, there's a lake close by. Want to go for a swim?
I really do.
In short order, we emerged from the trees to find a decently sized bright blue lake. Less than a minute later, we'd stripped and waded in. As we swam away from the shore, I felt tension that I didn't realize I'd been holding on to melt from my muscles. We slipped our arms around each other, laying our chins on each other's shoulders. Stabilizing us with the lay proved simple. We just floated, not talking for some time. I closed my eyes and cleared my thoughts as best I could. I focused on the soft sound of the cold breeze gliding over the water and the feel of Vera's smooth skin pressed against mine. After we'd floated there for some unknowable amount of time, one thought couldn't be pushed away. So, are there any monsters here that might eat us? It took Vera some time to reply, as she apparently pulled herself back to reality.
Nope. Not in a lake this size.
What about a bigger lake?
Big-ass fish as long as 10 people stacked on top of each other. Lots of teeth, covered with eyes.
Covered with eyes? Gross.
Yeah, most people think so. The Saldani think the eyes are a delicacy. They're wrong, though.
What are they called?
Eye fish.
That's a stupid name.
I think so too,
she said, smiling. So, what were you thinking about before I interrupted about monsters? Vera stayed silent for a moment.
Well...
You don't have to tell me if you don't want to.
No, it's not that. I do.
She was blushing, I could tell. About what, though, I had no idea.
I wanted to know how to say...
Massive pause.
I love you, in your language.
I blinked. Slowly, I leaned back so we could look each other in the eyes. Vera? Naturally, her cheeks had indeed already turned a bright red. She started stuttering.
If it's too early, I
slipped my hands down her arms and into her hands, the lay keeping us steady. No, it's fine. I couldn't help but grin like an idiot, a gesture she mirrored. It's, I love you. She snorted, her eyes crinkling. What?
You know I'm hearing that in Dollarai, right?
I briefly dropped my head, my face hitting the water as I laughed. The situation had momentarily short-circuited my brain. Oh, right, of course, that. I gave her a wry smile. Then how do you say it in Dollari?
I love you, of course.
Sounds a lot like it does in English.
I'll bet. Anyway,
She held my eyes.
I love you.
I love you too. We leaned in and kissed before comfortably going back to how we'd been, resting our heads on each other's shoulders.
You know,
She said softly.
I've wanted to say it for a while now, but I've never said it to anyone before. Not, romantically.
She exhaled, a small semblance of a laugh.
I always kind of thought it was stupid, Like, if you feel it, just say it. I've read a lot of romance stories where it got built up like this big thing, and every time I'd just yell at the characters in my head, like, just fucking say it, you idiots. And, well, it turns out I was the idiot all along.
I wouldn't say that. A lot of things don't make sense without the emotions that go along with them.
I guess so.
We drifted along for a while before we swam leisurely back. Once back on the shore, we sat in the sun to dry off, not saying anything else, just enjoying the company. Vera suited up and flexed her arms and fingers. You're gonna get to the point where you can't bring yourself to take that off again, I think. She scoffed.
Whatever. I can take it off any time I want.
Do it now.
I don't want to.
We smiled, but a tiny part of my brain thought I might be right. Not wanting to get back too quickly, we meandered through the forest. I got almost instantly lost without any path or landmarks. You do know where we are, right?
Of course.
Even though these aren't your trees. She raised an eyebrow at me and shook her head.
I can't believe everyone else has so much trouble telling trees apart. Can you honestly not see that these are the same trees we passed a few hours ago?
I stopped and put my hands on my hips. Vera, I'll have you know that I could look at a tree, turn away for a second, look back, and not be able to tell if it was the same tree or not. Unless it had some weird branches or something. They all look the same all the time. She laughed, thinking I was exaggerating, but the mirth fell off her lips at my unmoving expression.
Seriously?
Yes.
Like this one here?
She pointed to a random tree.
You're telling me this looks like all the other trees around us?
That's exactly what I'm saying, yes. It really did.
But look at this. See this bark pattern?
Bark pattern? Really? I've never even noticed that trees have bark patterns, let alone be able to tell one apart by it.
Ugh, you're just as bad as the Saldani.
The Saldani? Are the Yazendi good at it or something? She shrugged.
They suck less, yeah.
What about the Druza?
Who even knows? They probably don't understand what trees are. Think they're tall rocks or something.
For a little while after that, Vera pointed out various attributes that could be used to tell trees apart. They all looked the same to me. Suddenly, she stopped and held out a hand.
You hear that?
No. She slipped her arm under mine, and a second later we were off the ground and heading into the canopy.
Do your silence thing.
I did the silence thing. We hopped from branch to branch, her lacing and my magic letting us race through the canopy without slowing down. I found it incredibly fun, but Vera's eyes were narrowed. Finally, I heard it too. We weren't alone. Without a sound, we landed on a branch high above a truly weird machine. It snaked along the path like a metal millipede, a shiny, mostly white construct on countless legs. It boasted many swirling patterns on the outside that seemed to have been painted on. Through its many openings, I could make out quite a few people inside. What's that?
A palanquin. Is that word translating for you?
I blinked at her. Well, yes, but that's not what I know as a palanquin. Is it some mode of transportation, then?
Yeah, super complicated lacing, extra expensive, only used by rich people and high-ranking officials.
Is it bad that we're seeing one here?
I have no idea.
I sat down on the branch, taking in the sight under my feet. So, the lords were working for the crown, right?
Oh, shit.
Yeah. Are those people down there soldiers? Can you tell?
No, they wouldn't get to ride. There's probably a few honor guards in there, but nothing like a standard soldier.
Huh. Well, whoever they are, I don't think they're going to be happy that we murdered their lords.
We'd better get back. What the shit is this?
Vera muttered. No idea. Let's go ask Belle. We hopped down off the roof, narrowly avoiding being run over by a small group carrying a huge lacing. Belle's eyes lit up when she saw us.
Finally! Where on Mirras were you two?
We, went for a swim, I said. I didn't know the city would explode when we were gone. She scoffed.
Apparently Magistrate Suna got word of some arrivals on their way. Things are about to get complicated.
They weren't already? She shook her head and smiled.
An envoy from the crown itself is arriving soon.
Oh. I explained the so-called palanquin that Vera and I had seen in the woods.
That could only be them, yes.
Vera cocked an eyebrow.
They sent word? No. Suna has allies in the capital, and they were able to warn her about what's coming.
And what exactly, I asked, is coming? Belle deflated, the weariness catching up with her.
No one really knows, to be clear. I think we can safely assume it's not going to be good.
There you are!
We turned to see Suna's bodyguards shoving people out of the way.
Where on Mirras have you two been?
She yelled, waving her hands. I looked levelly back at her. We went for a swim. No one informed us that things were going to implode while we were briefly away. She ran a hand down her wrinkled face. The same weariness that sat heavy in Belle shone clear in her eyes, although she still stood straight.
I suppose that's fair. We only got word a little while ago.
Can you tell us what's actually happening? She grumbled.
Not really, as much as it galls me. The Crown dispatched a special envoy, surely in response to news of the Lord's culling. Or perhaps that big druser made it back there. I don't know. I also don't know what this damnable envoy is coming for. Do they really think they'll punish us for fighting back against such an obviously horrific plot?
I smirked. Well, if they're anything like humans, then yes, probably. How dare you defend yourselves from us, and so forth. She spat on the ground, earning surprised grunts from both her bodyguards.
Bastards! You're probably right, Danic. Although I'm interested in seeing just how forthcoming they are about things. Speaking of which...
She gestured at Belle.
Ah, right.
Did you make some headway? I asked.
In some ways, yes. In others, resoundingly not.
Can we get the short version? Belle raised a clawed hand up toward the master lacing.
Our initial assessment was correct. They were infusing the lacing instead of harvesting from it. A vast majority of the defiled devices they brought with them were used in a process to refine and morph the defilement into a, let's say, purer form. Then they injected it into the master lacing at a variety of points, all with the intention, I believe, of starting a chain reaction that would, once begun, start creating more and more defilement.
A self-sustaining corruption generator, I said breathlessly.
Yes.
A moment passed when no one said anything more. We stood motionless while the chaos around us continued, along with the non-stop shouted orders. Okay, I eventually said. To what end? Belle growled and slammed her fist into her palm.
That's just the thing. I don't know.
Vera and I leaned back, our eyes wide. You don't know?
No, I don't. It galls me to no end, but I cannot figure out what it is supposed to do. They create much more defilement than they ever have before, but there's nothing after that. No texts that speak of collecting it or harnessing it. Maybe they just use it like a battery?
Vera said.
If they have soldiers like Zendar, this could nearly infinitely power them, right? Well, yes, but they'd need only a fraction of the defilement they'd be creating for that, even if they had 100 Zendars, which I seriously doubt that they do.
She grumbled and shrugged.
It doesn't matter now anyway. We can't let all the lace in here fall back into their hands.
Surely, I said, that's not why this envoy's coming. Unless they brought a shitload more people, there's no way they can cart all this shit back to where it came from.
Yes,
Suna said.
I believe they're either here to negotiate, find out what really happened, or both.
Trumpets sounded on top of the outer walls. Suna made a small gesture to one of her guards, who sprinted off toward the main gate.
Time's up, it seems.
You're not letting them inside, are you? I asked.
No, we're going to stall them as long as we can while we try to ascertain why they're really here.
I nodded. Good plan. I'll help move things along here. Suna and her remaining bodyguard headed swiftly to the gate as well, leaving Vera and I standing in the square, the only people not running around.
What do we do?
She asked. Hell, I don't know. Pick one of the people that's yelling stuff and do whatever they say. She snorted.
Can do.
I did the same, following the orders of a middle-aged Saldani man with nice but not too fancy clothes. He seemed like he'd know what to do more so than the people wandering around in finery. With my ever-improving skills, I did the work of 10 people at once, levitating weird machines and carrying them into what seemed like random basements. A half-hour later, I overheard some confirmation that was exactly what we were doing. A command had come from Suna and her lieutenants that the square was to be swept clean. Inventorying and cataloguing the Leyline would come later. All that mattered now was getting them out of sight in case the envoy made it into the city. Once things were mostly done, I left the scraps to others and marveled at just how efficient the entire process had been. For a last-minute effort with no real order, Doreen's people had hidden away the mountain of evil devices that had filled the square just hours ago. The master Leyline still loomed in the center, of course. It couldn't be moved. I felt the defilement creeping silently inside it. The sensation felt nothing like the defilement that I had experienced before. The stomach-churning vileness still hung heavy in the air, but Belle must have been correct. The dark energy seemed quieter, but somehow more deadly. A mystery for tomorrow. I found Vera sitting against the side of a random building, panting hard. You okay? Her helm was off, which spoke of just how tired she was. People still milled around her, but her expression didn't betray a single hint of her usual social anxiety. She looked up and smiled.
Yeah, fine. This armor doesn't actually give me super strength or anything. All the shit I carried into basements I did with my own muscles.
I slid down the wall beside her. Maybe I could heal you or something?
Does it work that way?
No idea. She shrugged.
Might as well try.
I looked into her, seeing the channels of ley inside her body. As I reached out with my own, I thought back to the few times I'd ever done this. For something so technically complicated, healing turned out to be rather intuitive. The ley inside a person or living thing wanted to flow a certain way. Healing was helping it do so. Vera's ley, despite her exhaustion, flowed perfectly well. I attempted to work with it, but there was nothing to be done. Well, damn, I muttered. Looks like it doesn't work that way, no. Her breathing had started to even out anyway.
Too bad. I'm not surprised, really.
After the work had finished, people hung around the square for a little while, but it soon became clear that the action had ended, so they wandered off, leaving us nearly alone. My thoughts strayed to Suna and what might be happening with the envoy. My daydreams segued smoothly into real dreams, and I was out. "Sir Danic!" An irritating voice cut through a calm vision of golden grass swaying in the wind. "Hey, Danic!" A metal hand shook my shoulder. I cracked my eyes open to see Vera still beside me and Suna's bodyguard standing over us. "Forgive me, Sir Danic, but Suna requests your presence at the gate." I grumbled. "I knew it. I just knew it. Okay, I'll be there soon." After he ran off, I turned to Vera. "Did you get any sleep?"
Oh, yeah. I think I was out before you. Don't know how long it's been. Probably not long.
"All right, well, let's..." I turned my head as a massive burst of ley sprang into existence in the direction of the main gate. Not defiled ley, though. That was a plus.
What?
Chapter 16. We straddled the line between hurrying and not, essentially power-walking to the gate. As we turned the corner around the last building, I stopped and gawked at the enormous golden sigil that hung in the air. "The hell is that?" Vera didn't seem impressed.
Royal crest. Whoever's here speaks with the authority of the king himself, and they want Doreen to know that.
I smirked. I bet Suna's doing her best to stonewall them. The magistrate stood on the highest battlement over Doreen's largest gate. The doors and portcullis were tightly shut underneath. Bell, various Doreen nobility, and Suna's guards were assembled around her. "By order of the very king of the Saldani Empire himself!" Some arsehole stood in front of the palanquin yelling up at us. An older Saldani man, he wore dark, flowing robes and, judging by the glint, a mountain of jewelry. He had black hair, and his more pointy-than-usual ears sported many golden piercings. The palanquin sat in a half-circle formation behind him, and I guess that most of its occupants had come out for this show. No one spoke but Loud Guy, though. "What's he on about?" I asked Suna. A poorly hidden smile graced her lips.
When they arrived at the gates, they demanded entry, but refused to state their intentions. We asked them many questions, and they refused to answer every single one.
"Are they not here on official business, then?"
"Oh, they are, it seems. That's why we're being treated to this display of the royal crest. Usually this isn't necessary. Normally they're allowed in on the assumption that they're doing the crown's work."
The man continued to bellow out a slew of things. Some were thinly veiled threats, some were even louder demands, and some of it was just whining. This guy's not used to hearing no, is he? Suna snorted, but quickly regained her composure.
"He is not. His name is Viscount Rollard Crindle III. I've only spoken to the man on a few occasions, and he managed to offend me, my ancestors, and my city each time. He's a pompous windbag and nothing more. I don't know why no one stabbed him yet."
"You want me to go down there and do that?" She side-eyed me. I was serious.
"No. This situation is precarious enough as it is."
"What is the situation?"
"As I said, they refuse to say anything about their intentions. But what they're not saying tells us a lot. They've not mentioned the missing lords, Zendar, or the massive pyre of charred Druza corpses they must have passed when they came here."
I scanned the group, reaching out with my power to see if any lords hid among them, but I came up short. If there were any down there, they were keeping a low profile, which didn't seem their style. "No lords down there, I think." Suna shook her head.
I've received reports from my people in the capital. A few great lords are still there, but most of the others simply disappeared.
Disappeared into bloody chunks on Doreen's rooftops,
Vera said. She squeaked when everyone present turned to her. It was adorable with her full suit of armor on.
Indeed,
Suna said.
I believe a large majority of the lords came to Doreen for this experiment. Now that you've single-handedly culled them all, the Druza masters must be trying another tactic.
I almost can't believe the fucking crown itself is so corrupted by the Druza, I said softly. Almost.
I actually agree,
Suna said.
We've had our fair share of terrible monarchs in our history, but wholesale selling out to the enemy like this?
She shook her head.
Unthinkable.
Viscount Loudguy bellowed up at us. Woe to anyone who bars our path! Open these gates this very instant! Whoa, huh? I asked. So what's the plan? Here, anyway.
I'd really hoped to have some sort of discussion, honestly. We'd asked questions, they'd give us lies in return, we'd sift some truth from those lies.
I put my hands on my hips and flashed Suna a charming smile. Mind if I try something? She looked me up and down and smirked.
You might as well. I don't think this is going anywhere as it is.
I leaned out the window, waiting for Rollard to take a rare breath, and shouted as loud as I could, Hey, fuckwads! Your lords were dog shit! I couldn't help but wonder if dog translated for them or not. Bunch of weak-ass losers! I ripped all their spines out of their assholes! The group around me had varied reactions to this little tirade. Some laughed, some gasped. I heard an, oh my, or two. If you came to cart their corpses away, I've got some bad news. We flushed all that shit down the toilets. Utter, deafening silence met this proclamation. Even the Viscount stood speechless. We're not giving you the evil lace-in either, you fuck-asses. Nearly everyone on both sides gasped at this. I naturally assumed that both Suna and the envoy would, for idiotic political reasons, not reference the lace-in directly. I didn't have time for that crap. Why don't you stop this worthless posturing, Viscount shit-ass, and tell us why you're really here? Why'd your precious crown choose Doreen to be sacrificed to your Druza overlords? Straight to the point. The Viscount stammered. I didn't let him get started. You gonna deny the Druza's involvement now? Gonna explain away the hundreds of Druza soldiers that accompanied your pathetic lords? I pointed off in the direction of the pyre. If you missed it, which you didn't, there's a pile of burnt corpses that you're going to have a pretty hard time finding an excuse for. By order of the... Your king can suck shit from an ass! Everyone except Vera gasped pretty hard at that. She snickered. I turned to Suna and brushed off my hands. There you go. Situation handled. She took a long, deep, shuddering breath before she levelly said,
Thank you, Danic.
You're welcome. Now we can get past all the stupid posturing. When you keep talking to him, I recommend pressing him on why the crown thought it was fine to sacrifice Doreen. I glanced at Belle. Because that's what they intended, if not ultimately, right? She'd said not a word so far. Her glowing eyes met Suna's.
Yes, whatever their end goal, it would almost assuredly have resulted in the destruction of this city, one way or another.
Suna calmly closed her eyes and exhaled.
I see. You may all go.
I caught Vera's eye as most of us filed off the battlement. We ended up ducking into an alleyway. Her helm melted away.
Did you want to make out for a while?
I smiled. Yes, but that's not what I was going to suggest.
Damn.
Let's head out and sneak around to the other side of the envoy and see if we can find out anything.
Also good. Not as good, though.
We simply left through a different, smaller gate. The sun sat low in the sky, headed toward the horizon. The area around Doreen had been cleared of trees, but the grass still stood tall enough that we could sneak through it. Doing so normally would have involved crawling on our hands and knees, but I had a better idea. I laid down on my back and asked Vera to lay on top of me.
Here?
It's not what you're thinking.
Oh, damn again.
With us both lying flat, I hovered a little off the ground. I thought my combat flying would translate easily, but it took a few good tries before I stopped spinning and dumping Vera on the ground. She good-naturedly put up with it. Like a painfully slow torpedo, we drifted through the meadow. The sun had touched the horizon, giving us a little more shadow to work with, and I was, of course, using the silencing spell as we went. Thoughts of submarines flitted through my head. Vera did most of the watching. Rollard's incessant yelling acted like a beacon. He'd calmed down a little. His cries still rattled my eardrums, but he and Suna were having a conversation, such as it was. We crept as close as I dared before I set us down on the ground. From here on out, we should actually crawl. If there is a lord in there, they'll probably feel me using the lay.
Are we going to sneak up and kill them all?
Vera whispered. We'll see. I haven't made up my mind as to what exactly we're doing here.
I hope we're here to kill them,
she said, mostly to herself. We crept slowly up to the edge of the tall grass next to the path the so-called palanquin sat on. I held on to the silencing spell as we waited. For a while, nothing happened. Most of the entourage stayed silent, while Rollard and Suna spoke back and forth. Unsurprisingly, they'd reverted to boring political posturing, rendering my own expert attempts at banter somewhat irrelevant. Almost. Everyone still knew that everyone knew everything, and they both danced even more delicately around the topic. I nearly fell asleep listening to it. Finally, once the shadows had really begun to lengthen, it became clear that Suna wasn't opening the gates, and all the noble idiots were going to have to make camp. A truly massive amount of grumbling and whining ensued, not all of which came from Rollard. Aside from 4 people dressed in formal but apparently real armor, the rest were attendants, palanquin operators, and upper-class jerks, wholly unaccustomed to sleeping anywhere but the finest beds, in the finest rooms, in the finest buildings available. Even the attendants did their share of complaining before they were quickly shushed by the nobility, who then whined in their places. Despite the complaints, though, they had prepared for this eventuality. Massive tents were brought out of the end compartments of the centipede palanquin, alongside a ludicrous amount of cushions, rugs, and a few chairs. They went up in a flurry and were crammed with finery before anyone even started to erect the tiny little tents everyone was to sleep in, which only looked big enough for pups. They sat a decent distance away from the larger tents. The nobles quickly retreated inside their massive tents, and everyone else except 2 guards left for their diminutive lodgings. Vera nudged me.
You still awake?
Barely.
They've made this pretty damn easy for us.
They really did. You want the nobles or everyone else?
I think the nobles will be a lot easier, guards or not. You take the others.
Will do. Let's meet back at Doreen's smaller gate. I hadn't felt anything to indicate that this group contained lords, but I wasn't about to screw things up based on assumptions, so I crawled through the grass to spy on the servants. They'd not set any patrols, and nobody seemed to be watching the shadows, so I contentedly remained in the golden grass at the end of one of the pup tents. The The stars had come out, and as I lay there on my back gazing up at them, I wondered if I'd seen any of them before. Was Mirras part of the Milky Way? Was this somewhere on the other side of the universe? Was I in a different universe altogether? I didn't know a thing about stars or constellations. There were no answers for me in the sky. Maybe Belle would know. The conversation I eavesdropped upon proved painfully boring and mundane. Complaints, which were all I heard, ranged from the grueling trip here from the capital, the audacity to make people such as them sleep out of doors, to fears that breakfast would be too difficult to cook without a fully equipped kitchen. No one said it out loud, but there would be hell to pay if the nobles didn't get their breakfast just the way they liked it, and there would be no acceptable excuses. I quietly sighed. People sucked everywhere. Luckily, after the requisite time for bitching ended, different fears surfaced in the conversations. How long before they find out?
They must have known we'd come.
I'd hope we could be done with this business and headed east by now. No one explicitly said who they were afraid of, but a few mentioned watching for a second palanquin coming through the trees.
And they probably wouldn't even stop for the night like civilized people.
I stayed a while longer, but all I heard were the same cryptic things over and over. And more complaining. Chapter 17. Vera leaned against the wall outside the gate, and I tread through the grass toward her. Her helm melted away as I stepped into the light.
Hey, there you are,
she said.
I thought you fell asleep.
Nah, although I was close a few times. How long have you been waiting?
Practically forever. I just could not stand listening to those pompous shits any longer. Rollard ranted like a 2-year-old and drowned out almost anything else I might have heard. And wow, you should have listened to what he said about Suna. I don't think I've ever heard such vile shit being said so rapidly like that. He just chained one scathing insult to the next without pausing for breath. He insulted her appearance, dress, lineage, age, heritage, governing abilities, and the layout of the city itself, which is apparently her fault somehow. He also called her both a loose, tawdry whore that couldn't keep her legs closed and a dried-up old husk who'd never known the caress of a man.
Wow, I said, laughing. That guy sounds like a fucking winner.
Yeah, doesn't he? And that's just what he said about her. He also had things to say about the city, its people, and the general weather of the area.
Okay, I'm calling it now. I'm gonna kill this guy.
Oh, please do.
So you didn't get any good intel, is what I'm hearing.
Well,
she shrugged.
Between all the vileness, he did mention something about them and said a couple of things that made me think this whole mess had a time limit.
Yeah, that's actually what I was able to make out as well. None of the others said anything concrete, but they were afraid that someone else is coming. Dunno if these mysterious people are actually going to show up, but there's an air of fear around here. Whatever they're actually here for, I think they thought they'd get in, get it done, and get out quickly. The only real thing I heard was someone saying they wanted to be done and get headed east. What's east of here?
Lots of things. If you mean really far east, the Druza lands, but I doubt these nobles and their servants are headed there.
Yeah, I'd agree. Probably not there exactly, but maybe somewhere in the Empire where the Druza masters have set up shop? Vera nodded.
Yeah, I think that's a good guess. We'll ask Belle. It might be that we're headed to the same place, you know? We weren't supposed to stay here for long at all, right?
Nope. She had some intel on where the masters took the collected defilement. A voice drifted over on the wind. Shh, you stupid idiot, you'll get us caught! Vera and I glanced at each other and stepped out of the light from the gate. We melded into the shadows of the wall, our eyes straining in the darkness. I did the silence thing for good measure. It didn't sound like we were dealing with anyone competent, though.
I said be quiet!
I leaned over to Vera, dropped the silence spell, and whispered, "You know, I haven't heard the person who's absorbing these insults, but I am hearing the irritated moron."
I can't wait to see where this is going.
I resumed our aura of silence, even though it was hardly necessary. A moment later, we saw something fly out of the grass at the base of the wall. It ended up being a grapnel at the end of a rope. 3 shadowy forms started to slowly climb. We just watched. A high-pitched voice came from the first climber.
"You sure you paid off the guards, right? Shut up!"
The third person on the rope was irritated and loud guy. Unfortunately, none of them were Rollard, not that I thought for a second that he'd do his own dirty work. When they finally got to the top of the wall and disappeared from view, I turned to Vera. Looks like Suna's got some traitors in her midst. We casually strolled to the still dangling rope.
Yeah, that's a job for someone else later.
I chuckled and rubbed her armored back. She wrapped her arms around my neck as I hoisted us both easily up the rope. I knew how to climb one, but with my new strength, I didn't even bother using my legs. Vera's weight, even with the armor, felt like nothing at all. The metal of her helm pressed close to my ear.
So strong. Think we have time for a quickie on top of the wall?
Damn it, Vera, I smiled and shook my head.
What? Those guys don't know what they're doing. I'll bet we have plenty of time.
And are you going to be quiet about it?
I
don't think you screaming at the top of your lungs is the stealthy approach we're looking for here. When we stood at the top, Vera looked down at the grapnel.
Shouldn't they have taken this with them?
I think we've already firmly established that they're dumbasses. She snickered.
Should we kick it off?
Yeah, it'll be funny if we chase them all the way back here.
Oh, yeah, it sure will.
She unhooked it and threw it down into the shadows. The battlements and parapets sat empty. Not a single guard patrolled this part of the wall. We crept down the stairs closest to us, and I reached out and felt the lay around me. Despite it being one of the first skills I'd learned, I hadn't used it very much. The magic coursed out and back to me, letting me see my surroundings through the lay. Most of it melted together in a confusing jumble, especially in a city with so many things packed in so tightly, but people stood out. Their lay shone a little brighter than the natural flows. Doreen, even here at the wall, was packed with people. Given the hour, though, most of them were asleep in their beds. Some milled about, and a few headed somewhere with purpose, but there was only one group of 3 huddled together and quickly descending a set of stairs. This way. The darkness of the night permeated everything. Without the lay, I would have been bumping into things constantly. Vera, even through her helm, had no problem. I hadn't thought to ask if Dollar-Eye could see better in the dark than a human. At this point, I didn't need to. I wondered if the Saldani had cat-like vision. What a disappointment if they didn't. I'd never trailed someone before and had precisely 0 skill at it. That proved totally moot, though. I didn't need line of sight to keep up, so we hid around corners and behind closed doors until it was safe. Noticing they were being followed would be impossible.
Where do they even think they're going?
Vera asked. You know, that's a good question. Do we know where they're going? She shook her head.
All the dark lacing were taken into a bunch of different places, just random basements and things like that.
They do have some guards in their employ, though, somehow. If they paid off people to not be on the wall, they could have easily paid for information.
How in the world would they have done it all so fast, though?
We stopped at the intersection of a street, letting the men get out of sight. They must have corrupted people before any of this started. Doreen was chosen somehow for all this shit, right?
Yeah, makes sense. Think they'll meet up with their inside people?
If they do, it'll make killing them a lot easier. We ended up on a side street close to the main square. Even from here, I could feel the horrible energy still emanating from the Master Leyline. I stopped as a thought occurred to me. Hey, the defilement usually screwed up the Master Leyline, right?
Yeah.
That's not happening here. I'm not seeing flickering street lights or anything.
Well, Belle did mention that the defilement here was extra refined or something?
I didn't know what to make of that. Rollard's men came to a stop in front of a random house. Did they take any of the Leyline down there? I asked.
Probably. They kind of stuffed a lot of places around here in the fear that more lords would come. Sooner wanted the square stripped as fast as possible.
We both peeked around the corner as we waited. The door to the house opened, quick words were exchanged, and the men went inside. I think, I said, this is what we were waiting for. Why don't you alert the guard captains, and I'll make sure no one leaves that house.
Because you'll block their path, or because they'll be dead?
We'll see. She gave me a pat on the shoulder.
Either way.
I strolled down the shadowy street like I owned the place and knocked on the door. No answer. I knocked again and pulled Ley around my body. No answer. I just tried the knob. It was unlocked. Okay. I let myself in. Small lights amidst dark wood furnishings gave the room an ominous glow. Folded blankets lay on the couch, and I couldn't see a single speck of dust. The place barely looked lived in. Hushed voices came from a door to the side of the room. Armed with a charming smile and a ludicrous amount of ley swirling around my body, I followed the sounds. There was an open door at the end of a long hallway. It led to stone steps that descended into more shadow. The voices sounded much less hushed from here. Which ones are we looking for? How should I know? We want the final stage injectors, you idiots! Yes, the second voice hissed. But what do they look like? Like injectors! Things with needles or something! Or something? You don't even know? Viscount Crindle hadn't even seen them himself! These orders are coming from Zendar, and you know how forthcoming that one is. I heard several groans. Why are we risking our lives for this shit? Morons! It's either we risk 'em doing this, or face instant death when we come up empty-handed. After what happened... Yeah, speaking of that, a fourth voice trembled as he spoke. I saw what that human thing did to the other lords. They didn't stand a chance. If he found us out, we'd all be dead. So let's get this done quickly, all right? Wow, they gave me a personal opening. How nice of them. I stepped lightly down the stairs, my charming smile still planted firmly on my lips. The basement had been stuffed full of dark Leyline. Only a small area at the bottom of the stairs remained clear. 5 people, 2 city guards and 3 people dressed in dark grey clothing stood with their backs to me. You know, I sure don't like being called a thing, I said brightly. Who goes there? Ah! They all turned to me. The guard who'd yelled recoiled back, bumping into a heavy black machine and tumbling to the ground, his spear clattering to the floor. 3 sets of wide eyes stayed locked on mine. A 5th, a much braver but equally stupid man, drew a sword from his sheath. With a wordless cry, he rushed me, swinging down into my chest. The sword sliced cleanly through my shirt and didn't leave a single scratch on my skin. Having seen the shirt, the man, I assumed, thought he had made a little headway, so he pressed the attack, cutting more and wider slashes into my shirt. Rollard's lackeys, having seen this, pulled long daggers and joined the fray. I stepped back into the doorframe so no one would have any room to get by me while I enjoyed this show. Die, monster! I'm the monster here. In short order, they decimated my shirt, reducing it to little more than tatters. I could feel their weapons stabbing and slashing across my skin. They were about as effective as plastic cutlery. Battle frenzy shone in all their eyes as they continued their brutal and useless assault. The remnants of my shirt floated lazily to the ground. The other guard, the one who'd screamed, sat huddled up against a lacing, his eyes wide and his body shaking. Well, this is fun, but enough's enough. My hand shot out, and I plucked a dagger from one of the men, gripping the blade. I grabbed the hand of the guard, halting his attack mid-strike. He struggled, trying to pry his arm out of my grip. There was nothing he could do. He couldn't move my arm even an inch. Feeling dramatic, I flipped the dagger in my hand, brought it up to my mouth, and clamped my teeth around the blade. Then, slowly, as they all watched, I bent the dagger almost in half before I dropped it to the floor. I flashed the guard a big smile before I let him go. He stumbled back and fell on his arse. The 3 infiltrators had fallen back. The 2 who were still armed brandished their tiny weapons at me. So, I said, "Please don't kill us!" the terrified guard wailed. Mercy! He actually threw himself down before me, his face pressed to the ground as he went on. "Have mercy on us, O great lord!" "Please don't call me a lord." "Mercy, great lord!" What was that other trick? Lord Steve, a stupid asshole that I'd killed in Doreen the first time I'd come through, had a voice amplification spell that I'd used while fighting him. Afterwards, there'd never been a time where I'd wanted to really yell anything. How did it work again? "Shut the fuck up!" That was it. The sound reverberated around the room, rattling the lacing, the walls, and the floor joists above us. They all winced. He shut up. I picked a dangling bit of cloth off my shoulder and threw it to the ground. "Here's the deal." Scaredy Cat almost started screaming again, but I silenced him with a look. "Here's the deal." I met all of their eyes before I went on. "The city guard, the real city guard, is going to be here soon. You're all going to fully cooperate with them. Tell them anything and everything they want to know. If you don't," I took a menacing step forward, "I'm going to make you wish your Druza overlords had gotten to you before I did." I really didn't know what to threaten people with. It wasn't something I did. The Druza, however, probably had a ton of inventive and mind-blowingly awful methods of torture. All I had to do was pretend I knew what they were and act sure that my own were worse. They bought it. They all went pale. Scaredy Cat pissed himself. I kept glowering even though I felt a little bad. Thankfully, I didn't have to keep the show going for long. Chapter 18. Vera came down the stairs first. She skidded to a stop when she saw the ridiculous scene before her. I heard a muffled,
"What the fuck?"
A few guards strode in behind her, equally nonplussed at the scene. Since it had become instantly crowded, I shot our enemies a look and went up the stairs. The guards pressed themselves to the side of the staircase with wide eyes as I went past. Vera followed me up to the first floor and out the door. When we were back in the cool night air, her helm melted away. Her eyes slowly drifted up and down my body.
"So,
What?
did you, take your shirt off to fight them?"
Nah, I stood there and let them hit me for a while. They really weren't taking the hint. I'd ruined a few set of clothes in my previous fights, but I hadn't just let them get shredded before.
"Oh, yeah?
She raised a very seductive eyebrow at me.
You just stood there and let them stab you?
I gestured down to my chest. As you can see, their attacks did nothing. I subtly flexed my muscles. She ran a hand up and down my skin.
Yes.
She bit her lip.
I can see that. How frightening it must have been for them.
She stepped in close, softly pressing her armor against me.
You standing there, invulnerable, unbeatable.
Do we have time for a quickie now? Vera can just step out of that armor. Lord Danic! Well, fuck. An armored Saldani man came from inside the house. My lord, I held up a hand. Please don't call me lord. Sir is fine. Ah, very good, Sir Danic. We've apprehended the men. They started cooperating immediately. They seemed eager to tell us what they knew. I chuckled. Anything worth knowing? Yes, actually. Could I have you accompany us to the guardhouse? I glanced at Vera. Yeah, we can do that. As we turned to go, Vera mouthed the word
later
at me. At the guardhouse, a very nicely appointed place, I was given a replacement shirt. Vera pouted when I put it on, and we smiled at each other. Both of our thoughts were somewhere else, that was clear. We heard the non-stop babbling before the men stumbled in the door, surrounded by a small group of guardsmen. I was glad my threats worked and no further torture would be necessary. When they saw me sitting there, they redoubled their effort to divulge what they knew. I leaned over to Vera and quietly asked, "Are people really that afraid of me?"
Well, you did fuck up most of the lords in the space of an hour, beat up that massive Druza guy and saved the city. Shouldn't they be afraid?
Well, yeah, but hardly anyone saw me ripping the lords apart. You know people. I thought that most wouldn't believe we did it ourselves. She shrugged.
I think enough people saw the bloody chunks we left in our wake.
Shouldn't they be equally terrified of you?
I dunno, I'm just some dollari. No one likes us. You're a human, exotic, like the lords, but on our side, and way more powerful than the other lords that they were already scared of.
Huh, good point.
Also,
she said while pointing at the guy who pissed himself,
that guy definitely saw you murder the lords firsthand.
Oh, yeah, that guy. He sure did. Poor arsehole. The door opened and a very tired Suna strode in, followed by her personal bodyguards.
Danic, Vera.
Suna?
I understand there's been an incident.
Yeah, a good one. She arched her brow at me.
Really? Unexpected.
She turned to regard the still babbling men.
Infiltrators and traitors.
Yeah. She sighed.
Not the first time, won't be the last. But given their agitated state, which I'm assuming you had something to do with, they'll give up more than a few names before the night is out. These are Rollard's men, then?
Yeah, they scaled the wall. We just happened to notice their blundering after we were done spying on Rollard, and we followed them in. Suna slowly tilted her head at me, her eyes wide.
You spied on Rollard?
Yeah.
Then you followed his people into the lair of my own traitors?
Also yes. She shook her head.
Damn you two. I'm going to have to find some spectacular way to repay you.
We didn't argue. Giving her the rundown of what we heard took less than a minute. Still, she seemed to think the information was useful. Suna turned to regard the babbling men.
Thank you for what you've done this evening. We'll handle this. I'm sure there will be some extremely amusing repercussions for the Viscount, but it can wait until morning.
Before we left, I made sure to loom over the men one last time. Vera and I both held it together until we were back outside and down the road. Then we lost it.
Did you see their faces?
she said in between gasps for air. I probably traumatized them.
Probably. Fuck 'em.
Speaking of fucking, she straightened immediately before grabbing my hand and pulling me down the street. We practically ran back to the penthouse. As soon as we'd gone past the front desk and past most of the people that would see us, Vera leapt into my arms and ruthlessly shoved her tongue into my mouth. I matched her pressure as I bounded up the stairs. My hands gripped her armored arse and her legs wrapped around my midsection. With the lei flowing through me, she weighed nothing in my arms. The stairs flew by while I paid just enough attention to not tumble down them or run into a wall. I thought about kicking the door in, but images of the poor bastards who'd have to replace it flitted through my thoughts, so I just used the key instead. Once we were inside, I kicked the door shut and Vera hopped down. I vaguely noticed that our living room had a lot more junk in it than it had previously. This only skirted across my consciousness for a second before it disappeared. In seconds, her armor opened and she jumped out. Without a word, she grabbed my hand and pulled me along again, this time into the bathroom. Her clothes slipped away as she went, flying off in all directions. The speed at which she did it impressed me quite a bit. I attempted to do the same, lightly levitating myself while trying to undo buttons and pull down zippers. I managed it okay while she turned the shower on. She gestured wildly.
In!
The shower or you?
Yes, damn it!
Mirras' technology far outpaced Earth's in one very crucial way. Their showers somehow didn't take any time to warm up. The moment I stepped in, Vera hopped back into my arms. As we fiercely kissed, I fumbled blindly for soap and washcloths. We'd spent the day doing all manner of things, including crawling around in a field, so neither of us smelled very fragrant. We performed the world's quickest, most efficient washing possible while actually doing a decent job at it. The soap and clothes were immediately discarded as we stepped out of the spray. The shower had a tiled seat and enough space to stand with the water only hitting our feet. Vera dropped to her knees and trailed her tongue up and down my already fully hard cock. I slipped my fingers into her bright blue hair, letting some of the urgency go as I looked down at her beautiful face, partially obscured by my girth. My other hand slowly slid down her wet skin, starting at her shoulder and descending to cup her full breast. I pinched her hard nipple as she took my cock between her lips. Finally, I groaned. She agreed as her lips slid further down my length. With one hand around my cock, her other trailed down between her legs. She rubbed herself slowly as she sucked me, moaning and writhing as if I was already inside her. The view out of the floor-to-ceiling windows nearly took my mind off what we were doing, not that I would have said so out loud. The city shined like the night sky itself, motes of light in a canvas of darkness. Unlike cities on Earth, the light didn't overwhelm the shadows. As I gazed out at the beauty of it, my cock still in Vera's mouth, I had a little trouble figuring out where the city ended and the stars began. I'd never seen anything like it. After a moment, I came back to the present. Hey, I said, I want to try something new.
Of course. Anything.
I arched an eyebrow. Anything? She giggled.
Well, most things.
I smiled down at her. This one isn't really far out there, but should be a lot of fun. The lei flowed through me as I pulled her up. I slipped one arm under her shoulder and looped my other hand under her leg, gripping her ass. I picked her up, holding her away from my body. She weighed nothing.
Oh, shit.
Smiling widely, she reached down and guided me between her lips. I gently slid her down onto my cock. She threw her other leg over my shoulder, set one hand on my arm, and let the other hang to the side. We both looked down and watched while I slid her slowly up and down, pressing a little more into her each time. Her head lolled back, and she gave a deep moan. She squeezed her breast and pinched her nipple, her body softly writhing. When she slid fully down onto my cock, I grunted and pulled her in close. Our tongues met, pressing against each other, the soft mist of the shower coating our skin. She pushed away again so she could watch.
This is even better than the sex swing. Faster.
I began to thrust into her as I held her in the air. Her wet boobs bounced, the light reflecting off her skin. My eyes wandered out the window again. I could see lit windows in the buildings outside, and while we were higher than anyone else, it wouldn't be a stretch to think that we'd be clearly visible from some of them. Vera's gaze followed mine.
Think they can see us?
Probably. They'll all say, "Oh, look, it's her, the one who screams on the balcony." She giggled.
Good. Give 'em a show.
I rhythmically pumped into her, easily holding her body aloft. "Oh yeah? Is this the same Vera that doesn't like talking to people?" She scoffed.
There's a difference between talking face to face and them knowing I'm having mind-blowing sex and loving it.
"You want to end this on the balcony again?"
Mm-hmm. Although I'm going to be screaming way before that.
Her hand slipped down to her clit. Her breath came faster, along with constant moans and whimpers. She rubbed herself as we both kept watching my cock slide in and out of her. She shut her eyes and her head fell back again. Her whole body clenched and started to shudder.
Faster,
she whispered. I pounded into her as her legs began violently shaking. Seconds later, she screamed. With a huge smile, I revelled in the sight and feel of her coming on my cock, her whole body shaking and her voice echoing off the bathroom walls. I wondered if anyone was watching us, and, if they were, if they could hear her. Probably. With deep, gasping breaths, she tried to hold on to me as she slowly came down. She pulled herself to me, wrapping her arms around my neck.
Fucking fuck,
she said softly. I smirked. Was it good, then? She giggled into my neck.
Even better than usual. I love being picked up and fucked like this. How long could you do it?
The whole time. You don't weigh anything.
Fuck,
she said in a shaky voice. I kept her in my arms as I turned the shower off. Bed?
Yeah.
I raised her gently up and off my cock before trying to set her down on the floor. Her legs almost buckled. I caught her. I'll just keep carrying you. More giggling.
Please do.
She wrapped one arm around my shoulder and I slipped mine around her back and behind her knees. We were reasonably dry enough. I only left damp footprints as we went into the bedroom. How do you want it now?
How do you think? Keep picking me up. But here.
We maneuvered so that her arms still laid around my neck. She faced away from me, and my hands supported her under both legs. The position was a little awkward, but her weightlessness made it work. I couldn't have kept my balance otherwise. She reached down with her free hand, and, after I lifted her high up, she guided my cock back inside her. I took a long, deep breath as I slid her all the way back down. Her legs twitched and soft little squeaks escaped her lips. You okay?
Yes.
She kissed my cheek.
I'm just really sensitive after coming so hard. Don't stop.
Some of the urgency had left, and I slowly slid her up and down my length. We kissed, our eyes closed. We lost ourselves in the sensations. I wasn't sure how long we stayed that way, pressed together as I lifted and lowered her again and again. The sound of a closing door intruded upon our zen little moment, but I dismissed it, assuming it came from out in the hall. A few minutes later, a loud crash came from our living room. We froze, our eyes open and locked on each other.
Someone's here.
Vera whispered. Yep.
Who would...
I don't know. With a deep sigh, I slid her off my cock. I'll check it out. I turned to go.
Like that?
I shrugged. If this is someone from the hotel, it's going to be supremely weird for them. If it's an enemy, I'm going to have to kick their ass naked and with an erection. If I leave them alive, they'll never live it down. I boldly stepped out into the living room. Belle stood there, amidst a pile of things. I glanced around at it, and it appeared to be pieces of the dark lacing. Had she had it brought up earlier? What was she doing with it now? It's the middle of the night. Belle? Her eyes were as wide as I'd ever seen them. Her entire body stood stiff while she clutched some odd bits of machinery in her hands. Her gaze slid up and down my body several times before settling on my huge, stiff cock. She tried to speak, but nothing came out. What a...
Belle!
Vera appeared in the doorway, just as naked as me. Belle's gaze transferred over to her, sliding up and down her light skin and round boobs. Belle finally found her voice.
I'm so sorry. I didn't know that... I thought you'd be asleep and I just needed some... Oh, I didn't mean... Oh, shit, to interrupt.
You don't have to be interrupting us,
Vera said seductively from the bedroom door. Oh shit, is this happening? Apparently not, as Belle missed that cue by a mile.
Yes, I've got my things. I'll be... on my way.
Belle, it's all right.
Vera took a few steps out into the room.
We don't mind.
I gave her my charming smile. Yeah, we don't mind at all.
Okay, yes, all right. Thanks for understanding. I'll see you in the morning. Okay, good night. Bye.
She sprinted out of the room, slamming the door behind her. We helplessly watched her go. A second passed before we both doubled over laughing. Well, that was unexpected, I said when I got my breath back.
Ugh, fuck.
Vera stamped her foot.
I thought this was it. Damn it! I want to lick her pussy so badly.
I stopped to stare at her.
What?
She threw up her hands and laughed.
I spent my entire life until you showed up having either extremely mediocre sex or none at all. I want to live.
Yeah, fair enough.
Now,
she said as she wrapped her arm around my shoulders again.
Make me come again.
You got it. I lifted her up again, resuming right where we left off. She threw her head back and moaned.
Harder.
I grunted and groaned as I worked up to slamming her down on my cock. Both of our thoughts were surely about Belle. I imagined Vera on the couch, playing with herself and watching as I fucked Belle just like I fucked her now. Or my first fantasy, both of them bent over on the bed, waiting. I wasn't going to last long with those thoughts playing around in my head, but neither did Vera. I paused thrusting into her long enough to walk us both out onto the balcony. Vera said nothing, but giggled the whole way. I looked out over the city and its lights as we continued. She shortly began to shake.
Oh, fuck, Danic.
I held out just long enough to hear her scream into the night before I erupted inside her, shooting a massive load deep inside her body and releasing the built-up tension of the day. Her first orgasm chained into a second one as I pumped her full, her cries still echoing out into the night. She shuddered and trembled in my arms while I drained the last I had inside her. A cool breeze blew across our skin, and I shuddered, completely spent.
You gonna get that?
she muttered. Oh, so you are awake.
I don't wanna be. Get the door.
I slipped my hand back under the covers, gave her ass a squeeze, and laughed. The incessant knocking continued while I found my pants and tried to put them on with bleary eyes. They were backwards. I growled. The knocking continued. Shut the fuck up! I'm coming! Okay? My ley-infused voice made the room shake faintly. The knocking stopped. I put my pants on correctly. My hand hovered at the doorknob briefly as I let the frustration at being woken up so rudely dissipate. The door swung in to reveal a terrified young man in the city's livery. He tried to speak and failed. Hi, I gave him the cheeriest smile I could manage. What can I do for you?
Magistrate Sooner, requests your presence at the front gate. Sir, if you have time, that is.
Sure, please let her know I'll be there shortly.
Yes, of course, sir. I'll let her know that. Yes.
The poor young guy bowed so low I thought he might tumble over in front of me. He spun on his heel and power-walked away. I closed the door and scanned the messy room. Surely my clothes were around here somewhere. When I had found them and dressed, I peeked back in on Vera, finding her asleep again. My warrior girlfriend. As much as my arrival on Mirras had thrust her into a life she'd always wanted, but never really thought would happen, here I was, living a life I'd never imagined, not in my wildest dreams, for a long list of reasons. For a moment, I stood there and watched the soft rise and fall of her chest as she slept. She was unlike anyone I'd ever met. Shaking my head in amazement, I turned and left. I plodded down the stairs, willing my legs to hold me up. Through the windows, I could see that the sun still sat low in the sky, leaving the hotel in the shadow of the outer wall. With a low groan, I made my way down to the front desk. I'd never been a stranger to early mornings, but I usually didn't stay up late in the night spying on people, uncovering traitorous plots, and banging my girlfriend with awkward interludes. Apparently, my weariness showed on my face as I passed the front desk. A young Saldani woman who I'd seen a couple of times greeted me warmly.
Sir Danic!
Good, people are getting the message that I don't want to be called a lord.
Can I perhaps get you a hot tea this morning before you go out?
I gave her as charming a smile as I could muster. Yes, please, that would be wonderful. I collapsed in a chair as she left the room, letting my half-working brain wonder about what the day would bring. Hopefully, I'd get to kill the Viscount. The young woman came back with a travel mug-looking thing and a sweet breakfast pastry of some kind in a bit of tissue paper. I thanked her profusely. Her cheeks coloured, and she bowed low, not as low as the messenger who'd woken me up, before returning to her post with a wide smile. The nameless pastry tasted of cinnamon and oranges, or at least close enough, and the steaming hot tea had hints of flowers and honey under a surge of bitterness. I had to stop in my tracks and take a deep breath. They were the best things I'd tasted in a while, owing mostly to how tired I still was. Without feeling any real need to hurry, I sauntered down Doreen's streets, enjoying what the city had to offer when I wasn't fighting anyone, dealing with horrific machines, or spying on asshat nobles. Since the hotel sat in the most upscale district, I passed many clothes shops, jewelers, and a bunch of custom workshops that would likely be called ateliers on Earth. I should get Vera something. With what money? An odd feeling crept through me. Here I was, a revered, heroic person, not a lord, reasonably famous, and a saviour of the city, and as broke as shit. I couldn't even remember what money looked like. We'd only used it during our trip to the capital, and Vera had handled it. Could I just waltz into a jeweller's and be all, "Hi, I'm Sir Danic. You've probably heard of me. Remember all those lords I killed? Yeah, that was me. Anyway, I want a present for my hot girlfriend. Please give it to me for free because not only do I not have any money, I don't even really know how it works here." A few people stopped and looked at me as I started laughing loudly to myself in the middle of the street. I gave them all a friendly wave and didn't slow down. Some people recognized me as I went. I heard whispers and saw a few people point at me. I gave them all the same friendly wave and a bright smile that was growing as I drank my tea. I finished off the pastry and threw away the paper in one of the many trash cans that lined the road. I'd not really noticed before, but Doreen had to be the cleanest city I'd ever seen. Whether it was because of how the city ran itself, or if people here just weren't as thoughtlessly messy, I couldn't say. As I made my way up the stairs to the battlement on top of the main gate, I finished the last of my tea, feeling much more alive. Suna, however, looked to be half dead. A small group of people stood underneath the canopied area, some looking down at the Viscount and his people. Despite many chairs, Suna stood tall, barely using the decorative cane she carried, but there were bags under her eyes, and the thin line of her lips hinted at barely restrained frustration. "Long night?" I asked. She scoffed.
You could say that. After you left, we spent the rest of it ferreting out more traitors. The men you captured gave up a list of names, some of which shocked me. They shouldn't have. I've been a ruler here long enough to know that no one can be trusted completely, but one of my own guard captains?
She sighed and seemed to deflate.
Still. Despite the grueling evening, it's a positive result, at least internally.
Did they have anything to say about the Druser or their plot? She shook her head.
No, nothing more than what you and Vera heard. If they'd known, I believe they would have told us. It seems Rollard isn't completely stupid, and his lackeys knew nothing of real importance.
I leaned out over the crenellation to see Viscount Rollard standing at the gate, conferring with a few attendants. At least he's not screaming at you now. Suna sneered and came over to glower down at him.
Yes, he's not right now. He did, however, get up with the sun to do so. He's merely taking a break.
Ah, I see.
I haven't been here to listen to all of it, nor did I want to be.
Same crap as yesterday?
Yes, demands, complaints, and whining. Mostly demands, though.
Did you tell him we caught his people? She ran a hand through her white hair, smoothing back her ears for a second as she did.
Yes, what a farce that turned out to be. I strolled up here thinking I had some ammunition that would shut him up. I should have known better.
What did he say about it?
Denied it for about 3 seconds before launching straight back into his tirade. I should have known. I've dealt with people like him. Literally nothing shuts them up.
Rollard looked like he was ready to launch into some more yelling. I can think of something that would. Suna gave me a long and calculating look.
You know, taking him in by force would be a political scandal of the highest order. Normally. But we're not dealing with normal circumstances, are we? Based on what you and Vera overheard last night, and what his people confirmed, I think he might be standing on shaky legs as far as his support in the capital is concerned.
I think the fact that he came here without a single lord backing him up is pretty telling.
Yes, that's a good point.
She appraised me again with a weary smile.
Danic, I'm going to accept your suggestion and your help.
A broad grin split my face. I'm thrilled to hear it. You want me to kill him?
Unfortunately, no. I would like him questioned first.
You think he'll actually talk? She threw her head back and laughed.
Oh, yes, I do. Once he's not in a position of power anymore, he'll say anything to save his own skin. It's one of the only good things, after a fashion, about people like him.
Great. Any certain way you want me to handle this, or... I raised an eyebrow at her. With a wave of her hand, she said,
Anything you deem fit is acceptable. Just leave him alive and reasonably unharmed.
And his people?
Irrelevant.
Wonderful. Hey, while I'm down there, can I get some more tea? I held out my travel mug and smiled. She blinked at me.
Yes, sure, of course.
An attendant hurried up to take the mug from me, a scandalized expression on his face, probably because I just asked the magistrate for more tea. I turned to walk back down the stairs.
Danic?
Sooner asked. Yeah?
Where are you going?
Gonna walk out of the main gate.
Oh, I had thought you'd do something like leap down from up here, make a scene.
I chuckled and kept going. Oh, I'm gonna make a scene, all right. The gate guards on the ground recognized me.
Sir Danic?
Hey, I'm heading outside. Open the small door, please, and you'll want to get a few more people for when I bring the Viscount back in. The few guards smiled and snickered.
We've been waiting for this, sir.
They unlocked the small one-person door, and I stepped out onto the path leading to the forest. Rollard had finished his yelling break and got right back into it.
Vile woman! How dare you!
Rollard. I whispered his name, the soft sound of my voice amplified many times over, giving his name a suitably eerie effect. The Viscount cut off mid-rant, his head spinning in all directions to see where the sound had come from. Belatedly, he noticed me sauntering up.
Who the fuck are you?
I didn't bother answering until I stood just close enough that the few soldiers had started to intercept me. My name is Danic. I'm the one who killed all the lords that assaulted this city. He spat on the ground.
Lords? I've no idea what...
The other humans, like me. I pointed to myself and smiled. You know, the ones your Druza masters brought here to do their dirty work. They...
How dare you accuse me of colluding with the
Druza lackey? I put a lot more oomph into it than I had before. The ground literally shook under our feet. You've come for the defiled Leyline, and you're going to tell me why.
You have no authority over me. I am a Viscount. You are nothing to me.
With a smirk, I raised my hand. Authority? Here's my authority. I snapped my fingers as I pushed a massive amount of ley out into the ground around us. It trembled, and, with a crack like a thunderbolt, huge fissures opened in the earth, blowing out dirt and dust in all directions. Rollard sputtered and stammered, his feet slowly moving backwards. You can make this easy, or we can... I flashed him a huge smile. Do this the hard way.
Seize him!
4 soldiers flanked Rollard, and at his command, they all drew burnished swords and advanced on me. Well, they're braver and stupider than the ones from last night. Just so you know, guys, I'm not under any obligation to leave any of you alive. I've come for your master. If you want to die, I can oblige, but you can walk away right now. 2 of the men exchanged a glance, and one of them faltered. Rollard saw this and wasn't having it.
Don't you dare turn, you coward! If you disobey me, I'll rain fury down on your entire family! You'll rue the day that...
I'll just kill you right now, I said conversationally. The poor bastard looked back and forth between us, unable to decide who posed the bigger threat. It was me, but he didn't really understand that. The other 3 quickly advanced on me, spurred on by Rollard's threats. They spread out and flanked me. I waited with my hands on my hips. Wary that I wasn't making a single move, they hesitated, but when Rollard shouted at them too, they closed on me, swinging together at my chest and back. All 3 swords bounced off of me, only tearing another of my shirts. I yawned for theatrical effect. They all swung at my head the second time. It felt a little funny seeing real swords swung in earnest doing nothing but bouncing harmlessly off my face. They hit less hard than a foam bat would have. It took a couple more swings before they all started to get it. Before they could do anything else, I reached out to the one in front of me, grabbing him by the collar of his breastplate. He was Saldani, and for once he wore a helm, which I hadn't seen on any of Doreen's people. It had holes for his ears to poke out of. I pulled him in close. He dropped his sword and pulled out a small but sharp dagger. He wasted no time in trying to ram it into my chest. We both looked down when we heard a snap. The tip of the dagger had broken against my skin. "So, is that enough of a demonstration? You have anything else you'd like to try to stab me with? Maybe 3rd time's the charm, huh?" He met my eyes and paled. Little late, but better than never. He stammered, unable to form anything coherent. The other soldiers all sheathed or dropped their weapons and turned to run.
No! Get back! How dare!
Rollard, also belatedly coming to any sort of realization, turned to run as well. Reasonably unhurt. Isn't that what Suna said she wanted? I threw the man in my grasp at Rollard. I aimed low and threw him hard. He hit the ground just behind Rollard and tumbled a little, slamming into the back of the Viscount's legs, just as I'd planned. He went down with a high-pitched shriek. With my arms out to the sides, I yelled, "Anyone else want to get in my way?" No one did. Rollard and his man tried to get up, but the Viscount was too terrified and flailed uselessly, getting more tangled up. A swift boot sent the soldier tumbling again, leaving Rollard on the ground in front of me.
You can't do this! You don't know who I am!
I bent down and clamped my hand over his mouth, shutting him up. At the risk of pulling his head right off, I lifted him up to standing that way. He thrashed, screams sounding in his throat. He was able to support enough of his weight by hanging onto my arm, which was for the best, as I'd really had enough and wasn't giving him an ounce of mercy. "You're Rollard Crindle III, a puffed-up piece of shit who likes to yell and can't handle the slightest inconvenience. You're a spoiled, bratty jackass who, if it wasn't for Magistrate Suna asking me nicely, I would be killing right now." I squeezed his face with what felt like minimal pressure. He thrashed and flailed, his eyes bugging out in his skull. I relented, but kept my grip on his face. "Here's what's going to happen. I'm going to let you go. You're going to shut the fuck up. If you say a single word to me, I'm going to rip out your tongue, and there's nothing you or anyone here can do to stop me." I kept a hold of his robes, but released his face.
You bastard!
He yelled directly into my face. We were less than an arm's length apart.
I'll see you hang for this, you fucking peasant! You'll rue the day!
Fuck, I had to say that, didn't I? I can't very well dole out a threat and not make good on it. I sent the softest punch I could into his stomach. He doubled over and grunted loudly, followed by sounds that seemed an awful lot like a precursor to vomiting. Fuck, now I'm gonna have to reach into his mouth after he pukes. Holy shit, fuck this guy! Thankfully, he got it together a little bit and didn't barf. Relief coursed through my veins, even though I still had to follow through. I pressed him down to his knees and pulled his head back by his hair. "I told you."
What?
What are you? With agonizing slowness born from hesitance, I forced my hand to his mouth and pried his jaws apart. Ah, shit. Suna wanted to interrogate this guy. Ah, well, he can still write. I gripped his tongue. It was gross. He writhed, grunts of terror coming from the back of his throat. I told you. He tried to say no and please, but couldn't really get the words out. I steeled myself to do it while making a mental note to not make threats I wasn't immediately willing to carry out. Tears began streaming down his face. His hands clamped onto my wrists in supplication. He'd realized he wasn't going to squirm free. I sighed. Okay, one more chance, Rollard, because I'm feeling merciful. And because I don't want to do this. For whatever reason, slicing apart lords in battle and ripping some dude's tongue out while he cried about it were very different things. Harm should be harm, right? All the same. Not really, it turned out. I'm going to let go. You're going to come with me. And if you say a single fucking word, I'm going to rip your tongue out, and I won't be gentle. Whatever teeth you lose in the process, you lose. Nod if you understand. He nodded. I let go. He didn't say a word. Oh, thank goodness. I laid a hand on his shoulder, and he jumped. Just so we're crystal clear, you're a prisoner now. My prisoner. Suna and Doreen's prisoner. You're going to come with me. You're going to continue not saying a word until I specifically tell you that you can speak. The tongue ripping is still on the table, understand? Nod if you understand. He nodded, tears still flowing down his cheeks. Good. Now, we're going to walk back inside Doreen's gate. Right now. Go. I followed slightly behind him. For the first few steps, he glanced back at me over and over, but stopped when I glowered at him. I didn't look back to see what the soldiers and attendants did. Whatever it was, they weren't making a single sound. The gate opened for us, revealing a crowd of grinning guards. I doubted they had got the opportunity to arrest a loud, pompous noble very often. Okay, ever. Rollard bowed his head. He'd managed to stop blubbering. 2 guards each took an arm and began walking him away. Wait! They stopped and turned to me. I went up to Rollard and waited until he looked up at me. Answer every question they ask you, truthfully. I leaned in. That tongue can always come out later. He trembled, but said nothing. You want me to forget about you. If I have to hear about you again, I'm going to be very displeased. It felt like talking to an insolent child, which I pretty much was. Now go! I watched them head down the street and round a corner before I went back up to the battlement. As soon as I hit the top of the stairs, the attendant who'd taken my mug pressed it back into my hands.
Here you are, Sir Danic.
Thank you very much. I flashed her a smile. She blushed. What a good day. Suna's expression held an odd mixture of satisfaction and low-grade irritation.
Well, that was a scene, as promised.
Are you displeased with the result? I took a long drink of the new tea, which went down hot with bold spices.
No, not in the least. But I must ask, were you about to pull out his teeth?
Tongue.
I see.
She tilted her head at me.
Why?
I shook my head ruefully. Because I threatened to do so if he didn't shut the fuck up, and he didn't shut the fuck up.
Oh, yes, I see.
Yeah, I couldn't exactly back down. I didn't actually do it, though. He started crying.
Is that what that was?
Mm-hmm. She snorted.
I assume you gave him leave to speak to us.
Yep, he should be as forthcoming as his men.
Good. Now, speaking of his people...
We both leaned over the edge to gaze down at the rest of the envoy. Loud discussions wafted up on the wind. None of them matched Rollard's yelling, but we could still faintly hear their panicked voices.
They don't know what to do,
Suna said with a wicked smile.
Do they abandon their master? Such a thing would normally come with swift and brutal retribution. Or do they stay here, milling about outside the city and watch as their supplies dwindle? We won't be letting them in.
I took another long drink of tea. So, that palanquin...
What about it?
How many people does it take to... work, pilot, whatever?
Well, 1 at minimum. Most of the nobility have no less than 3 manning it at once for a smoother, more comfortable ride.
But one person can do it alone?
Yes. Are you...
Yep, I want that thing. If I just go take it, what happens to those people?
Well...
Suna regarded the people down below.
They walk somewhere. There are settlements nearby that would take them in, and after they paid their way with some hard labour, they'd be taken home.
As she spoke, a smile grew wider on her lips. At the end, it was practically feral. Can I park it inside the gate?
Yes, that's acceptable.
Great. I'm going to go get Belle. Do you know...
Oh!
Suna's hand came to her mouth, and she very uncharacteristically blushed.
It slipped my mind completely. Lady Belmora sent for you a little while ago. My apologies. I got caught up in the...
She waved a hand.
Festivities.
No problem at all. Do you know where she is?
Yes, we provided her a workshop at her request.
Oh, fuck!
Belle sat in a huge room further back, in front of a large desk piled high with various lacing tools, defiled lacing, and pieces of them. She was also surrounded by stacks of notes, presumably like the one she was in the midst of furiously writing. Hey.
Ah!
She spun, knocking some metal pieces off the desk to clatter along the stone floor.
Oh, fuck!
I hurried over to pick the pieces up, and our hands touched as I did. Belle instantly straightened, colour coming to her face.
Oh, yes, thank you. Hello, Danic. How are you?
I put the things back on the desk with a smile. I'm doing just fine. It's been a nice morning. I apprehended the Viscount. I'll tell you about it later.
Ah, that sounds interesting.
Her eyes strayed to the piles on the desk. So, they gave you a workshop, huh? How'd you manage that?
Oh, well...
She shrugged.
When you're Yizendi, people tend to do what you ask. I try not to abuse that.
I looked down at my tea. Yeah, I'm actually starting to experience something like that myself. It's nice. She chuckled.
It is, but still I try not to ask for too much. People have a tendency to over-deliver in the hopes of impressing me.
I nodded in reply, letting her lead the conversation. Which she didn't do. She seemed to be purposefully avoiding looking me in the eye, and her body language screamed awkwardness. Bringing up the awkward event itself didn't seem like the right thing to do. I gestured at the desk. So, you made any progress?
Oh, yes.
She quickly turned and started flipping through pages of notes.
Although, not in the way you likely meant.
I take it that means that you still don't know what the Druza's ultimate plans were here. She stopped flipping and grumbled.
No, I don't.
Her clawed hand ran over one of the intact defiled lacing.
It's, as I said before, these machines manipulated the defilement into a purer form and injected it into the master lacing, which would then begin to create more, and then nothing. All of their lacing are used for that purpose. After that, I just don't know. there's no information. Perhaps there exists a second phase of this plan that would happen later. Maybe they'd bring in additional machines? These are only guesses.
If only we'd been able to kill Zendar.
Yes. Having his corpse and possessions would have been rather elucidating, I'm sure.
On that note, Doreen's master Leyline.
Ah, yes. The process can be very easily reversed with the material still here. After training a few people, I wouldn't even need to stay.
That's convenient. Would they just store the defilement in the cubes?
It's the only option for now. Perhaps the Yezendi could figure out something later.
Oh, other Yezendi? Wouldn't they steal your glory? She closed her eyes and smiled.
Honestly, after all I've done, I'd be flabbergasted if anyone could make more sense of this than I have.
She idly tapped the black metal.
I was so excited, and then afraid I'd lost my chance, but in the end, greatness wasn't even here.
I reached out and wrapped her armored hand in both of mine. Belle, you're already great. I know it's hard, maybe impossible, but I think you should try and let go of these ambitions. They're not doing anything but making you sad. If you do end up as one of the Yezendi in the history books, that's great. But even if you don't, you're already a wonderful person. You're smart, beautiful, and want to help people. Hell, you came out of Yazar without all the arrogance that you told me that everyone there has. You're already doing better than all of them. Her shining eyes locked onto mine, unable to look away. Of all the things I thought she might say next, what came out was,
You think I'm beautiful?
I blinked at her. What? Of course I do. You are. Don't you think so? She took her hand back and looked down.
Well, yes, I think I am attractive, but to hear you say it...
Have I not been giving you that impression? She chuckled.
I have no idea. I can't read people well. My life has been filled with constant blundering and misreading the most mundane social cues. My only saving grace is that I'm Yezendi. People are either in awe or deeply forgiving. I mostly assume the first, and am often correct.
That sounds kind of lonely.
It is. Very much so. Sometimes I think about what you and Vera have, and
Our eyes casually met again. Hers widened. We were both thinking about the night before. I knew I was, and it showed plainly on her face.
Yes. So, no need to... let me just say that I am so sorry about intruding upon,
The sex. She meant the sex. Belle, it's no big
No, yes. Honest mistake. I was just, getting some things I'd stored and, well, I thought that...
Belle.
Oh!
She sprang out of her chair.
I just remembered I left the tea kettle on in the other room. It's, a unique Leyline. I better go attend to it.
As she sprinted out of the room, she called behind her,
It might blow up.
I tried to laugh quietly so I wouldn't embarrass her further. At our very first meeting, when she'd briefly appeared in the hotel room with a cryptic message and a mysterious key, I'd thought her an otherworldly presence. Then we met in person, and she turned out to be a confident, self-assured scientist, if laden with a little baggage. Then stern taskmistress Belmora had taken over. At the time, I thought it was another facet of her personality, but it seemed it was a mask she wore at times because she needed to. Underneath the aura of the wise Yezendi, though, she was as flawed as the rest of us. She came back a few minutes later, carrying a tray with a teapot and cups. Teapot didn't explode?
No, it did not, thankfully.
She smiled, but everything about her eyes and posture said, "Please don't bring it back up." "So, I got a message saying you wanted me to come here? I doubt it was because you wanted to tell me that you hadn't found out anything new."
Oh, right.
She finished pouring the tea and sat down before continuing.
I didn't quite hit on anything that would launch me into greatness, but I did make some small headway with the Leyline and their ability to contain the defilement.
Like storing it more efficiently or something?
No, not that. You mentioned that in your fight with Zendar, fending off the corruption took much of your concentration.
Yeah, it sure did. Every blow came laced with it, and I either had to pull it back out of my body or channel a lot of ley to block against it. It wasn't something I could do over a long fight.
Right.
She pushed her tea and a few stacks of notes aside and pulled out a long, black piece of metal with a vicious point from a pile on the floor.
This is one of the injectors used to, inject the defiled ley, but it can also be used in reverse. It's only shaped like a needle to easily thrust into the master Leyline, whose important channels are embedded deep inside. I've been able to decipher how it works, which takes many known principles into account. I won't go into them now.
Oh, good.
The takeaway point is that I could fashion Leyline from the pieces here in Darin that could automatically siphon away any defilement that gets near them. I'd calibrate them to only activate upon hitting a certain threshold and only at a very limited distance.
Like if someone threw a dark energy punch at me?
Yes.
That's amazing, Belle. She flashed me a bright smile.
Thank you. I think so too. It's not the revolutionizing breakthrough I wanted, but if I can create these, they'll keep you much safer in battle.
I looked her up and down and returned her smile. Belle, as far as I'm concerned, this is even better than a world-shattering breakthrough. Fighting Zendar, which I will definitely have to do again, would be so much easier with these. How would I wear them, though? She chuckled.
You're either going to love or hate this part.
Okay.
Come.
We went back into the front room, where she gestured at a trunk sitting on the ground. I eyed her pretty hard as I opened it. A suit of armor gleamed from within. A very familiar suit of armor. Is this?
It is. It's the suit you took from the first lord you slew, and then wore it here before having to leave it behind.
That guy actually called himself a vanguard. I've never heard anyone else use that title, and I can't figure out if he was supposed to be higher or lower than other lords. He did talk about ruling, though. Also, he was weak as shit looking back on things. I'd barely begun using the ley and I demolished him. Now, I could kill 100 of him at once. Did you ask sooner for this? How'd you even know about it? She ran a hand over the armor.
I did ask her for something like this, and she recommended it since she had just taken it and stored it somewhere. It is a lord's armor, so I don't know how much you'll like wearing it now.
I stared down at it. Can it be, I don't know, altered?
By a competent smith, yes. Speaking of which, I'd need the services of one anyway to attach the Leyline.
Well, I would enjoy not getting every single shirt I wear into battle ripped into tatters. At her raised eyebrow, I explained my recent exploits. Her eyes strayed down to my chest as I spoke. With a laugh, she tapped the trunk.
I think this would serve better than a simple shirt, yes.
Hey, here's a question. Can you alter this to be like Vera's armor, so that it just opens and I step inside?
Yes, easily.
Really? I assumed Vera's set counted as a work of art. I'd be thrilled to have a set like it. Belle shook her head.
It takes a little time, but for someone of even half my skill, it could be accomplished with no trouble. Such things are simple if you have a personal artificer.
She spread her hands and smiled, only a little colour coming to her cheeks. That's wonderful. I'm looking forward to it. Also, speaking of having a personal artificer, I have one more question for you. Can you pilot a palanquin?
Can I?
She tilted her head at me.
That's rather random. Yes, I can. It would be astoundingly easy. Why on Mirras do you want to know?
I'm going to steal Rollard's. She dropped her face into her hands and laughed loudly.
I see. That makes sense. No more walking for us, then.
That's the plan. I'm told it only takes one person to pilot it.
Yes, that's true. I would enjoy that as well. As much as I like walking through the woods.
Her curled lip implied a heavy dose of sarcasm.
I should imagine that a Viscount's palanquin would be outfitted for a pleasure cruise, so we'd be able to travel in comfort. I highly approve of this idea.
It's settled. I'll go steal it soon.
I'll get to work on your armour. Yours and Vera's. I'll be making the augments for her as well. Now, where to find a competent smith? I'll have to ask Suna.
She shook her head.
This is always a process.
Why's that?
Temperament is just as important as skill. I usually reject a few smiths before finding one that works well with me. It's always awkward.
Why don't you just go get Riss?
Why don't I... what?
You can teleport, right? Just go get Riss. She sat for a moment as the thought caught up with her.
I do indeed know the ley lines here and there well enough. Teleporting should be much easier. Give me an hour or two to prepare, and I can have her here. It's a wonderful idea, Danic.
Chapter 21. I stopped by the front desk at the hotel to return my tea mug. Upstairs, I'd half expected to find Vera still in bed, but the covers were thrown off and the bed lay empty. Her armour stood in the middle of the room, implying she hadn't gone anywhere. I hadn't seen her leave the room without it since we'd come to Doreen. After finding the shower equally empty, I wandered out onto the balcony, finding her softly snoring on a padded chair with a book open on her chest. I tried to see the title before I was reminded yet again that I couldn't read anything. After a small nudge on her arm, she snorted and flailed for a moment before opening her eyes and quickly shutting them against the light. She peered at me through small slits.
Shit, I fell back asleep.
Looks like it. She grunted and tossed the book aside. I thought you'd be up and about by now. She grunted again.
Don't want to go out today.
She wore nothing but her underwear and bra. I see that. City getting a bit much for you. After a long groan, she sat up and rubbed her eyes.
Yes, like 1,000,000%. Going to the lake the other day was a nice little trip, but being around all these people, I'm not used to it. And they all want to fucking talk to me all the time. Lady Vera, what can you tell us about blah, blah, blah? Like I know. I just cut people. I don't know things. Who am I, Belmora?
I chuckled at her plight. They're calling you a lady now, too.
Yeah, they are. Don't like it one bit.
No? I'm kind of enjoying the whole Sir Danic thing.
Nah, ladies have expectations. A bunch of which are talking. I hate it. I need to get out of here, and not just a little day trip, like permanently.
I'm working on that, actually. Also, I have a surprise for you. She turned to look at me, her eyes filled with irritated boredom.
I hope it's not just stuff.
Good thing I didn't buy her jewelry earlier. Way better than stuff. You'll have to wait a little bit, though.
Uh-huh.
It'll be worth it, I promise.
Uh-huh.
She glanced over at me and ran her hands down her face.
I'm sorry, Danic. I'm being crappy. I just really need to get out of here and away from all the people.
She chuckled humorlessly.
I'm glad you and Belle are having a better time than I am. You are having a better time than me, right?
Oh, well, let me tell you about this morning. I regaled her with my capture of the Viscount, complete with being forced to almost rip out his tongue. As I got into the story, Vera perked up, making faces at all the right parts.
He cried?
Oh yeah, big time.
And you broke a dagger on your chest?
I did. You should have seen it. You would have thought it was really hot. She bit her lip and trailed up and down my body with her eyes.
I do think it's hot. Do any other sexy things this morning?
Not really. I did speak to Belle, though. She winced.
Yeah? How did that go? Did last night come up?
Yeah, it did. Kind of. She got really embarrassed, stammered a lot, then sprinted out of the room with an excuse about a teapot. Although she did actually come back with tea. Vera leaned in.
And then?
That's it. She obviously didn't want to talk about it, so I let it go. She grumbled and flopped back into her chair.
Damn it. Maybe I should go talk to her.
You think that's a good idea?
Oh, come on. She wants it. I want it. You want it. I'll bet she doesn't know those last two things. If she did, she'd be bouncing on your cock with my tongue in her mouth right now.
A faraway look came to her eyes.
Shit, that'd be hot.
Oh, Vera, I said, laughing. You're a complicated person. She blinked at me for a second before shrugging.
I can be socially anxious and horny. They're not mutually exclusive.
Fair enough, but back to your surprise. You might want to get dressed for it.
Ugh, do I actually have to go somewhere?
Well, no, actually. The surprise will be coming here. Being in your underwear probably won't be the best choice for it. You've got an hour or two, though.
This better be worth it,
she grumbled. It will be, I promise. Now, in the meantime, I have a palanquin to steal. Don't want to come with me, do you? She gestured to the chair, balcony, and her semi-nakedness.
I'm pretty busy right here. Besides, it sounds like that involves people.
She grimaced. I leaned in and gave her a kiss on the cheek. I'll leave you to it, then. As I sauntered through the streets once more, I thought about Rollard and what was happening to him right that moment, and what would eventually happen to him. Would he be executed? Would they let me do it? I could do it anyway, at any time, because I felt like it, but that sounds like one step toward being a lord. My thoughts spiraled down slippery slopes into full-blown arch-villain territory, and before I knew it, I stood at the gates. Naturally, the guards opened them for me without question. Hey, this time I'm coming back in with that palanquin, so I'll need the big gate open. Suna said it was fine if I just parked it here. Broad smiles all around greeted this proclamation. Of course, Sir Danic, we'd be happy to assist. I must say, the magistrate ordered us to not let any of Rollard's people in, though. Oh, no problem. I'm just stealing their stuff, although I might need one of them to pilot it in. The man who'd spoken to me nodded. One is fine, as long as you need them. Just before the small door closed behind me, I heard excited whispers. This must have been the most exciting day those people had seen in a long time, if ever. I whistled a tune on my way out to the envoy. I wasn't good at it, but that didn't matter. People milled about, still unsure of what to do. When they saw me coming, a few bolted and ran. Many stood and gawked, awkwardly. One younger Saldani man, dressed in similar clothes to Rollard, brazenly stepped up into my face. You will release the Viscount this instant! His ears twitched as he spoke, which I'd begun to notice most Saldani ears did when they were emotional. I walked around him. He sputtered and followed me. How dare you ignore me? Do you know how this thing works? I asked, waving a hand at the palanquin. Up close, it reminded me even more of a millipede. Its many legs held up a white, highly decorated body made of overlapping segments. Do I what? This thing, the palanquin. You know how it works? It's mine now. He gasped rather theatrically. You cannot think that you would be allowed to walk out here and lay claim to the Viscount's personal property! With a charming smile, I turned to face him. I walked out here and laid claim to that fat windbag himself. He's in prison now. Did you see that? Do you even know who I am? I didn't like saying those words, but it seemed like this guy honestly didn't. You're just some upstart wannabe lord that... My fingers circled his throat before he could react. With minimal effort, I forced him to step to the side. I didn't let go. He choked out wordless grunts while he feebly attempted to remove my hand. Who here knows how to work this thing? For a second, no one replied, but then a few people screamed. What? My eyes drifted around the area, unsure of what to make of this. It didn't sound like they were screaming because of me. The nameless noble struggled in my grasp, making zero headway. As people began to scatter, I finally noticed movement and color between the trees. A blur of white metal rushed through the forest. It took me a moment to figure out what it was. A second palanquin. My prisoner squirmed even more when he saw it. Huh? Is this what you bastards were afraid of? He couldn't answer, and probably wouldn't have anyway. Most of the Viscount's people ran off in all directions, but a few submitted to whatever fate sped through the trees, sitting dejectedly on the ground. The second palanquin stopped nearby and disgorged armored soldiers like a clown car. They surged out, ignoring anyone sitting down and chasing everyone else. After a truly stupid amount had arrived, a woman with a commanding air stepped out. A middle-aged Saldani woman, she wore heavily decorated armor and a small diadem. Her eyes scanned the bedlam briefly before alighting on me and the man I casually held. Her long black hair hung loose, and her tail, ringed with silver jewelry, slowly swished back and forth as she and a few soldiers approached. She took in the weird sight of my noble and me. He tried to speak, flailing weakly in my grasp. Oh yeah, she's definitely who you were afraid of, huh? I turned to the woman. You want him? I asked jovially. I don't need him. Before she could reply, I threw the man at her feet. Her people gathered the man up as he alternated between crying for mercy and doling out threats. The soldiers swiftly silenced him and took him away. I flashed her a huge smile. Hi, I'm Danic. She pursed her lips, saying nothing. I waited.
Danic?
She eventually said. Yep, maybe you've heard of me. With a long, suffering sigh, she said,
Yes, I have heard rumours.
All true. Her brow rose.
All of them?
I shrugged. Probably. She ran a gauntleted hand down her face.
I am Captain Renegella. I've been tasked with apprehending Viscount Rollard Crindle III and getting to the bottom of the rumours about what has happened in Doreen.
Oh, well, I have good news for you then. Old Rolly is in Doreen's prison right now, confessing his arse off, no doubt. She blinked at me.
The magistrate arrested the Viscount, and he is confessing.
Well, I spread my hands. I took him in. Threatened to rip out his tongue. Almost had to go through with it, too. I shook my head. He just wouldn't shut the fuck up. The tiniest smile I'd ever seen graced Captain Renner's lips.
That does sound like him. But may I ask you some other questions, Lord Danic? You are the other lord, are you not?
Please, no lord. People here have been saying Sir Danic, and that fits just fine. I don't need to be associated with the lords.
Uh-huh. Speaking of which, where are they?
Dead.
All of them?
Yes, I killed them. She paused before repeating,
all of them?
Yes.
You killed all the lords? The practitioners of ley magics?
Yes.
By yourself?
I shrugged. Well, my girlfriend helped. Renna's face contorted as she struggled to stay afloat in this conversation.
Your girlfriend is another human like you?
No, she's Dollar-Eye.
And she was able to fight the lords?
Yeah, she has advanced armor and weaponry from our personal Yazendi artificer.
Your personal...
Yep. Hey, let me ask you a question. I tapped on the side of the palanquin. Were you planning on seizing this? Because it's mine now. Her eyes flicked over to the machine and back to me. You're free to take anything inside it, I continued. I don't need the Viscount's stuff, but the palanquin is mine. We stood in silence before she pressed her hands together and pointed her fingers at me.
Danic, let me be frank with you.
Please do.
I'm finding everything here a little difficult to believe.
I nodded thoughtfully. Understandable. Perhaps a little demonstration is in order? It'd put things in a bit more perspective, I think. Before she could reply, I smiled, snapped my fingers, and sent a massive wave of ley into the ground. A small to moderate earthquake rumbled through the land, knocking many people to the ground. Renna managed to stay standing. I held myself up with the ley, unmoved by the shaking. When it stopped, I asked, "Sufficient, or would you like something else?" With wide eyes, Renna took a moment to get her trembling hands under control.
No, that will not be necessary.
Great. So, can I ask you a few more questions? She cleared her throat.
Perhaps we can move this conversation inside the city.
Yeah, works for me. One thing, though, can you have one of your people pilot my palanquin inside the gates? The guards are expecting it. I kept my tone friendly and a smile on my lips, but my eyes said the palanquin was mine, and I wouldn't be debating that fact. A low-grade fear sat in Renna's gaze.
Of course, Sir Danic.
Great, thanks. Renna issued a few commands before we made our way back into the city. I was very pleased to see the palanquin moving in after us as we went. The guards still sported wide smiles, and I waited and watched the larger gate open, letting my new millipede in. We uttered not a single word of discussion on the way back to the prison. I'd asked one of the gate guards to summon sooner. She arrived before we did. She and Renna exchanged a quick greeting. It appeared that they already knew each other. We made our way into the prison building, which was a very nicely appointed place for what it was. Even the cells themselves boasted reasonable accommodations. Not that the Viscount thought that.
Get me out of this wretched shithole this instant! I have cooperated. I've told you everything I know, which is much more than should be required of me. I demand that...
I came around the corner, following one of the guards. Rollard paled and stopped his tirade immediately. Renna came around the corner.
No!
He flinched away from her, stepped back, and tumbled over a chair to fall gracelessly on the ground. He didn't stand afterwards, just held up his hands and quivered under Renna's cool gaze. I gave her an appraising glance. Seems you're even more terrifying than I am. That tiny smile made a reappearance.
I suspect that's because you, Sir Danic, might kill him. I definitely will.
No,
Rollard said in a small voice.
You can't.
I can and will.
She pointed an armoured finger at him.
Rollard Crindle III, you're to be executed for high treason against the crown of the Saldani Empire.
You can't do this! The king approved of everything! I only followed his commands! I broke no laws!
Renna's smile widened slightly.
The king has fled and been declared a willful traitor. All his edicts have been retroactively countermanded. Any laws you broke under his rule are now punishable by order of the regent.
Rollard's mouth worked, but for once, nothing came out.
Enjoy your last few moments, former Viscount.
Renna turned and walked away. I gave Rollard a wink and followed her. During our conversation, Suna hadn't said a word. We reconvened in the foyer. Before the conversation could really get started, I asked, "So, do you mind if I kill him?" Renna blinked at me, but then just shrugged.
I don't see why not. As long as he dies, the circumstances are largely irrelevant. Just make it quick.
Of course,
Captain Geller,
Suna said tersely.
can I assume your arrival and the events of the past few minutes mean the situation in the capital has changed drastically?
Perhaps we should sit.
A somewhat lavish sitting room, at least for a prison, sat off to the side of the foyer. Without asking, the guards provided tea.
The lords and their Druza masters have abandoned the capital,
Renna said without preamble. Suna and I both sat dumbfounded.
We don't know exactly why now, but we suspect this has been their plan from the start, perhaps sped along by the events that happened here.
She gazed directly into my eyes.
You actually killed all the lords that came here?
Suna answered.
He did, Renna. He and his Dollar-Eye friend slew the lords in a single evening.
Nearly impossible to believe, but I don't doubt you, Suna. When word of what transpired here slithered its way into the capital, the remaining great lords in the city reacted poorly. In a rage, they demanded the army be sent here, with themselves in command, and they began conscripting the citizenry for it.
Oh, shit, I muttered.
Indeed. Such a thing hasn't occurred in living memory, and, well, that was the crack that broke the dam. I don't need to tell you how unpopular the lords were, with their tyrannical, infantile ways. But they wielded such horrible power so casually, and with the backing of the crown.
She groaned.
But this proved to be too much. Having them as dangerous annoyances is one thing, but forcing the citizenry into battle with our own people crossed the line.
Suna leaned closer as Renna spoke.
What happened?
They fought back.
Suna and I both winced.
Yes, although fewer died than you might imagine. For all their destruction, the lords proved to be just as mortal as anyone else.
Really? I asked. The great lord I fought in the catacombs had an ability to coat himself in ley energy, which functioned as nearly impenetrable armor. I've used it myself. It could stop an arrow at point-blank range. Hell, I stood there and absorbed a barrage of sword blows in the past day.
It seems
That tiny smile again.
they did not all know how to do that. Despite throwing around literal fire and lightning, a knife in the back or an arrow in the eye felled them as quickly as anyone else. And once that knowledge began to spread...
She chuckled.
Still, perhaps some had the power you speak of, as a handful absconded with the former king. Now, we'll get back to him in a moment, but on to the matter at hand.
Chapter 22.
Rollard acted as one of the king's administrators over the lords,
Renna said.
providing coin and documentation and the like. When the former king and his allies fled, I believe Rollard was sent here either to find out what happened or simply to die. I don't know which.
Suna leaned back in her chair and smiled.
Ah, we might have some insight on that. According to what he's told us in his brief incarceration, he came here to salvage whatever he could from the city and join the king, wherever he's headed. Rollard probably couldn't bring himself to say that this was his last-ditch effort to save himself. We had to read between the lines, but I think that once the Druza masters heard the truth of what happened here, from their agent known as Zendar, they fled.
She glanced over.
From Danic and the threat he represents to them.
I just calmly looked back.
Zendar?
Renna asked. A massive Druza soldier, Possibly one of their masters, I don't know, I said. I fought and wounded him, but he managed to flee.
A druser escaped you, while none of the lords could?
I growled. Don't remind me, but yes, his body was augmented with defiled lacin, and fighting him proved even more difficult than the lords because of it. And, I added, he trapped Vera, forcing me to either save her or go after him. Easy choice, but he got away.
Vera is your...
Girlfriend, yes.
Uh-huh.
She and Suna shared a look.
At any rate,
Suna went on,
the Master's got a first-hand report of what happened here. I'm not surprised they've made haste.
one thing stuck in my head, and I didn't want to let the conversation pass by without asking. So, the king was complicit with the Druza Master's plans from the beginning. It seemed so insanely obvious, but I wanted to hear it said plainly. Rena's eyes drew down in anger.
Yes. At first, the alliance with the Druza appeared to be legitimate. Everyone was shocked that one of the Druza factions would desire such a thing, but there it was. For some time, things appeared to be coming along well enough. The Druza somehow had new ideas for Leysin and had made other alliances with a handful of Yazendi. They ostensibly wanted the Saldani's wealth and access to skilled artisans to aid in technological development.
She shook her head and scoffed.
Even I was taken in.
How long ago was this? I asked.
A few years, actually. Time for reservations to pass and for people like me, to drop their guard. This whole business with the so-called lords is incredibly recent. It happened so quickly that by the time any of us realised how dangerous they were, they'd been solidified into their places of power. And, of course, the king approved. Acting against them would mean either death at their hands or punishment for assaulting newly cemented nobility.
I see. I tapped the table, my teacup empty. Well, here's the real question, or one of them at least. Where'd they go?
East.
That's not very helpful.
No, it is not. What's your other question?
What are the Druza's ultimate goals?
I don't know.
She gestured generally around.
I thought you might tell me the answer to that.
I slumped down in my chair. Well, I'll give you the short answer that Bell, our Yazendi friend, has been able to come up with. I explained the working of the defilement into the Master Leysin with the intention of making a corruption engine.
And that's it?
I nodded. Bell hasn't been able to figure out anything else. Everything they brought worked to that end. Just making more defilement without the horrors that I witnessed in the catacombs. Rena shivered. You've seen them too, then? I asked.
Yes, the so-called conduits. Mindless Saldani half-corpses that created defiled ley. There were 3 underneath the capital, 4 with the one you destroyed, and that is an adventure that would answer a lot of questions me and my people have had for a while, but your retelling can wait.
She tapped on the table, and her eyes drifted toward the direction of the gate.
I should really be overseeing the capture of the rest of the Viscount's people. While this has been a wildly fortuitous situation that I've blundered into, I can't be remiss in my duties.
She stood and drank the last of her tea.
I'll return when the work is done.
When she had gone, I turned to Suna. So, the king's gone then? Does he have, heirs or something? Suna shook her head.
Not legitimate ones, no. It's been something of a problem for the monarchy in the last decade. Although that's over and done with. The regent Rena spoke of will oversee things for now. Hopefully the succession doesn't escalate into a full-blown war, but who knows?
She smirked.
There was a time when that would have been a very pressing concern. But now, I think, there's bigger problems afoot.
You know, we were actually headed somewhere before this massive adventure in Doreen. Bell knew where the stored defilement was being taken, or at least in what direction. Suna raised an eyebrow.
East?
Yeah. Any ideas?
No, unfortunately not. Far in that direction are the Druza lands, but there are many things in between.
Well, I should go check on Belle then. She should be here for the discussion when Renna returns. Doreen's streets were oddly normal as I made my way to Belle's workshop. People went about their daily business like huge events hadn't just taken place. Although, what did I think they were going to do about it? I smiled and waved to some, and others openly stared at me as I passed. This is probably what being a celebrity is like. Or celebrity warrior, I guess. The door to Belle's shop stood unlocked, so I let myself in. A cursory inspection of the rooms didn't turn up anything, so I sat down to wait, letting my mind wander to what the Druza might be planning. 15 minutes later, I hadn't come up with anything besides a defilement bomb, which seemed stupid even to me. I was startled by a huge influx of power blossoming in the back room. Adrenaline flooded my veins for a few seconds before I realized that it must be Belle returning. Just before I opened the door, the energy peaked and faded.
Oh, crap!
A voice said.
I need a... Out into the hall and to the right!
Belle yelled. The door slammed open in my face and Riss nearly bowled me over as she shot out of it. Her hand covered her mouth, her eyes wide and unseeing, while she bolted into a side room to loudly vomit. I winced. Belle appeared by my side with a pained smile.
Hello, Danic. As you can see, some people don't take to teleportation well the first time.
At least she made it to the bathroom.
Did you wait here the whole time? I thought you were going to requisition the palanquin.
Oh, I did that. Funny story, actually. I recounted the morning's events and Renna and her soldiers' arrival. We both just ignored Riss as she puked like a hero.
Indeed? The king fled? The citizenry put down many of the great lords?
So I'm told. Now we're left wondering where the remaining ones went.
You know, I've been giving that a lot of thought while we've been stuck in Darin. There aren't any large settlements of note out that way, and I still believe, as we've discussed, that fleeing all the way to Druzaland is a little bit unlikely. There is, however, another option that I hadn't considered before.
I'm all ears. Riss groaned.
The Druza masters and their lords have been so high-profile from the beginning that I hardly gave thought to more clandestine options.
Really? The catacombs counted as high profile? She chuckled.
Perhaps not that specifically, but everything else they did happened in full view, more or less. However, if they want a base of power somewhere they wouldn't be disturbed, there's a very attractive option east of here.
And this hasn't ever come up because...
Well...
She shrugged.
The Saldani don't like to remember the place existed. There's a massive castle, or more accurately, the ruins of one, east, essentially in the middle of nowhere, one of the so-called Grand Castles. It existed before the Empire and housed one of the many city-states of the era. A very brutal one.
Wait a minute. There's a huge defendable fortress out that way, and no one thought to mention that, or that it might be where all this crap was headed.
Huge, yes. Defendable, much less so. We're talking centuries and centuries old here. The outer wall probably couldn't keep out a group of curious children, let alone warriors. Its edifices have largely crumbled to dust. However, anything below ground, at least that hasn't flooded, would make a very hidden lair. Like I said, this particular place housed one of the more brutal of the pre-imperial city-states. Blood sacrifice, cutthroat society, the works. I'm a little surprised it wasn't until almost 200 years later that using defilement as a weapon came into existence. At any rate, no one but historians like to even mention it. Somewhat of a bad omen.
perfect for the masters.
Pretty much.
Well, we'll talk it over with Renna when she's done rounding up the stragglers. If you want, you could head over that way now. I'm going to take Riss up to see Vera. When she can stand again.
I'm fine,
She muttered from the bathroom in a tone that implied anything but fineness. I winked at Belle. You go on ahead. Eventually, Riss stumbled out of the bathroom. She met my eyes, her breath still coming raggedly.
Well, that sucked.
Sure sounded like it. You sure you're okay now?
Yeah, nothing more to throw up anyway.
She shook her head.
Damn, I hope that's less bad the second time.
Here's hoping. The teleportation sickness aside, were you glad to see Belle? Riss snorted.
Well, when I first saw her and not you or Vera, I naturally thought you'd been killed, and she came to give me the bad news.
Oh, shit.
Uh-huh. I pretty much immediately started bawling about it. She quickly told me everything was fine and explained why she came.
She brushed some trailing white hairs out of her face while inspecting them for vomit. Did she tell you what happened here?
Kinda. You guys killed all the lords?
Most of them, all of them that were here. A faraway smile bloomed on her lips.
Vera's really living the life she always wanted. I'm glad.
She took a moment to steady herself on her feet.
Anyway, let's go see her.
I offered a hand, but she waved it away. Soon enough, we stood at the door to the penthouse. Now, I said, I did tell her to get dressed, but I didn't tell her you were coming, so this is going to be a big surprise.
Oh, fun!
I quietly opened the door and peeked inside. No Vera. I gestured for Riss to follow me in. A quick glance told us she wasn't in the bedroom or bathroom either. Her standing armor said she hadn't left. Still on the balcony, I muttered. Let's see if she's even awake. We made our way out. Vera sat in the same chair, the same book open and just sitting on her chest. She was awake and dressed, though. Hey.
Hey.
She lazily looked over as Riss stepped out of the door.
Riss! What? Oh, fuck!
She hopped up, fear in her eyes.
What's happened? Did the Druza burn down the village? Are you okay?
Riss held up her hands to interrupt her.
Hey, no, everything's fine. Everything's fine. Calm down.
Vera stopped yelling, but her eyes remained the same. Belle needed a smith for some new lacing, and I suggested she teleport home and get Riss. That's why she's here. This is the surprise I mentioned earlier. Everything's really fine.
Oh.
She finally started to calm down.
Okay.
With a shaky smile, she went over and gave Riss a huge hug, which the other woman returned happily. They chatted for a few minutes before Riss started wobbling on her feet.
Oh, crap,
she muttered mid-conversation.
Round 2.
Vera watched as she quickly rushed inside and to the bathroom. Teleportation sickness.
Ah.
She chuckled.
While you were away, one of the magistrate's people came by, requesting your presence.
Just mine? She grumbled.
Okay, ours. Don't know why I have to go.
If you don't want to, don't. I'll tell them about Riss and how indisposed you are. She relaxed and twined her hands behind her head.
Shit, yeah. Please do. And are we getting out of here? Like, soon?
A couple of days, probably. After a lot of theatrical groaning, she said,
At least Riss is here.
She glanced back toward the penthouse.
Looks like she might be a while. Why don't you see what Suna wanted?
I chuckled. This is almost exactly what happened minutes ago when Belle left Riss in my care. Chapter 23. No one mentioned that Vera hadn't accompanied me. Perhaps Belle had mentioned Riss, or perhaps not, but I wasn't about to call attention to it. We, Renna, Suna, Bell, and I sat in the same sitting room in the prison, this time without tea. "So," I said before anyone else could get started, "I'd like to get on the trail of the Druser as quickly as I can. That involves a couple of things. The Viscount's execution, which, as far as I'm concerned, can just be handled quickly today. Outfitting the palanquin for the trip is the second, and Bell's planning on making new lacing and armor to fight against Zendar. 2 to 3 days, tops." I turned to Renna. "Are you coming with us?" Her ears twitched, and she pressed her lips into a thin line.
My orders are to apprehend the Viscount or execute him if warranted.
"Which it is."
Yes. I'm also to round up his people and bring them back to the capital for a full accounting. In addition, I'm to ascertain what happened in Doreen and report back.
She gave me a level look.
That is all.
"I see." Her eyes lowered to the table.
I would like nothing more than to follow along and bring the traitor king to justice. I don't know if he willfully went along with the Druser or was coerced or fooled. Either way, his abandonment of the people here warrants death.
In a low voice, she went on.
I, under the authority of the regent of the Saldani Empire, grant you dispensation to eliminate the former King Saldus VII in any way you see fit. He is an embarrassment to the crown.
She scoffed.
This is assuming the Druser didn't already murder him when he outlived his usefulness. Now,
she idly tapped the table.
When you asked if I would come with you, I assumed that implied you had a destination in mind.
Yes,
Bell said.
I've had some thought on the matter.
As she gave voice to her ideas, both Suna and Renna became more appalled with every word. Suna, in a quiet voice, said,
Grand Castle Torquesta. It is a reasonable idea, I believe.
Given where shipments of the defilement cubes were sent before Danic released me,
Bell said.
It's as good a guess as any.
Now that you say it,
Renna muttered,
I can't truthfully imagine it's anywhere else. The Druser would have none of the reticence about the place that any Saldani would.
A haunted ruin where no one would even think of hiding, I mused. For a moment, it seemed so obvious that not thinking of it before sounded foolish to me. Then I remembered the various horror shows from human history, and it made a little more sense.
Indeed.
So,
Suna asked, clearly wanting to move the conversation along.
Have you rounded up most of the Viscount's people?
Renna shrugged.
Most, yes. Not all, but I never thought we'd get every single one. I'm sure some will starve to death in the woods attempting to escape capture.
Her tone implied this eventuality was about the same as losing a superfluous box of supplies.
Never expected a perfect capture rate. We have enough.
The conversation then turned to supplies for our trip, the writing of reports to be taken to the regent, and a list of materials Bell would need. I didn't know why I stayed for any of it until the Viscount's execution came up.
It should be public,
Renna said in that same icy tone. Suna grimaced, but agreed. Can we just get it done? I asked. For as much as I'd been gunning to do it earlier, I only wanted it over with now. And can we gag him? Otherwise he's going to be screaming shit the entire way.
A prudent measure,
Suna agreed.
I'll send word to the guard captains to arrange it in a half hour. It won't be mentioned to the Viscount until it's time. Danic, you're still willing to undertake it?
Yeah.
Good. A spectacle will help the people recover from everything that's happened here.
I didn't know that I really agreed with that sentiment, but perhaps I was wrong. Bell left to head to her shop, where Riss and Vera would be joining her. Outside, I leaned against the brick of the building alone. I'd killed a lot of people by this point, and often in pretty savage ways. But here I was, just standing and waiting to kill some guy. Some guy that was a complete arsehole, some guy I'd actively wanted to kill and said out loud that I would kill. Still, it felt bad. Renna came out while I stood there, wallowing in my doubt.
Hey, how... Ah.
With a tiny little laugh, she leaned on the wall next to me.
I know that face.
You do?
Executioner face. I've seen a lot of people make it. Made it myself.
You've done this?
Yeah, once or twice. It's somehow quite different from killing in battle.
I shook my head. I'm standing here getting weirded out about it, but I said to Vera that I was going to kill him.
Want my advice?
Yeah, sure.
Make it quick and don't sign up for this again. Also, bonus advice, if and when you find the king, which I still think is unlikely, don't let him say anything. Just fireball him down as fast as you can, or whatever it is you do.
I can conjure fireballs, yeah. She nodded.
Do that then. As much as I wonder what truly happened, it doesn't matter. Just end it and kill the masters.
Oh, I think that last part goes without saying, and I don't think I'm going to have any hesitancy about it. A little later, I stood in the city square. I hadn't bothered changing clothes. I remained in casual pants and a decent shirt, which seemed incredibly out of place for an executioner. No one provided me with a black cowl, although everyone knew who I was anyway. The Viscount, to my relief, had been gagged. 2 guards led him out by the arms. He didn't resist or try to scream through the cloth wound around his face. Oh, fuck. He was crying. I caught sight of the top of Vera's helm poking up on the far edge of the crowd that gathered. Riss's bright white hair made her easy to spot next to her. Squinting, I made out Belle as well. The guards led the Viscount to the middle of the square, under the looming master lacing, which still thrummed with defilement. No one but me could feel it, though. Suna said a few words. Renna followed, reciting a long list of crimes. As she wound down, a thought popped into my head. Am I supposed to burn this guy to death? Electrocute him in front of all these people? Just reduce him to a pile of ash one way or another? Or should I just punch his head off? That's a little gross for a public scene. At least there don't seem to be any children here. Shit, there would be if this was Earth. Probably. My inner distress evaporated when a random city guard unsheathed his blade and handed it to me. Oh, I said softly to myself. While I waited for the necessary speech to end, my thoughts drifted back to a method of killing I hadn't thought about or tried in a while. Simply severing a person's leyline connection to their body. I had attempted it only one time before, flubbing it pretty hard. The poor Druza bastard had wailed in agony, ruining my attempted stealthy kill and alerting everyone around me at the time. I suppressed a rueful laugh at the memory, trying to maintain appropriateness for appearances. The ley that ran through literally everything always sat in my vision, but unless I really focused, I didn't even notice it. Like a thin layer set over reality, it moved in tandem with the earth, air, people, everything. I looked Rollard up and down. People and animals had more complicated ley, even though it remained as difficult to notice as anything else. I wasn't going to try and kill him like that. I had a sword and an audience, and I was going to get this done fast and clean. Still, the execution provided a time to simply watch a person's death without the flurried haste of a real battle. Renna's speech finally came to an end. A hush came over the crowd. Everyone looked at me, except the Viscount, who stared straight ahead with wide eyes. I grumbled quietly to myself. Wasting no time, I swung, infusing myself and the sword with ley. It passed cleanly through his neck. His head hit the ground, followed by his body. For a few weird seconds, his ley didn't move or react, although a trail from his head to his body persisted. Then, as I watched, The ley unravelled, starting at various points in his spine and moving outward throughout his body. The energy between his body and head reacted as if there weren't any space between them. Weird. Probably important in some academic way I didn't understand, but not useful to me at the moment. Suna said a few more things I didn't hear, and the people began to disperse. The guard took his sword back, wiped it down with a cloth, and resheathed it. I stared down at Rollard's body, thinking I had a pretty good foundation for my insta-kill attack. Maybe. It'd require some testing. Once enough people had left, the others worked their way up to me. Vera tilted her head. Naturally, she still wore her helm.
You okay?
Yeah. It was really weird killing someone like that. The Viscount's remains were already being collected and taken who knows where.
I know what you mean,
Vera said.
I wanted that loudmouth dead as much as you did, but watching him stand there and cry? Ugh, weird.
Since the spectacle had finished and we were quickly becoming the last group standing in the middle of the square, we left. Back in Belle's temporary workshop, Vera stepped out of her armor and all four of us launched into whatever tasks we could, eager to get the unpleasant memory out of our minds. Chapter 24. The next few days were a whirlwind of activity. I spent my time either at Belle's shop, standing for measurements, or helping to retrofit my new palanquin. Rena and her people had taken anything that might be useful against the late Viscount's people. Are they all crammed in the jail or something? I asked her one morning.
No, a few that we think might have information we want are, but the rest have been taken back to the capital for processing.
I winced. Does that mean executed? She graced me with one of her tiny smiles.
No, only the Viscount and one or two of his higher people were worthy of that. The rest will have the fear of retribution crammed down their throats, but they'll ultimately not be punished. It's not as if they really had a choice in the matter.
That's surprisingly merciful of you. She curled her lip.
I'd say that the Saldani have had their fill of tyranny, but our beloved former king and his damnable great lords have proven otherwise.
You don't think I'm going to find him alive, do you?
I'd be shocked, honestly. What use is he to the Druza now that he's been deposed? Judging by how they treated the humans that didn't side with them, they're not really ones to keep people around.
After she'd spoken, her eyes darted over to mine.
Sorry.
Don't be. It's not like humans are any better, and I'm already aware of what the Druza did to my people. Anyway, are you sure you won't join us in chasing the masters?
No.
She shook her head.
I would like nothing more, but my orders are clear. Clean up this mess. Perhaps if you weren't here, I'd disobey my superiors and do whatever I wished, but, based on how things here turned out, I believe you have things under control.
Her eyes lingered on me for a moment, but she said nothing more. What? What's that look mean? She exhaled, a small non-laugh.
I was musing on what would have happened if you'd joined the Lords.
I grunted. Let's not think about that, or if any of them had been as strong as me. They'd have just installed themselves as god emperors or something.
You're telling me you've not had such thoughts?
Fuck no, I shivered. I've dealt with so many arseholes in my life. The last thing I want to do is be one. Especially not the biggest arsehole that's ever lived. Once all this shit is done and over with, I'm gonna build a house out in the middle of the forest beside a lake for me and Vera, and we're gonna spend most of our days sleeping and swimming. I've managed people before. Small groups, but still. It's just awful. I can't imagine that anyone wants to rule a country. Rena chuckled.
To be fair, when people like that imagine ruling, all they think about are the benefits and none of the responsibility. The titles and the bowing and scraping that everyone else will do.
Fair. Still, hard pass.
Spoken like someone who truly understands people and what it's like to try and direct them.
I nudged her arm. Do I hear regret at becoming a captain?
Yeah, well, some days. Other days.
She gestured at the scene before us.
Interesting things happen. You know, when the Lords first came, I thought it was the end.
Of?
Everything, really. Things were truly going to shit, and I didn't see a way out. I wasn't going to stand against the Lords.
With a grimace, she went on.
A few people did at the beginning.
Shit.
Yeah. Some were arrested by the guard before a scene could be made. Others, well, people learned quickly that the Lords were not to be trifled with. There were a few messy incidents. After that, everyone learned to tolerate them and their infantile ways. I knew, though, what would eventually happen.
God Emperors?
Pretty much, yes.
I'll make sure that doesn't happen.
We lucked out with you, Danic.
She gave me a smile and a slap on the back before she went off to do whatever captains did all day. I didn't envy her. The palanquin, once Renna's people had taken what they needed, quickly filled up with provisions for our upcoming quest. I'd hardly looked inside beforehand, mostly focused on letting everyone know it belonged to me without much other consideration. It rivaled a cruise ship for amenities, boasting a stupid amount of comforts, including private bathrooms, a lavish bedroom, and a couple of cabinets filled with high-proof booze. A person could stand fully inside it, and while it wasn't particularly wide, it didn't feel cramped. It was like the fanciest RV I'd ever seen, mixed with a train and put on legs. The segments melded smoothly into each other, and I got the impression that walking through it while it was in motion would be no problem at all. I found myself getting rather attached to it before we'd even used it. Damn, I whispered to myself. I hope this thing survives our little adventure. Travelling across the breadth of Mirras in this thing would be a fun way to vacation between long stretches of an easy life at our lake house. I took a long, deep breath and headed back to Bell's. First things first. When I got back, Vera cornered me as soon as I came in the door. She shoved me into a little storage room and said,
Hey, remember that little chat I said I'd have with Belle?
She reached down and gave my cock a soft squeeze. I looked down. Yes?
Well, we talked.
I arched an eyebrow. Okay, and how did that go? She snickered and stepped back.
Well, it went. She turned redder than I've ever seen anyone go, and that's me saying that. She sputtered a bunch, couldn't stop staring at my tits, and tried to keep working as if the conversation didn't bother her at all.
I gave her a huge grin. That sounds hilarious.
Oh, shit, it really was. It was all I could do not to laugh in her face, but I managed it.
So it's a no-go, is what I'm hearing. A hand slid along my chest.
I didn't say that.
Really? Really? Now? The conversation you just described to me couldn't have gone anywhere productive.
Well, it wasn't, great, but I did manage to tell her that you and I were both into the idea.
You did? Did she pass out?
I thought she might. She didn't say anything for a while after that, aside from asking me for various tools. Eventually, she asked me if I was serious, and I, of course, said I was. After that, I slapped her on the arse and left.
You did?
I did.
I'd have loved to see that. When was this?
A little bit ago, maybe an hour. I haven't talked to her since.
A little closer to that fantasy. Vera snickered again.
You're thinking about it again, aren't you?
I met her eyes and laughed. Guilty. She stepped in, wrapped her arms around me, and kissed me softly before laying her head on my shoulder.
Fuck, I want it so bad.
I slipped a hand down the back of her pants and squeezed her bare ass. Me too! We left the storage room and went back out to find Riss in the front room, scavenging for parts. When she saw us, a knowing smile crept over her face.
Having some fun in there, huh? Just talking,
Vera said.
Sure, about what?
I wasn't sure what to say, but Vera just blurted it out.
Inviting Belle into the bedroom with us.
Riss's eyes widened, and she pointed toward the back of the shop where Belle was working. Yep, I said. She looked back and forth before raising her hand.
Nice!
She high-fived us both. I chuckled. You're the best, Riss. Never change. She scoffed.
As if. Now help me find some shit in this dump of a room.
We spent the entire afternoon and into the evening working on my armour and the defilement-absorbing lacing for both me and Vera. I thought it would be an awkward affair, but Riss's presence and her constant stream of jokes lightened the mood. Belle caught my eye a few times. Each glance resulted in more furious blushing. I didn't press it. If it was going to happen, it would in its own time. My armour transformed under Riss and Belle's care. They easily stripped all the old embellishments off, contoured the metal to match my body perfectly, and added a few accoutrements for good measure. Small spikes adorned the knees and elbows, and a pattern of angled lines flowed across the whole thing.
It's based on a few matrices,
Belle said.
I could bore you with a long story, but the short version is that they're used in heating and lighting lacing. You know, because of the fire and lightning you conjure.
She laughed softly.
No one's going to get that, though. It's just kind of there for me.
Well, I love it. Thanks, Belle. More blushing. I caught Vera off to the side later and whispered, You know, she's giving you a run for your money. She might outblush you at this point. She looked coolly back at me.
Whatever. Let's just go out in the crowd for a while without my armour and I'll win it back.
You want to do that?
Fuck no! Get out of here!
She smiled and shoved me away. The defilement absorbers were worked into both our sets of armour as fluidly as Vera's helm set into hers. If I hadn't been there before and after, I wouldn't have even noticed them. Belle had made them pretty streamlined to begin with, but Riss inlaid them with her usual easy skill. Vera watched with lidded eyes. Later, while we were taking a break, I asked her, Still pining over not being a blacksmith?
Oh, fuck, am I still that obvious?
Only because I looked for it. She shrugged.
Yes and no. Watching Riss work always makes me think of my mother. It's a little different now, though.
Because you're out there, living this kick-ass life you always wanted? She smiled.
Yeah. You know, I've been thinking during the past few days, when I wasn't doing anything but sitting in the penthouse, about what we've already done. What we're going to do. If you had told me a year ago that this would all be happening, I just wouldn't have believed you. But here we are. And sweet crap, the things we've done here in Doreen. I think this one story alone would blow any of my father's tales out of the water.
You just think that?
Well, no. Butchering a group of shitty, otherworldly, magically infused assholes with armaments that my new Yazendi friend made alongside my equally otherworldly boyfriend, yeah, I think that's cooler than any story father ever told me.
I slipped my fingers into hers and gave her hand a squeeze. We're not even done. Possible regicide soon. Or, well, does it count as regicide if he's not actually the king anymore?
Yeah, it still counts, definitely.
Regicide it is then, if he's alive. And then, saving the world? Depending on what exactly the Druza are actually up to. She groaned.
Whatever it is, I think it's probably world-threatening, don't you? All this shit they did here? I don't think they're going to take it back to their lands and just fuck off forever. Surely it's about conquest, right?
I nodded, a memory floating up from my subconscious. Well, you know, Zendar did say that they meant to bring a gift to all of Mirras' people. Still no fucking clue what that means.
Arsehole. He probably meant the gift of being ruled by a better race or some shit. You know how people are. Even the Dollari aren't exempt from that shit, historically speaking.
Well, it's all moot anyway. We're gonna kill them all before they can do anything. and then retire to that lake house. Chapter 25. Finally, the day came. Our little detour into Doreen had turned out to last what felt like weeks or months. Thankfully, there would be no grand send-off. The palanquin had been parked outside the gates after being stuffed full of provisions for the trip. At my request, much of the booze the Viscount brought with him had been left inside. I wasn't planning on getting hammered until we were done, but Vera and I had sampled a few of the more expensive-looking bottles and decided we weren't about to let them slip out of our hands. Suna seemed rather amused by the whole affair. She also verified that the Viscount had excellent taste, and some of the bottles couldn't be acquired by anyone outside the highest echelons of society. A fitting recompense for having to listen to Rollard bellow on. The memory of his death had thankfully faded a little from my mind. She gave us a perfunctory farewell.
I'd wish you a less exciting journey than what transpired here, but I think that's unlikely. Instead, I wish swift death for your enemies.
At our raised eyebrows, she added,
They're our enemies as well. I don't wish a repeat of this sordid business on anyone.
With that, she waved, turned, and left. Riss enveloped us all in bone-crushing hugs. Vera and I endured them well, but Belle looked like she was seconds from passing out before Riss released her. She didn't comment. Riss, as usual, teared up at the event. She thanked Belle profusely for bringing her to Doreen and implored us all to be careful. She wanted a moment alone with each of us. When my turn came, we walked around to the other side of the palanquin. Riss put her hands on my shoulders and looked me in the eyes, saying nothing. I'll continue keeping her safe.
Good.
She smiled and stepped back.
Vera told me about your lake house idea. Said she knows just the spot. When that day comes, I'll help build your house.
I blinked and looked away, a sudden and unexpected surge of emotion coming over me. Thanks, Riss. That means a lot to me. Really, I can't wait for that day to come. One more bone-crushing hug later, we rejoined the others. Vera's turn came last, and I thought it mainly involved Riss sobbing all over her.
See you guys,
Riss said before she and Belle were sucked into the portal. Belle returned a few minutes later.
How'd it go?
Vera asked.
Did she get nauseous again? Much less so. I stayed long enough to see her inside her house, and Ton was there, so she'll be fine.
I slapped the side of the palanquin. Let's fucking go then! We went. The front of the palanquin resembled an airplane's cockpit with fewer gauges and buttons. No steering wheel either. Belle sat in a seat in the middle and, with a huge grin, activated the thing. It spurred into motion so fluidly that I wasn't sure we were even moving until the walls of the city began to fall away. I sat in a seat on Belle's right, watching the view. Holy shit, I never thought we were going to leave. Vera had shucked her armor in the back somewhere and came up to sit next to Belle in one of the co-pilot's chairs.
You didn't think we were ever leaving? I wanted out of there forever ago.
Finally took your armor off, huh? Feeling better? She sank down into the chair and stretched her arms.
Yes, fuck yes I am. Look at all the trees and grass and no fucking buildings or crowds of people.
She closed her eyes and exhaled, whispering one more,
Fuck.
So, how long is this journey going to take anyway? I asked. Belle didn't have to do very much, and when she did, it didn't even involve touching the controls. I could see her lei extend out to manipulate the lacing that powered everything.
According to Suna's maps, a few days, I think. Maybe more, depending on terrain. The palanquin is great over hard or rocky ground, but less so over mud. Its feet have little extendable pads that help create more surface area, but it's designed for paved roads mainly.
For the first hour, I sat beside her, rapt, watching the countryside glide by. The palanquin made hardly any noise and ran more smoothly than any vehicle I'd ever ridden in. Vera watched excitedly for about an hour, then started complaining.
It hasn't even been that long, has it? About an hour, maybe a little more,
Belle said.
Ugh,
How many days is this trip going to take?
a few.
I chuckled at her. I thought this was what you wanted.
Meh.
She shrugged.
I wanted to be out in the trees, not sitting in another chair watching trees through a window.
You could hang on to the outside if that would help. She gave me a sour look. I just smiled.
Is it too early to start drinking?
It's not even lunchtime, not even close. While grumbling loudly, she got up and retreated to the back segments. After she'd gone, I turned to Belle. How is this for you?
Well,
Her foot tapped quickly on the floor.
this is a lot more boring than I'd imagined.
Oh, yeah? With a wry smile, she said,
It takes constant focus, but there's almost nothing to do. If I stop paying attention, we veer off course, but all I'm doing is nudging the palanquin left or right all the time. Unless we hit some difficult terrain, this is it.
About 2 hours later, I started to agree with them. We stopped for a break, which Vera wanted and Belle needed. The second they were out the door, they both breathed a sigh of relief, albeit for different reasons. Although I was getting bored out of my mind too, I just laughed at them. At their withering looks, I shrugged. You two should take a drive through the Midwest sometime.
Is that some shitty Earth place?
Vera asked. Yeah, nothing to look at but cornfields and cows for hours on end. I've been in much worse places, but it's a lot like this trip is turning out to be. Driving a car is a little similar to piloting this thing, although it's a bit more involved.
A car?
Belle asked. It's, well, not like this, but it's a machine with wheels and a device that makes it go, if that makes sense. I suppose I won't ever see one again. Well, teleporting is better anyway. We'd intended to stop for only a few minutes, but an hour later we were all sitting in the golden grass looking at the palanquin. We should go, I said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They both agreed. We sat for another 15 minutes or so. We took another few breaks during the day for a late lunch and dinner. Finally, evening came around. There's a lake nearby, I said. I could barely keep my eyes open, not from tiredness, but from boredom. We should camp there tonight. No one resisted that idea. We shuffled out into the rays of the setting sun, glistening over the waters of a small lake. Vera immediately began stripping as soon as her feet hit the ground. Her clothes fell away behind her, while she sprinted toward the water and leapt in with a huge splash.
Oh my.
Belle whispered, watching her go. Pointedly watching her go. I'm going to join her. Do you want to... Belle's spine straightened instantly.
No, that's, fine. I'll just...
With a too wide smile, she retreated down the shoreline. I sighed. One day. With much less reckless abandon, I took my clothes off and laid them inside the door before I went out to join Vera. A tremor passed through my entire body as my feet hit the cool water. Shit, what a day. The lightly sandy shore gave way to crystal clear waters. Tiny fish darted around my legs as I waded in. When the water came up to my waist, I tried to find Vera and came up with nothing. In what seemed like way too long, she surfaced with a big breath of air before submerging again. I'm not going to compete with that. Wait, could I breathe underwater somehow? Make an air bubble? I sighed again. Too tired for that shit right now. I swam out to where I'd seen Vera and waited. She eventually popped back up and paddled to me.
I really needed this.
So I gathered. Will it be better when we reach the ruins and start mowing down Druza?
Infinitely. Now hold us up.
She wrapped her arms around me. I pushed gently against the water and made us float. We stayed there with lidded eyes, watching the sun dip down under the horizon. You know, I said, I could hold us up pretty high in the water and you could ride me here.
That sounds precarious.
I think I could do it, unless you wanted to bang in the room next to Belle. She laughed and nuzzled into my neck.
Also going to pass on that.
She paused, and I could swear there was something meaningful about the silence.
Maybe we'll just skip tonight. I'm pretty tired after sitting on my arse all day.
I was missing something, but couldn't figure out what it was. Fair enough.
But could you do something for me?
Of course.
Remember those blue fruits we had, like 1,000,000 years ago, outside my village?
Yeah?
I think there's a tree nearby with them. There should be, at least. Could you get some for us? I'd like that, and I'm sure Belle's never had them before.
I guess. Shouldn't you be the one going? Surely you'd have a better chance at finding them than me. She leaned back and gave me puppy dog eyes pretty damn hard. I laughed in her face. All right, I'll go if you want.
I do.
We swam back to shore to find Belle already there and dressed. She retreated into the palanquin when we emerged. Oh, Belle, I said. Vera gave me a wink.
We'll get her.
We dressed. Vera gave me a quick rundown of what I needed to know, and I was off into the woods. I conjured some light as I went, oddly calm. On Earth, I'd have been concerned about blundering into a bear. On Mirras, I hadn't even heard of any dangerous animals, and, if there were any, I was far more dangerous than they were. I smiled at the thought. Vera's instructions were pretty clear and easy to follow. I didn't know how she knew that there was a fruit tree around here, since they were apparently super rare, but she also knew a ton about bark patterns or some shit, so I trusted she knew what to look for. With no big surprises, I found one. The fruits grew high up, so I climbed the tree with the help of the lay and came down with an armload. When my feet hit the ground, a little panic set in. I spun around, wholly unsure of what direction I'd come from. Then, smirking at my own stupidity, I reached out through the earth with the lay, easily finding the lake and the palanquin sitting on the edge of it. The sun had fully set by the time I arrived. Vera and Belle were nowhere to be found. It was a little odd, since I'd assumed they'd both gotten their fill of being inside the palanquin. I opened the door and peeked inside. Hello?
We're back here,
Vera called out. Okay, I said to myself, and made my way to the back segments and the closed door that led to the private bedroom. No. Couldn't be. I opened the door to find them both on the bed, wearing nothing but some skimpy lingerie, bent over and looking back at me. I dropped the fruit. Chapter 26. Vera wore the widest, toothiest grin I'd ever seen on her face, along with dark blue lingerie that barely covered anything at all. Her round ass and already wet lips were on full display. Belle wore a set of lingerie in a red so dark it was almost black, along with matching panties. She even had a couple of matching ribbons twined in her dark hair. Her eyes were as wide as I'd ever seen them, filled with an odd mix of excitement and terror. I realized that the golden cracks in her chest were mirrored in smaller patches around her entire body. Small lights gave a dim but firm glow to the room. It held a large bed that nearly went from wall to wall, with little inset cabinets all around, and even built into the headboard. Closets sat on either side of the door, with only a small carpeted area between the door and the bed.
Hi?
Vera said, still wearing her broad, triumphant smile. Hey.
Do you
Belle squeaked.
like it? Look at him!
Vera exclaimed.
He fucking loves it!
I nodded, still a little dumbfounded. I fucking love it!
See? Hey, wanna watch us make out while you take your clothes off?
I got the distinct impression that Vera was enjoying this even more than I was, and I was living out the fantasy I'd been dreaming of for a while now. While I knew she wanted it too, I think it was so exciting for her because it was for both of us. I held their eyes and smiled. I do want that, yes.
Great!
She guided Belle to turn and sit on the bed, facing me. Her hands gently held Belle's body, and with each touch, Belle gasped, winced, or shook. Every muscle in her body tensed tightly, but her eyes couldn't get enough of Vera's skin, and her lip trembled as her breath came quickly. Vera leaned in slowly, meeting Belle's shining eyes. A tremor rocked Belle's body the moment their lips touched, and she moaned loudly into Vera's mouth. Belle closed her eyes, but Vera's were wide and locked on me while she opened her mouth wide, giving me a show as she slowly pressed her tongue against Belle's. I took my shirt off as quickly as I could, minimizing the time my eyes were covered. After, I stood and watched, entranced. Vera's lingerie left her boobs bare. She squeezed and rolled her nipples, her eyes still on mine. Belle's entire body writhed while they kissed, her eyes shut tight. As I started to undo my pants, my gaze wandered over Belle's body and the golden cracks that split her skin in various places. Unlike her chest, which boasted a complex spiderweb of light, the rest of her body had little glowing fissures that were smaller than a finger. I'd have to ask about it all later. When my pants were off and my hands were headed toward my underwear, Vera pulled back and put her hand on Belle's chin, turning her eyes toward me. I couldn't help but smirk. Here's the show. I pulled them down, revealing my cock. Belle's eyes went wide again, and she mouthed,
Are you fucking kidding me?
Vera leaned over and planted a kiss on Belle's cheek, her bright blue hair falling down into her face.
Mm-hmm. And it feels even better than you're imagining.
She bit her lip and gave me a sultry look. Belle's hand unconsciously drifted down between her legs. Vera reached her hands out to me.
Get over here.
Yes, ma'am. The two parted as I climbed on the bed between them. I rested my hands behind my head and glanced over to Belle's bright eyes, which were travelling up and down my body. Having fun? She flashed a self-conscious smile and buried her face in her hands.
Yes.
She squeaked.
I can't believe you both wanted this.
Of course we did. You're beautiful and amazing. She peeked out between her fingers before she let her hands fall away.
Thank you. Both of you,
She looked away, her cheeks red.
I am not accustomed to being so desired.
This isn't your first time, is it?
Well, no, but I can't say I'm, very experienced.
Not a problem, I said, running my hand over the skin of her arm.
Yeah, we're just here to have fun,
Vera said.
You just tell us how to have fun with you and we'll do that.
This statement came with a particularly devilish smile.
Oh, my, well, I don't know if Or,
Vera said.
We can just do stuff to you, and you tell us whether you like it or not.
To demonstrate, I pulled her in close and kissed her. At first, our lips pressed together softly, but I worked my tongue into her mouth, gliding against hers. Her entire body tensed, but she didn't stop me or pull back. After a few moments, I leaned back. Was that good? She giggled and could barely meet my eyes.
Yeah, like, really good.
Want to do more?
Yes, please.
We kissed again. I felt Vera move along the bed and moaned loudly into Belle's lips as she slid my cock into her mouth. Belle's shaky hand found mine, slowly guiding me up to cup her covered breast. I gently squeezed her, eliciting a few squeaks and moans before sliding my hand up and down her body. I opened my eyes long enough to see Vera doing the same, one hand and her mouth on my cock, the other exploring Belle's legs and slipping up underneath her lingerie to caress her stomach and sides. Belle rewarded us with endless squeaks, gasps, and moans, the tension very slowly leaving her body. As she relaxed, she opened her legs for Vera's questing hand and leaned away from me long enough to pull her lingerie down and expose her boobs. A few jagged edges of glowing light marked her nearly to her dark nipples. Does that hurt, ever? She smiled and put my hand on her skin, sliding it over the light and down to her nipples.
No, it's just part of me now, so don't worry about hurting me.
I bent down wordlessly and took her nipple into my mouth, eliciting a loud moan as she leaned back onto the bed. Vera released me from her mouth, although she kept one hand on my shaft as she crawled over between Belle's legs, a huge smile still on her lips as we locked eyes. I kept working on Belle's boobs, squeezing and sucking, diverting her attention until Vera started trailing her tongue up her leg. Belle's head shot up, her eyes wide. Vera paused, her tongue still on Belle's skin.
I can stop if you want.
Belle said nothing but fervently shook her head.
Okay.
She continued her slow pace, her eyes now locked on Belle, who arched her back more and more the closer Vera came. So slowly that it was almost torture, Vera slid Belle's panties off and threw them behind her before settling down between her legs. Belle was panting before Vera's tongue touched her lips, but when it did, she tossed her head back and let out a breathy scream. I went back to work on her breasts and nipples, and her whole body writhed, her arms almost flailing out of control. Vera and I watched each other, enjoying what we were doing to Belle. Her moans became louder and louder, her body twitching and trembling. Before she reached a crescendo, Vera suddenly stopped. Belle looked up, aghast.
But...
Vera smirked.
She's ready for you now, Danic.
Belle collapsed back on the pillow and laughed. Wasting no time, Vera pulled me off the bed and guided Belle into place before climbing up beside her. They were bent over again, arses up, and waiting for me, while they looked over their shoulders into my eyes. I laughed. Holy fucking shit! Vera smacked Belle's ass.
Don't make her wait.
Yes, ma'am. I got up on the bed and slid my almost painfully hard cock between Belle's cheeks. She opened her legs and let me slide in between her thighs, gliding against her wet pussy.
Ever had anyone this big?
Vera asked, although we both knew the answer. Belle glanced over her shoulder and bit her lip.
Not even close.
I put a hand on Belle's ass and guided my cock between her tight lips. We both groaned so loud we were almost yelling. I smacked, then held on to Vera's ass with my other hand, hardly believing my eyes. It wasn't the world's wildest fantasy by any stretch, but it was the one I'd most wanted lately, and the one that was playing out right now. I wanted nothing more than to thrust all the way in, but I went slowly, gradually stretching Belle's lips out as she buried her head in the pillow and gripped the sheets tightly with her claws. When I pushed in to stretch her a little more, her toes curled. How I didn't blow into her at the sight of it, I'll never know, but I held it together. Soon I slid all the way inside her.
Kiss me,
Vera said, pulling Belle's face over to hers. Their tongues intertwined while I started slowly pumping into Belle. She writhed and moaned into Vera's mouth, her breath coming faster. My hands still laid on both of their asses as I watched the hottest scene of my life. I sped up, appreciating Belle's ass bouncing and jiggling. Vera reached over to pinch her nipple, their lips still pressed together. Belle's eyes opened wide as her breath came faster. She moaned loudly, and her body began to shake. Vera pulled her close again, shoving her tongue into Belle's mouth as she came. Her body shook wildly, her hips pressing back into me while her toes curled. I rode the waves of her orgasm, keeping her upright as much as I could. Finally, she came down, panting.
Oh, shit.
Vera wiggled her ass at me. Wasting no time, I gently slid out of Belle and ruthlessly slid into Vera, working my cock deep inside her in seconds. Her whole body spasmed, and she moaned loudly into the pillow. Also wasting no time, she threw her ass back into me over and over. I dropped my head back and let her impale herself on my cock. Between moans, she managed to say,
Kiss me, Belle.
Belle's tongue pressed against hers again, her bright eyes shining. Vera wrapped a hand around her neck, pulling them close. I pumped into her for all I was worth, and in no time at all, she began to shake. Just as she said she'd wanted, her tongue stayed pressed firmly against Belle's as she came. Her body shook and her back arched. Somehow, she managed not to scream directly into Belle's face, instead keeping her cries only to loud moans. I held it together until she came down, but that's all I could do. I pulled out, pivoted to the side, and shot a massive load across both of their asses. They both looked back at me and smiled as I covered them in cum. Finally, once I was spent, I collapsed onto the bed. Vera hopped over me, and Belle scooted to my side. We stayed that way for a while after, running our hands over each other and kissing in the dim light. Chapter 27. The next few days were much more tolerable than the first had been. They still entailed the same monotonous sitting and waiting, but we all shared seductive looks and light touches throughout the trip. After lunch, we ended up back in the bedroom. Once we'd stopped for the night, we ended up back in the bedroom. Aside from that, there was a familiarity there that hadn't existed before. Belle had never been uncomfortable with us, but after getting laid, an even more companionable air seemed to settle on her. We told each other about our lives and whatever adventures we'd been on before. Everything paled in comparison to the current one, but Belle had some exciting stories. Vera did not. I didn't think I did either, but when I started talking, my mundane anecdotes spawned 1,000 questions about Earth and our version of Leyline, which I thought rather boring. Belle, however, couldn't get enough, and I found myself racking my brain trying to explain things like internal combustion engines and aeroplanes without any frame of reference. Vera's interest waned when the discussions became overly technical. She tried to tell us about how to read a forest and what patterns to look for, But Belle couldn't grasp it any more than I could, and I zoned out almost immediately. For a few days, I had the most relaxing time of my life. But then the terrain started to change, and our destination drew closer. No one said it out loud, but we were all a little anxious about the upcoming battle. The sex dried up, and the conversations were filled with more and more long silences. The forest gave way to rockier ground. The palanquin had no trouble traversing it, but we did have to wind our way out and around large stone plateaus. Eventually, we came to a sheer cliff that overlooked a long stretch of land. In the distance, a massive set of ruins sat amongst the sparse vegetation and stone pillars. We got out and gazed down at it. "That's it, huh?" I asked. The ruins looked more like a sprawling city than a single castle, and there were remains of a truly gigantic outer wall. Only chunks of it still stood, hinting at the majesty that used to be. In the center, a few tall towers still stood, surrounded by the stunted, broken stems of others. Judging by the jagged holes in their sides, it looked like it wouldn't take much to topple them over.
That's it,
Belle said.
Grand Castle Torquesta, or its corpse, anyway.
After hearing about this place, I couldn't imagine why no one had thought about it as a potential hiding place for the Druza masters. But now that I gazed upon it, in all its shattered glory, it made a lot more sense. "This place is a shithole." Belle nodded.
Indeed, the Saldani generally pretend it doesn't exist, and to that point, many people are actually unaware that it ever did.
Vera scoffed.
They just don't want to remember how awful they can be. They sit in the capital making their fancy foods and clothes while pretending they're above that sort of brutality. They're not, though. They're idiots for pretending.
"You like their fancy foods?" She eyed me pretty hard before smiling.
I do. Well, I like Julius's version of them, but that doesn't make their arrogance any better.
I glanced at Belle, wondering if this talk would offend her, even if she wasn't Saldani. She caught my eyes and shrugged.
Oh no, she's right, and I should know. The Zendi are in some ways even worse.
Vera stretched her arms up high.
Yeah, only the Dollari are doing things right.
Belle didn't turn to look at her when she said,
By cloistering themselves away from the world and pretending that it doesn't exist.
I'd expected a little fire in response to that, but Vera just shrugged again.
Yep.
Belle and I laughed. I gazed down at the ruins, unable to pick out anything moving. "So that's our goal, is it? Assuming we haven't guessed wildly wrong."
They're down there,
Belle said softly.
After I thought of it, I've been sure that it's the right call. There's nowhere else they could be, unless they just set up camp in the wilderness somewhere or went back to the Druza lands. But either of those options presents logistical challenges that I think would be prohibitive.
The sheer cliff in front of us formed a natural barrier, and getting around it in the palanquin would be a major hassle. "Belle, I think you should stay here." Her eyes met mine, and she let out a long breath.
I was hoping you'd say that.
Are you going to be okay by yourself?
Vera asked. "This is pretty far away from the ruins," I said. "She can park the palanquin between some rocks and be pretty well hidden."
Indeed, and if I have to, I can always teleport away. Such a thing would be taxing from here, but I'd be heading back to Darin, and my exhaustion wouldn't matter there. I would, however, be leaving you stranded.
"Better than you being captured or killed," I said. "Still, I can't really imagine it'll come to that. We're not close at all."
We should wait for night time,
Vera said. "I think so too." We wandered around for a little while until we found a good place to hide the palanquin, parked it there, and had a dinner of dried bars and meats that didn't require a cook fire. As the sun lowered below the horizon, Vera climbed back inside to get her armor on. Belle laid a hand on mine.
Danic, Please be careful in there.
I slipped an arm around her shoulders and pulled her in close. We'll be all right. Vera and I know what we're doing.
I know. It's just... there might be things in there you're not ready for. We still don't know what the Druza's ultimate plans are. That place might have new Leyline or, I don't know, augmented soldiers worse than Zendar.
We'll be as careful as we can, and with your Leyline, I'm sure nothing in there is going to pose much of a threat to us. Even Zendar or some fancier version of him won't be able to bring us down. She sank into me, resting her head on my shoulder.
I hope so.
Vera reappeared in her newly augmented armor, her father's sword on her hip. I gently extricated myself from Belle. My turn. I'd only tried the armor on once since it had been completed. We'd stuffed it into one of the palanquine's closets and mostly forgotten about it during the journey. I'd spent so long fighting without the thought of armor at all. I pulled it out and activated it, watching with awe as it opened up and waited for me to step inside. Once I had, it closed around me, fitting like a glove. The inside was lined with soft leather that moved easily as I did, not hindering me in the least. I pulled the helm up, which worked the same way Vera's did. Seemingly random pieces of metal detached themselves from the breastplate and hovered up, forming into a helm that fit as nicely as the rest of it. It sat so close to the skin of my face, its layers so thin that it barely blocked my vision at all. I felt a little incomplete without a sword, but it would only have been decoration. Whatever metal or alloy that the armor had been made of was something we didn't have on Earth. Its layers were thin, and I could barely feel the weight of it, even without channeling the lay. I stepped out into the darkening night, put my hands on my hips, and said, "Well, let's go fuck up these masters and be done with it."
About time,
Vera shouted.
Let's go.
We made a few small farewells to Belle, where we all assured each other we'd be fine, and then we were off. Vera and I slipped our arms around each other, and, with one last wave at Belle, we stepped off the edge. The wind whipped by as we sailed down. In the soft moonlight, we could make out the ground below, which rose swiftly up to meet us. I didn't bother slowing us down. Vera's armor did that for us. We landed with barely a sound.
What's the plan?
She asked. When we get close enough, let's split up and take out as many patrols as we can. I'd like to remove as many as possible from combat before things get started, because you know at some point shit's going to hit the fan. Vera stepped lightly as we went, almost a spring in her step. Glad to be out here now?
Oh, you know I am. It's been forever since we've done anything. And although this used to be a city, or a castle, I guess, it's not anymore. We're essentially fighting in the forest, even if this junk barely counts as vegetation.
It didn't take us long to get to the outer perimeter of Torquesta. I held out a hand, stopping Vera before I reached out through the land. Yeah, there's a few people nearby. Not many, though. I doubt they're expecting anyone.
Single guards?
Some, a few groups of 2 or 3. Whatever you do, silence is the most important thing for now. If and when things escalate, head that way. I pointed through the broken ruins to a dilapidated statue of an armored Saldani man missing an arm. We'll meet up there and press into wherever the main body of this place is. Vera nodded.
See you soon.
We briefly hugged, which felt weird in armor. She'd been right. It felt great to get out and move again. I reached out through the land, the lay telling me exactly where the patrols were, letting me see them even around corners and through walls. Those poor bastards didn't stand a chance. Well, assuming I didn't fuck up my new killing blow technique. I silenced the sound around me, which still felt so weird. I could sprint at top speed and not make a sound. They really didn't stand a chance. My first victim had ranged out further than the others and stood around a chunk of outer wall. Too easy. I levitated a small rock and threw it. He turned. With the ley flowing through me and the land, I knew without a doubt that we were alone. I bolted up behind him, slipped a ley-infused arm around his neck, and sliced up through the knots of energy flowing naturally through his spine. The blade of pure ley passed through without resistance. He slumped in my arms, not making a single sound. Not that it would have mattered if he had. My silencing aura would have muffled it. Just like that, he was dead. The ley untangled and flowed out of his body. I stuffed his corpse into a little alcove made of crumbled stone. The Druza were the least human-like of Mirras's races. Scales covered most of their bodies, and their teeth seemed razor-sharp. What small amount of hair they had on their heads was usually grown long, giving them a bit of a post-apocalyptic look. Raiders or something. I shook my head. What was I doing, just staring at this guy? The next two I came across were amicably chatting while they ambled along. I waited in the shadows, feeling along the ground for a suitable place for these kills. For a second, I almost expected them to take a set route, like they were enemies in a video game, but that, of course, didn't happen. If they had a set trail, I couldn't tell. It took some time before they blundered into the perfect spot, but it happened. I felt like a jungle cat stalking my prey as I waited for it. In some sense, that's exactly what I was. With as much speed as I could manage, I stepped out of the shadows I'd hidden in and sliced upwards through the first man's back, severing his ley. The body fell to the ground as I reached out and grabbed the second by his face, my palm over his mouth. Another slash. Another kill. No sound, over in seconds. I crammed their bodies in a ditch and lowered a large stone over top. So it went for over an hour. Druza, one after another, fell without a sound. Honestly, it had to be the most unfair thing I'd ever done in my life. I could sense where they were, and when they were alone, sneak up without a single sound and dispatch them in seconds. A few times I came across bloodstains that must have been from Vera's work. Once or twice I came across cut-up chunks. These only came in groups of multiple people, implying that Vera used her sword for single guards, which she hid as well. She didn't hide the pieces, though, probably too much of a hassle. No one had seen the chunks, I was sure of that. I'd have heard screaming if they had. No one would come across that sort of thing without a loud reaction. I came around a corner and stopped in my tracks. A palanquin sat there. Well, a really small one. At closer inspection, it appeared to be the front segment of one, detached from the rest. Unlike mine, it boasted a truly ludicrous amount of decoration, gold and silver designs running across its surface. It belonged to someone important, like a former king. I'd spent a little while longer removing patrols, but they dwindled to almost nothing. As I slowly crept closer to the center of the ruins, voices drifted by on the wind. I reached out, feeling a small encampment some distance away. I wasn't going to stealth kill my way through that. I retreated toward the broken statue. Vera already stood there in the shadows, her posture implying boredom. When I let the silencing aura go, she turned.
There you are. What took you so long? I'm pretty sure we were done with this half an hour ago.
Just making sure. Also, I found the main encampment, along with what looks to be the front end of a royal palanquin.
Ooh, is regicide back on the table?
Looks like it, but what do you care?
Oh, I don't know. I just think Vera the Kingslayer sounds really cool.
You're right, it does. Want to go scout out this place?
Yeah, let's go up high for a better view.
I'm sure there's a lot of options, yeah. Chapter 28. We zipped through the air, propelled by Vera's armor. The second her feet touched down, we set off again, soaring through the night sky, getting higher and higher with each jump. We settled down on the top of a ruined building. I worried for a second that it might collapse under our weight, but didn't do more than kick up a little cloud of dust. The encampment sat below us, lit up by various fires and the steady light of Leyline. "That's not all of them," I whispered. 8 or so tents dotted the area, along with a few buildings that were occupied. We could see mostly Druza, but the odd Saldani wandered into view.
No lords,
Vera said. "And no Zendar," I said. "We'd be able to pick him easily out of any crowd. They must have something else. Didn't Belle mention underground spaces?"
Yeah, she did. Ideas on how to handle this?
Well, I took a deep breath. I don't want to go underground with all these people at my back, do you?
Mass slaughter?
It worked against the other lords. There might be stronger ones here, but that's more reason to get rid of all these other threats, right? Vera scanned the area, saying nothing for a moment.
I don't see anyone that looks like a civilian. Let's do it.
Wait. A stooped Druza man ambled out of a tent, dressed in brightly coloured robes. A few others followed behind him before running off at his orders. "There's one of the masters."
Should we leave him alive for questioning?
I shook my head. "Nah, fuck it. We'll learn whatever we can from this place after they're all dead. I just mean to start with that guy in an explosive way. You stay off to the sides and pick off whoever you can while I make a scene."
You got it.
We leapt down and Vera bounded off again. I snuck around until I found the master again. He looked a lot like the one I'd killed before in the catacombs underneath the capital. That guy, however, had been using defiled Leyline against me. This arsehole stood there completely unarmed. Time to work. I went with my once-used battle cry. It was stupid, but what did that matter? I augmented my voice for it and sped out into the light of the encampment. Fuck! It sure as shit startled them all. I made a beeline for the master during the few seconds of utter confusion and punched his head straight off his shoulders. It slammed into a Druza behind him, knocking him over, maybe killing him, I couldn't tell. One more master down. With all the magic I could muster, I made the biggest, loudest show possible. I cracked the earth apart, sent lightning in all directions, and threw endless fireballs that crashed into buildings and burned tents, supplies, and people alike. Briefly, they tried to fight me. Druza poured into the little area I'd cleared, intending to strike me down, but when their weapons only bounced off my skin, they realized how hopeless the situation was for them. Sending lightning and fireballs into their backs felt dishonorable. Not that it mattered, I did it anyway. I caught sight of Vera occasionally, charging down from above to slice a group into chunks before leaping away again. No one even knew what was happening. This entire horror show lasted about 2 minutes before the real fight started.
Danic!
I spun to find Zendar barreling right at me. In the few seconds before he hit, I noticed with a sinking feeling that he had even more dark Leyline implanted all over his body. He made contact, his shoulder slamming into my chest. Oh shit! He hit me like a truck. The world spun as I tumbled through the air, the strength of his blow still reverberating in my chest. I bounced gracelessly across the ground, my lei and my armor preventing any serious harm, but my head still spun. I only managed to get to my feet before he was there, swinging at my face. With a panicked leap backwards, I sent a reflexive earthen spike up into his chest. He took the hit with barely a flinch. I sent 2 more into his chest. They did nothing, as predicted, but the third appeared behind him and went straight into his arse. The only armor he wore was wrapped around his waist and legs, and it took the hit. Still, it put him off balance, and I diverted his attention for a precious second, which I used to throw a lightning-wrapped punch into his face. He tanked that one too, but not well. He tumbled end over end, much like I just had. Before he could stand, I leapt onto him, forcing him down to the ground. Flames engulfed my right hand and lightning my left hand, and I slammed them down into his face over and over again. I could feel a sickly aura of defilement coursing through his body, allowing him to weather these blows. They would have reduced a normal person's head to pulp in a single hit. He bellowed, his lacing activating, sending out a massive blast of pure defilement. I tried to withstand it, but it felt like grease dripping down into my soul, a wildly strange and horrifying sensation. I leapt back. Zendar bounced to his feet again, breathing heavily.
I was hoping we'd meet again, Danic.
You wanted me to kill you that badly? You just have to ask. I'll be happy to oblige. Stop fighting back and we can be done with this right now. He chuckled.
What I want is to tear you apart and find out what makes you so strong.
His evil grin sent a chill down my spine. A realization set in. The other lords. He didn't reply, just stood there smiling. They should be fighting me right now too. He scoffed.
Ha! Should they? And could they stand against you, Danic? What use would they be if we sent them against you? They'd end up nothing more than bloody chunks or piles of ash. Nothing to help our cause.
And what is your cause, Zendar? World domination? Subjugation of the other races? He growled and waved a hand.
Don't you dare lump me in with the rest of the Druza. Eons of nothing but war-torn history. Endless rulers fighting to rule a tiny scrap of land with no importance. This is the Druza's legacy. Bloodthirsty, short-sighted fools!
I stepped back, my eyes wide. This isn't what I expected to hear. I let him keep going.
But don't think the others are any better.
He raised his arms at the ruins around us.
We stand in a monument to the Saldani's cruelty. Torqueshta spawned some of the most vile horrors this world has ever seen, and that was well before the Saldani developed the defilement itself as a weapon. Imagine what this civilization would have done with such a thing.
Where the fuck is this going? He shook his head.
The Dolorai are no better, or the Yazendi, although you need to go a little further back to find their most abominable crimes.
He pointed a finger at me and sneered.
And you, humans, you're nearly the worst of the lot. Do you know how many of your kind leapt at the opportunity to serve us? We culled some who refused, but it wasn't the least bit difficult to find willing lords, and you saw what they were like.
Were? Are they all dead then?
Practically oozing arrogance. Give them a modicum of power, and they instantly abuse it however they can.
I wanted to throw his accusations back in his face, ask if he was any better, but he'd started this little tirade by explicitly stating that he wasn't. But if no one was worthy of anything... Oh, fuck. Zendar? Are you saying what I think you're saying? A slow grin crept across his face.
Perhaps you're not as stupid as you look. I told you before that I and the other masters were going to bring a gift to all peoples of this wretched world.
You're a doomsday cult?
Bah! You make it sound so pedestrian. We don't want the world to burn, only its people. After the defilement does its work, the natural order will reassert itself. We're not killing the planet, just the filth on its surface. Once that's done, perhaps someone better will rise to take our place.
He shrugged.
Or not, but the age of war for the sake of wars and killing for the sake of greed will be over. Done.
He gestured at me.
Other worlds are still infected, but that's none of our concern. They can mire themselves in endless suffering if they want.
Then, the Master Leyline in Doreen. There really wasn't anything else to it? You were just making a defilement engine? He chuckled.
Not exactly true, no, but I've prattled on enough. I should be killing you.
The second he took a step toward me, Vera flew out from on top of a nearby building and slammed down onto his back, knocking him to his hands and knees. The slashing winds buffeted him as she leapt back. They sliced through his magic, opening long gashes on his flesh. He'd heal them, I knew. I didn't give him any time to do it. Spikes erupted from the ground all around him, and I actually managed to sink some into his already open wounds. He howled and thrashed, sending waves of defilement out in all directions. Vera had already moved out of range. I felt the dark magic wash over me, some of it sinking into Belle's new lacing in my armor. My fists slammed into his face seconds later, sending him backwards again. I shot lightning, threw fire, and pulled the earth up around him as quickly as I could. With a roar, he ignored everything and charged me, even as his skin ripped and tore under my assault. He grabbed my shoulder and arm, his hand easily gripping me.
Ah, fuck!
The world spun yet again as he picked me up and threw me through a crumbling stone wall. I hit the ground hard and felt the crushing weight of stone rain down on top of me. Still, the lei and my armor kept me safe. Enough. I pulled out strands of defilement that had slipped past Belle's collectors before I lashed out with power, sending the stones flying. Zendar was there, sending dark magic strikes at my face. I deflected what I could and sent one more earthen spike into his arse. He grunted, his attention forced away for a split second. A bit off-putting, but effective. Instead of trying to hit him, I grabbed one of the black cubes set into the lacing in his chest and pulled as hard as I could. He screamed in pain, thrashing wildly, but unable to break my grip. I put my foot on his chest and heaved, ripping out the cube in a spray of blood. A second later, Vera's sword slid through his body, appearing right in front of my face. I thought we'd won, but the strike had come through a little too low, likely missing his heart and lungs. Still looked like it hurt a lot, though. I used the moment and grabbed another cube, this one on his arm, pulling again. He thrashed and swore, his hand grabbing mine, trying to stop me. With a roar, Vera dragged her sword down, slicing a few more inches of his body apart. An inhuman cry escaped his lips as he flailed. His hands opened, releasing mine, allowing me to tear out another cube in a shower of blood. I felt it seconds before it happened. A massive ball of defilement collected in his body, swirling and churning, ready to explode. I shoved him aside with Lei, barreled into Vera's chest, and dove out of the ruined building with her in my arms. I was pooling as much power as I could around our bodies. Zendar stopped screaming a second before the defilement exploded. A nauseating wave of contamination spewed out, drenching us in putrescence that managed to assault all my senses at once. Vera gagged underneath me. The horror ended as quickly as it came. I rolled off Vera and stood, waiting for the next attack. But it didn't come. Vera got to her feet.
Is it over?
I think so. We cautiously crept into the ruined building we'd been fighting in and found no sign of Zendar.
Did he blow up?
She asked. I doubt it. Surely he'd be splattered all over the walls if so.
Ugh, but you're right.
I conjured a dim light, which illuminated a trail of blood on the ground. Oh, fuck. Not over.
Let's go! That bastard's got my sword!
We followed the incredibly obvious trail of blood out of the building and through the ruins. As we went, it began to get smaller. He's healing himself, I muttered. We turned a corner and something glinted in the path. Vera's sword.
Oh, that's a relief.
She picked it up and used some dirt to scrape the blood off. Sort of.
Let's finish him off. He's probably almost done. Otherwise, we'd still be fighting him.
The trail of blood wound around shattered rocks and shells of buildings before we came to a wide set of descending stairs. We shared a glance, and I brightened my floating ball of light. No reason to be stealthy. He knew we were coming. We crept down the stairs and into a long hallway of smooth, dark stone that was peppered with bones. Vera ran a hand over the walls.
Wow, Torquesta really liked its skulls, huh?
Creepy bone reliefs covered everything but the floor. Cracked skulls featured in an alarming amount of them, along with severed arms and legs. I can see why someone would want to forget about this place, I said. And we haven't even seen anything yet. Not really. Fissures ran through the hall at irregular intervals. We hopped over a few and took a running jump at one.
That really needed a bridge,
Vera muttered. I'll bet Zendar knocked it off. We came, at last, to a few doors leading off the hall. The blood trail had stopped, so we were left with choosing at random. We opened a door on the right. Oh, fuck. We stepped slowly into the room. It was a hybrid of a dungeon and a surgical suite. The room gave off the most intensely off-putting aura I'd ever encountered. The ancient stone and brutal carvings framed a few rows of beds, some of which were topped with human corpses.
Oh, Danic.
They'd been opened up and dissected to varying degrees. Belatedly, I noticed a few lacing in operation around the room, likely suppressing the smell and keeping the corpses from decaying. All of this couldn't have been done very recently.
What the fuck is it, Danic?
Vera's voice trembled like I'd never heard it before. Admittedly, I wasn't faring much better. Zendar said something about the Lords helping the cause, and that didn't mean fighting us.
But what?
He said he wanted to, tear me apart and see what makes me strong.
Okay,
She turned, dismissed her helm, and stumbled over to a corner to vomit loudly. I kept it down. We'd done some awful stuff to people, but this was somehow just plain worse. We left the room when Vera was done. Once we were out in the hallway, she put her helm back on.
Let's not go in there again.
Agreed. The door on the left of the hall, which looked much like the one on the right, stayed closed. We ventured deeper into the underground passage, wary of what we might find. I tentatively reached out, but my usual senses were hampered by a thick aura of defiled ley that sat heavy all around. Still, I could feel one person in a room ahead of us. I mentioned it to Vera, who was visibly tense with fear. We crept closer. Before we could do anything, the door opened and a man barged out.
Where is the...
Ah! Vera's sword slammed hilt-deep into his chest before I could react. The man, an aging Saldani in fine robes, looked down at the weapon with wide eyes. His mouth worked, but no words came out. We all froze for a weird moment. Almost soundlessly, he slid down and off the sword, to crumple on the ground. Vera stood ramrod stiff, looking down at him and the bloodied weapon in her hand.
The fuck?
I think that was former King Saldus VII. I peeked inside the room. Aside from more awful reliefs along the walls, there was reasonably nice furniture and a few lacing. Yep, that was him. I shrugged. Well, here's Vera the Kingslayer standing before me. She sighed.
You know, when I tell people about this, I'm going to embellish it a lot.
I don't blame you. Chapter 29.
Why were they keeping him here?
Vera asked as we continued into the ruins. Well, Zendar's pretty big on useful things. Maybe they just kept him around in case. It looked like he was a prisoner here, even if he didn't realize it.
What a worthless end to a worthless king! We can't even ask him if he was part of this shit from the beginning or not. I really wanted to know.
I patted her on the back. At least we weren't thinking about the horrors as much. The hallway twisted on for a bit, and while my power to see through walls suffered here, I still managed to verify that all the other rooms were empty. Vera grumbled. What?
This place sucks. I didn't think we were heading into a haunted house. And damn, I want to get out of here as soon as possible.
Yeah, I nodded. Agreed.
I'm surprised there's no one down here. I thought it would be full of people for us to mow down.
All above ground by the looks of it, wouldn't you be? She chuckled humorously.
Yeah.
The hallway eventually ended in a set of double doors. End of the line.
Can you tell what's inside?
No. The defilement has gotten worse the further we've come.
Great. I was hoping that we'd just finish off a ruined Zendar and leave.
I nodded. Me too, but get ready. I placed my hands on the doors, then hesitated as I felt something brewing behind them. Oh, shit! Oh, shit! Fuck! Run! Vera turned and ran, not questioning me for a second. A truly massive surge of defilement, stronger than anything I'd ever felt, blossomed inside the room. Something awful was coming. We only made it a few steps down the hallway before the magic exploded, sending dark energy throughout the entire underground and soaking us in a tidal wave of defilement. Once more, I grabbed Vera and threw us both to the ground. The doors blew open. Zendar flew out of them. Not on purpose. He tumbled down the hall at breakneck speed, his body bouncing and skipping across the old stone.
Zendar!
An amplified voice boomed from inside the room. It belonged to a woman. My arms still enveloped Vera. We both stared into the room, unable to make anything out. Zendar groaned as he struggled to rise to his feet.
No, you!
Fool! Get back here and suffer! The fuck?
Vera muttered. A Saldani woman appeared in the doorway with a deadly cloud of defiled ley swirling around her. Her black hair blew in the current of magic, and her bright blue eyes held only righteous vengeance. She wore little more than tattered rags and had no lacing, no implants. The dark magic came from inside her. She's, I whispered, a conduit. Zendar had made it to his feet. His wounds hadn't fully closed, and blood still dripped from them. Or they'd just been reopened. He braced himself against the wall with one hand and grasped a black cylindrical object with the other.
No! You serve me! How dare you attack your master! You belong to the Druza!
Her mocking laughter echoed around the hall.
Arrogant bastards, all of you! You fell for every simpering plea, every time I grovelled at your feet.
Her smile flashed, holding nothing but malice.
And now, finally, you release me, completely convinced of your control over me. Oh, how I've waited for this.
The defilement surged around her as she took a slow step forward. Belatedly, she noticed me and Vera on the ground. Her lip curled.
One last lord, is it? And whatever that is,
she said, waving a hand at Vera.
Get out of my way.
She sent a twirling cascade of power at us, enough to kill us instantly if I didn't do anything. I pulled the lei over our bodies, pushing back against her with all my might. For a moment, I didn't think I'd be able to do it. The torrent finally ended, and I looked up to find her walking along the hall, her attention back on Zendar. She stopped in her tracks, her eyes widening at the sight of us, still alive.
What?
She mouthed before she screamed in rage in her augmented voice. Zendar bolted. I pulled myself and Vera up to stand just in time for the next attack, which I blocked while shoving Vera away with my power and yelling, "Finish him! I'll deal with this!" The woman screamed again, sending a black fireball into Vera's back. I countered with one of my own. The collision of magics exploded, sending a massive boom through the hall that momentarily deafened me and knocked me back. Luckily, it did the same to my new enemy.
Move!
She yelled.
Out of my way, you worthless bastard lord! He won't escape my grasp!
She hurled another black fireball, which I countered in the same way, only this time reinforcing my ears against the blowback. Unfortunately, she did the same.
Move!
I'm not a lord! If this woman thought Zendar an enemy and had suffered at his hands, she might be an ally if I could just talk to her while not killing or getting killed by her.
I said...
And I said I'm not a lord, you asshole! More fireballs in rapid succession. The resulting quakes caused dust and pebbles to rain down from the ceiling and walls. Shit! A nearby wall collapsed, stealing my attention for a split second. That was all the opening she needed. She appeared in front of my face, propelled by the dark lei, and grabbed my throat. Though she wasn't about to crumple my armor and choke me, she did send a huge stream of lei into me. I blocked what I could, which was some. A large portion of it sank into Belle's new lacing. If she truly was a conduit, though, there wouldn't ever be an end to the defilement she could produce. I didn't want to kill her, but it was starting to look like kill or be killed. Simple as that. With a lei-infused fist, I slammed my gauntlet into her stomach, with enough force to kill a normal person 100 times over. She grunted, and her eyes went wide, the stream of dark magic faltering. She didn't die, though. I hit her again, and again. When I finally had some space, I punched her as hard as I could in the jaw. My blow sent her flying back, twirling through the air to land in a heap near the double doors. In this brief respite, I pulled the bits of defilement out of my own body, healing the small wounds I'd sustained. She tried to stand, but her knees gave out. With a pained groan, she vomited, mostly blood. I didn't think it had anything to do with my attacks. I am not your enemy! I came here to kill Zendar! We should be working together! Her gaze darted up to me, blood dripping down from her mouth.
Human, I know what you are, what your kind are. Don't you dare lie to me.
My thoughts churned for something to say. Anything that would convince her, because in a sinking realization, I didn't know if I could beat her. Well, maybe I could, but it would be my hardest fight yet. Zendar just released you, didn't he? I was guessing pretty hard based on what I'd heard. You were his prisoner. She flew at my face again. I managed to grab her hands before they could wring my neck, and we tumbled to the ground, vying for dominance.
He released you to fight me for him! You saw his...
A few wild gouts of dark ley crashed into me. Again, Belle's lacing saved me from a debilitating hit, but I didn't think they could absorb the defilement forever.
You saw his wounds! I inflicted them! I tore the cubes from his implants!
Lies! All humans utter is arrogance and lies.
We struggled, throwing wild, magically charged punches into each other's faces, and vied to come out on top.
Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!
The room trembled at her voice. Blood flew from her mouth.
Fuck! Shit! Fuck! I'm not gonna convince her! I'm gonna have to beat her and spare her for her to believe!
She could somehow conjure so much defilement that it matched my own power with the ley. I wasn't going to beat her straight up. Or, if I was, we were both going to be dead or dying by the end of it. It was time for a truly stupid plan. I let her roll and mount me, making a decent show of resisting. Her blue eyes shone with triumph. She raised both hands for a downward hammer strike, infused with power, her attention on the death blow. I slipped down the massive chunk of ceiling I'd carved out while she'd rolled me. It crashed into her back. The triumph in her gaze turned to mindless pain. I heard her bones crunch. Part of this plan involved her being able to heal herself, although if that didn't work, I'd rather she be dead than me. The ceiling shuddered, and cracks spidered web out from the hole I'd made. I cast the chunk aside and ploughed a fist into her face, knocking her off me and down the hall. Everything trembled, the stones above us groaning. I leapt on top of her and rained a chain of blows down into her face, some infused with fire and some with lightning that sped through her body. A surge of power knocked me off. She rolled awkwardly to her hands and knees, her eyes wide and blood pouring from her mouth.
No. After all this time, I won't.
Power roiled inside her again. I braced for another attack. It didn't come. The magic inside her faltered as a pained cry passed her lips.
No!
She convulsed, involuntary moans of pain coming from her lips, along with an alarming amount of blood. The stones of the ceiling moaned along with her, the cracks turning into chunks that began to fall. She tried to get to her feet, to run. She fell. Healing her entire body, then doing it again as I pommeled her and knocking me away had apparently sent her to the limit of what she could do.
No!
Tears streamed down her face as she desperately attempted to crawl away. She knew it was over. The hall began to collapse. It would be over for us both if I didn't act rapidly. I pushed myself to my feet and scooped her up. Pressing against the crumbling place with my lay, we flew, my feet off the ground, out of the tunnel, up the stairs, and into the night. For a truly terrifying moment, I wondered if I'd left Vera down there somewhere. My heart pounded until she came into sight at the top of the stairs. We locked eyes as I sailed by. Chapter 30. Mystery Woman and I rolled across the ground before coming to a stop in a cloud of dust. I rolled away and to my feet, bolstering myself with the lay in case the fight wasn't over. It was, though. Vera stood at my side, her sword drawn and ready. I held out a hand. Mystery Woman lay on the ground, her already tattered clothes in an even worse state, her skin torn and covered in blood. She held my eyes before lowering hers.
Well, end it already, you fucking bastard. Just had to kill me personally, didn't you? Your kind are filth.
I stepped back and let go of the magic. I'm not going to kill you. As I tried to tell you, I'm the Druza's enemy too.
What stupid game is this?
She asked softly. Look around. You see anyone up here? She humoured me. Vera and I killed them all. We chased Zendar here to kill him. I glanced at Vera, but she shook her head. Damn. As I was trying to say to you earlier, he released you just now, right? Because we were killing him. He wanted you to save him from us. She held my eyes for an uncomfortably long time, during which I stared right back at her. Her eyes went wide as the truth of the matter settled upon her.
I did. I saved him from you.
She lowered her head to the ground. Sensing the danger had passed for the moment, I led Vera around a corner while Mystery Woman loudly wept. So, she scowled.
Fucker teleported away!
He what? There was another Yazendi here! She shook her head.
No, he had some weird lacing set up in a room down there. The portal he conjured looked weird as shit, and he screamed when he jumped into it, so I'm pretty sure it was a last-ditch effort.
I sighed. We have to assume he lived, though.
Yeah.
This isn't over.
Nope.
Did you see what he carried with him? Vera shook her head.
I don't know. Something that looked like the defilement cubes, but wasn't one of those.
Elucidating. She smiled and shrugged. We went back to Mystery Woman, who'd collected herself and sat up. So, I'm Danic. This is Vera. She didn't react for a moment, but then looked up at me with dead eyes. Vera, however, garnered a raised eyebrow.
$1? Is that a problem?
Vera thrust out her chest as her eyes flashed.
No, just surprising.
Do you have a name? I asked.
Xian.
After a pause, she added,
Of House Saldus.
Your royalty?
Only technically.
She sighed.
Are you going to kill me, Danic?
If you're not planning on killing me, I'm not planning on killing you. You seem just as much a victim of the Druza as anyone else. Well, much more, really.
You do understand,
she said, looking at her outstretched hand.
What I am, don't you?
A living conduit.
Yes, a monstrosity.
Her head fell. Her voice quieted to almost a whisper.
You should cut me down, here and now.
I exchanged a glance with Vera. Come with us, I said, holding out my hand. Xian looked up at it and said nothing. Help us stop the Druza Masters. If you join us, you can repay Zendar for everything he ever did to you. I very much wanted to know her story, but I got the impression that it was a long one. She sighed and slowly stood, supported by her own power.
Who are you, Danic?
A victim of the Druza too. I think you understand what humans are. Do you know where we're from?
Another world?
Yeah. I was pulled here against my will. I won't go into how, but I managed to avoid being trapped by the Druza. Now, I'm going to put an end to their plans, and your help would be invaluable. She closed her eyes and sighed again, her posture straightening as she did. Despite the blood and the ruined clothes, a ghost of regal bearing sat easily on her shoulders.
If we are to kill Zendar, I will travel with you. After that...
She stared at her hand again.
We will see.
I felt her bolster herself with the defilement, nearly ready for the battle to begin again, but she just gave me the tiniest smirk and waited. We made our way back to the palanquin and Belle, our mission over. On the walk back, Xian trailed behind a little ways, and Vera sauntered a bit closer to me.
So, you sure about this?
Bringing her along?
Yes.
Am I sure? Hell no. Could she be extremely valuable? Yes.
I mean, She hates the Druser, I guess.
I think that's enough for now. Despite saying that, I had my share of misgivings which churned in my mind during the long, slow walk back. The stars had shifted while we worked, but morning was still a while off. My feet ached by the time we made it back. I didn't know how Xian managed the whole thing barefoot. Belle leapt out of the palanquin when we got close, obviously not sleeping.
You're back! I was so worried.
She stopped dead in her tracks when Xian plodded up behind us, her shining eyes wide. Xian grunted when she saw her.
Lady Belmora? Xian?
Belle ran to her and gripped her shoulders in her clawed hands.
What? Why? How? What are...
Her eyes ran up and down Xian's body, tears forming.
What did they do to you?
Xian's entire body shook, her mouth hung open, and tears streamed down her face.
Belmora.
She collapsed into Belle's arms. They sank to the ground as Belle hugged her close, telling her over and over that everything would be all right. Vera and I stood and watched, dumbfounded. Some of my reservations have passed, I said in a monotone voice.
Yeah.
Xian and Belle were having a moment, so Vera and I made ourselves scarce, retreating to the sheer cliff we'd looked out from some hours ago. We stepped out of our armor and sat, our legs dangling off the edge. She slipped her fingers into mine. I squeezed her hand. Here I was, thinking this would all be over tonight.
I think it's just begun.
To be continued. This is the end of Leyline Magus, a progression fantasy, Book 2, a Royal Guard production. If you enjoyed this audiobook, we would love for you to rate and review it. For more fantasy books and audiobooks like this one, check us out on royalguardpublishing.com. Also, connect with us on social media. We are active on Facebook, TikTok, X, Reddit, and Instagram. We can't wait to hear from you. You have been listening to Leyline Magus, a progression fantasy, Book 2, written by Isaac Keyes and Marcus Sloss, performed by Adam Stubbs and Mia Fothergill. Text copyright 2024 Isaac Keyes and Marcus Sloss. Production copyright 2024 Royal Guard Publishing LLC. All rights reserved.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.